is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. It's day 2 of chess, and the big dogs are about to join the stage. Yesterday was our play-in. 5 from LCQ, 3 from DreamHack. 6 keys were crushed. 2 moved forward. They joined the rest. 16 about to battle it out in 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Mike Klein, and Levy Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess. Good to see you guys, Levy. We're back for day 2, man. A lot of money on the line. How you doing?
I'm doing great, and you cannot ask for a better field of speed chess players in the world, and frankly, overall chess players. We were here a little bit early for the rehearsals. I'm getting nervous just watching them walk out on stage, and nobody's even made a chess move yet.
That's right, man. The nerves at an all-time high, and you know why, Mike? Because there's a $1.5 million on the line.
Right, one of the biggest prize pools in chess, and the players have been working all year to get here. Some of them literally every single Tuesday logging in to play weekly tournaments. So this is the culmination of a lot of work. This is not just, oh, I was invited, I'm showing up. They've been working hard, and you know what? Their dreams might all end in one day, so it's a lot of pressure today.
Yeah, $250,000 for first. I mean, how unheard of is that when it comes to the chess world?
It's relatively unheard of, and we also have to not forget the big picture. They're not just playing for themselves here, that is truly unheard of in the chess world. Chess is a very much an individual activity other than a couple of team events. So they're definitely wearing their jerseys with pride, and they're also representing themselves with pride. I think we have maybe 3 or 4 from the old guard, and 12 players in this field are under the age of 25.
Which is insane, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely young. We'd have 2 young guns about to battle it out in our first match of the day. But day 1 was incredible. Levy, I know you did a 24-minute video to break down day 1. However, we're going to send it over to David and John for their opinions.
Welcome back. It is group stages here at EWC Chess, but even before the group stages began, there has already been a ridiculous amount of drama in the play-ins yesterday, David.
Exactly, the play-ins day 1. We started with 8 players, 5 from the last chance qualifiers, 3 from DreamHack Atlanta. At the end of the day, though, that had been narrowed down to just 2.
And let's talk about which 2 they were, because Wei Yi and Yesipenko, you guys know who they are by now. They actually played each other first in their first match in the upper bracket, with Wei Yi prevailing and Yesipenko moving down.
It felt like fate. Wei Yi was so smooth. He was the most convincing player of the day, winning every match with some room to spare. Yesipenko, though, did it the hard way, lost that first match, had to struggle, had to flag his opponents, did it. And yeah, he's going to be feeling confident today, I think.
I also want to have an honorable mention as well for Parham. He also crushed, I think he crushed the first couple of keys yesterday as well, and he looked like he was on an absolute tear. Don't forget, he came to this event either 1 or 2 days after having surgery and still competed in the play-ins and did phenomenally well. It just wasn't quite enough to get over the line.
Yeah, so inspiring for everyone at home. What a warrior, what a soldier, Parham Maghsoodloo. Appendicitis. Imagine playing chess in the last chance qualifiers, running that gauntlet while suffering at the board. He managed it. Surgery, back, and so close, but not quite enough.
And now, of course, well, they managed to maybe get a little bit of R&R last night, maybe have a nice dinner. And for Wei Yi and Yesipenko, they've got Magnus and Ali Reza today, so not exactly a massive victory in the grand scheme of things. They've got so much work to do today.
Yeah, they're playing some of the goats of chess, but hopefully they're warmed up by now, and they'll be believing that they can go further.
So the group stages, folks, starts in just a bit. We look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you, David and John. As always, day 1 was a whirlwind of emotions. Again, 6 keys got crushed. Before our winners, Levy, they move forward, but they're rewarded with an even harder opponent.
Yeah, for sure, but this is the way that it goes. And honestly, for them, they could be a little bit warmed up compared to the competition. The guys that are in the final 14, which were supposed to start today, and then the 2 that joined them, there is something to be said, like maybe they're a little bit rusty. Maybe it's going to take them 1 or 2 games to get into it. I got bad news for them. 1 or 2 games is not enough. You might already be sent to the loser's bracket here, and that does happen. And sometimes we have this phenomenon with Magnus, maybe some other players. You know, you don't wake up till you're punched in the mouth. Luckily, they're not actually physically doing that on stage. Maybe that'll be a different sport next year. Yeah, and I don't know, though. You know, they don't have a lot of time to get into it. They have 10 minutes, so we'll see what happens.
That's right, 10 minutes, not a time to recover, especially if you end up down. But the good news today, Mike, is nobody's being eliminated. No keys will be crushed. We're moving 4 players forward, 2 from Group A, 2 from Group B. And the best part, if you do win out today, you move forward to the final bracket, you get a day off tomorrow.
Right, and there's a lot to do in the players' lounge. I don't know if there's a golf sim for Magnus, but I know he's going to take advantage of that day off if he gets it. That's actually a pretty big reward because, as Levy said, you do get the battle test on day 1, but if you win both matches, having a 24-hour break, sitting back and watching the action, that's a big plus.
And being able to prep for your potential opponents as well, going into the playout bracket, that's a big plus for sure. Now, Magnus Carlsen, we've been talking about him all tournament long. Yesterday, we're going to be talking about him today. He is, in fact, your title defender, and he's looking to go back-to-back.
My name is Magnus Carlsen. I represent Team Liquid, and my game is chess.
Magnus Carlsen has had a slightly shaky start to his year. Obviously, he did win Speed Chess Championships, but didn't have the best performance at the Hong Kong World Rapid and Team Blitz Championships. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen is the GOAT for a reason, but I do think that there is a potential. You know, there's always Alireza, there's always Hikaru. I think there's a lot of potential for perhaps somebody else to clinch the spot. But that being said, I have a lot of faith in Magnus as well.
Hikaru's form has been a little bit shaky this year, while Alireza has been really good recently. So at the moment, I think Alireza is probably my biggest rival.
I mean, of course, Magnus should be the favorite because he won last year and all the odds are for him. This year, competition is even harder and anything could happen.
I think it's clear that Magnus is not as sharp as he was last year in the Esports World Cup. He's not the only one, myself as well. We both have children now, and I think that certainly takes away from some of the sharpness and some of the motivation for sure. But again, I think both in the case of Magnus and myself, we haven't been particularly active in recent times, which has given us a chance to prepare. And so I don't necessarily expect things to be much different, but I also would not be surprised if past form over the past couple months is indicative of our performances here either.
Will this be another arena where Magnus Carlsen sets the standard? Will it be his era of dominance when it comes to the Esports World Cup as well? You know, you win the first time, it's a title. You win it again, it's a pattern. But I will say one thing, that Norway chess that just happened was a big blip. And I think Magnus coming back from that wants to assert his domination, but the field is not going to let that be easy. 21 other players coming for him. He's the man to beat.
I played the Speed Chess Championship final here in 2024, and I had a really good event and beat Alireza Firouzja. Wouldn't mind a repeat of that in this year's event.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Magnus Carlsen, everybody's shooting for him. He's got the biggest target on his back. The question is, who can take him down? Well, they're going to have to answer that on their own. Hikaru, though, he's looking to come in big today, potentially, you know, at least move on to the playoffs. But for Magnus, Mike, what makes him so good? I've been asking that myself. I'm still learning about chess. Why is Magnus the best?
He rises to the occasion. He also loves the idea of records in chess. He talked about the Speed Chess Championship finals. That event has existed for 10 years. He's got 5 titles. Hikaru has 5. I can guarantee you, he does not want the EWC titles to be 1-1. He wants it to be 2-0. So I believe he's a man who, even though he had a bad classical tournament in Norway chess, he rises to the occasion. And these are the events that matter to him most. He's not that active over the board anymore, but he very much believes in chess as an esport. This means a lot to him.
Okay, and Levy, now I've been reading a lot online. Now I'm ignorant, I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have been reading that he might be slipping up a little bit. But then again, there's different game modes, right? There's different ways to play chess. Is he slipping when it comes to our type of competition?
No. I also have to say, it's only ever a story when he doesn't win a tournament. That's really,
right.
That's really the truth. And you have to make content out of has Magnus Carlsen fallen off? Like, what's going on? He doesn't play that much classical chess anymore. And this year, he had a rough time at Norway Chess, which is kind of the iconic, homestand for him. But he won this tournament last year. This is the second edition. And basically, in any time format under the traditional classical one, I still think he's the best in the world, and he's probably still the best in classical. He just maybe isn't as motivated.
And just real quick, you did in fact play him. I saw that. I think it was only a minute on the clock, but you had a chance to go against him. Was it tough?
Oh yeah, it's tough, but it's tough for me because I sit down at the board and already feel like I can't win. And that is not the same thing with the other players in this field. I think a lot of players, they maybe smell the blood in the water. They feel like this is our moment. And it happens in other sports too. It's happening right now in tennis with Djokovic, for example.
Yeah, the aura, sometimes it gets you. And that happens across esports too, right? Sometimes players just got that aura, and Magnus definitely has. And now for Team Liquid, he's going to be representing Team Liquid in the Club Championship race, which is a big deal. They need another top 8, but we need another update from Trav, of course, with the Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
We're still just getting things started here in chess. Yesterday we competed the play-ins, and it's Andrei Yesvienko who made it through for Virtus Pro. What reward does he get for making it through play-ins into today's competition? He gets to play off against Magnus Carlsen first round. Magnus Carlsen will be representing Team Liquid yet again this year. He's vying for those 1,000 points once more, which would get Team Liquid right off the bottom of the leaderboard and catapult them up. Looking elsewhere in chess, though, Team Falcons have Alireza Firouzja and also Hikaru. They managed to place second and third last year, so that would give them a real boost in points and put them back on top when it comes to the Club Championship. Looking elsewhere, though, AGL are still competing. They're going to be playing through the survival stage of PUBG Mobile today and trying to retain that #1 spot. Rocket League and the second week of Rainbow Six Siege start today. So that's going to be Team Vitality trying to regain some of those points and regain some of that composure into Week 6 of the Esports World Cup. Stay tuned, because there's still so many storylines that can play out this week.
Thank you, Travis, always for the update. Club Championship, Levy said it best, Mike, whenever it comes to chess, usually a solo sport. This time they're competing for more.
Absolutely. We saw how tight the top 4 were in the standings there. And you know what? If we can believe Magnus at his word that he wants to play Alireza in the finals, that would do a ton to decide who can get the most points, because Alireza, of course, is, as you can see, his team there is in second place, the Falcons. So that's going to be interesting. Actually, if he plays Nakamura, it'll also be a Falcons attempt there. So if we get one of the finals the public, I think, wants to see, that's going to mean a lot for the team standings. But Denis Lazovic is such a star for AGAL.
Yeah, AGAL in first place. Falcons have double representation. There's so many orgs represented when it comes to our chess tournament, and it definitely matters. We're in Week 6 of the Club Championship race, but this is just Stream A. We also have Stream B. Tons of coverage going down. Let's do a Stream B check-in with Jan and Anna.
Hello, Stream A. How are you doing? This is Anna and Jan from Curiosity Battleground here with yesterday's recap.
On the B stream, the story of the day was 24-year-old Andrei Yesipenko losing his very first match, but then went on an absolute tear. First up was the Vietnamese star Le Quang Liem. Very dramatic match, but Andrei wins the Armageddon, sends him home. Next is the legend, the 3-time World Blitz champion, our oldest participant, Alexander Grishuk. Once again, he's outclassed by Yesipenko, who went on to meet another former world champion, junior world champion Parham Masoodloo. And Andrei wins that one easily, setting himself up for the final boss. Vladislav Artemiev, dropping down from the upper final, was the favorite against Yesipenko, but Yesipenko smoothly wins another one, earns him an encounter against Magnus Carlsen.
The defending champion Magnus Carlsen is back today in action, representing Team Liquid, and they badly won those 1,000 points for the Club Championship points. And oh boy, on this stage today, we're gonna have 2 other names that you will want to watch out for. Denis Lazovic for AGAL, and the runner-up of last year, Alireza Firouzja, representing Team Falcons. We could not be more excited.
Jan and Anna, thank you so much, Stream B. They're going to be going all day long. Make sure you pull it up on double monitors, double phones. I don't care how you do it. Just make sure you get both of them up, because chess is going down all day. Now, for Stream A, let's take a look at our schedule. It's going to be action-packed, the best of the best. Join Levy. You were super excited for it. Starting off, Abdos Sadarov going against Pranesh. That's going to be series number 1.
Yeah, Noderbeck is obviously always a person that you can look to get a match done. He's a tough, I think he's ranked number 5 in the world right now in classical chess. It's always 4 or 5. He broke into the top 3. Absolute monster, youngest ever world rapid champion, which I have news for you, is the format that we are playing today. So, you know, we got some Uzbek representation here. We don't have Sindarov, but we have Nodirbek. And yeah, Pranesh is, he's in for a tough time. I'm just going to say it right now. He's in for a tough time.
Weirdly, Pranesh has a lifetime plus score. They've only played twice. Both times have been in 2026. These are relevant matches, so not a very big sample size, but Pranesh is not going to be a walkover for Nodirbek.
Hikaru also on this list, Magnus as well. We take a look at Stream B. Plenty of matches still to go down there as well. I believe 6, if I'm not mistaken, from both of our streams. Looking at this schedule, Levy, anyone that stands out to you?
Oh, yeah, obviously we have Firouzja versus Wei Yi, which is just... This is just simply an incredible matchup. It's unbelievable. It's the opening stage. I'm also very curious to see how Sina Movahed is going to do, right? We've seen him rise this year to the occasion. I played a game against him. He's up to like 3,300 on chess.com. I mean, his name is literally seeing a move ahead, right? So like, he can't be born with a better chess name. I wonder if he's tired of this running joke, by the way. Jokes about names. I didn't make this, all right? The internet made it. But I'm curious to see how he does. Lazovic is a very, very important matchup as well. Hans, I'm excited for everything. I'm excited for everything. I'm copping out.
I can tell. I'm ready for the recap after tonight, man, because you've been rocking it, of course, whenever it comes to your channel. But great day of chess overall, great matches as a whole. We need to know who is the favorites of the event, who's going to be taking everything. Let's check in with Ben and Jovanka with the check-in.
Hi guys, it's day 2 at the EWC in chess and it's now the group stage. Here are some of our favorites. Now Ben, I'm going to let you take the first pick. Who are you choosing?
Thanks, Yovi. I get to pick the top people, then you get to pick your favorites. I'm going to pick Magnus Carlsen. Surprise! I think he's the favorite. He's the reigning champion. He's always the favorite every tournament. My sentimental favorite, one of my favorite players for many years, who hasn't really won a lot of chess events lately, is Nihal Sarin from India. I think Sarin's going to do well this year. Magnus is still the favorite, but you got to watch out for the young guys. What about you, Yovi? What do you think?
Well, those are strong picks, but I'm going to go for Alireza Firouzja. Last year, he made it to the finals. He's young, he's strong, he's super quick. And my other favorite is Arjun Erigaisi. You know, he is really unpredictable, but when he's good, he's really good. Now, those are our picks, but one thing is guaranteed, we're going to have a lot of fun.
Ben and Jovanka, thank you so much for the update and who your favorites are. But now we got to talk about some serious business. Our Crunchyroll story of the day, friend or foe. There's history in the making. There's history in the past. Mike, what ended up happening and what could we possibly be seeing in our bracket?
Well, Magnus does not like if we presume that he will win a match ever, but if we presume that he does win his opening match, he will face a storyline no matter who his second opponent is, because he'll either face Nepomniachtchi, who he's gone through the fire with, I think Levy can explain that in just a minute, or he will face the one person in the field that he says he has psychological difficulty against, and that would be Hans Niemann. Their history goes back 4 years when Magnus made an insinuation, and this has become a subject of chess lore. It even made a Netflix Untold series. Don't go watch it now, but go watch it later if you want to know all about that scandal. But Levy, if he ends up playing Nepomniachtchi, you were there in 2024 at the World Blitz Championship. What happened there?
Well, I think, were you there when they played an actual world championship against each other in 2020? Let's be very clear. Magnus 100% prefers that Nepomniachtchi takes care of Hans Niemann in the first round and sends him down to the loser's bracket, because Magnus has a quote about Nepo, which is he's good at playing bad moves quickly. I mean, he does not have quotes like that again about Hans Niemann. It's much more like, this is a person I don't particularly want to play on any given day. Hans Niemann has never been more motivated. He's still early days in his career. He has claimed he's going to be the best player in the world. He is very hungry to take down Magnus, and he almost did at the World Blitz Championship. And what Mike was talking about, if anybody doesn't know, Magnus and Nepo played a World Blitz Championship knockout against each other and decided to split the title. Unprecedented in chess, caused massive waves, and 2 days before that, Magnus wore a pair of jeans and was kicked out of a tournament. So, I mean, hopefully he puts on jeans for all of these matchups, and I can't wait to see who he's going to play. And remember, guys, Magnus has to win his first round.
Magnus will wear jeans today. When he's allowed to be comfortable, he will be comfortable. But when he shared that title with Nepomniachtchi, I think it's because he respected that they'd been through the fire together. They once played a nearly 8-hour game at a world championship match, and there's no spotlight in chess brighter than the world championship. So he definitely respects Nepomniachtchi, and Levy is totally right. He would rather go down that road again with Nepomniachtchi rather than facing his psychological nemesis.
And it's all banking on the fact whether or not Magnus even wins his first, which I guess we're not going to speculate. I'm still learning the rules around here, so we won't speculate or give the caster curse, which is a very real thing in esports. I'm assuming a real thing when it comes to chess, but this is what's about to happen today. We've got our upper bracket matches. We're moving 4 players forward, 2 from Group A, 2 from Group B. If you do manage to qualify for playoffs on the final day, what do you get? You get a day off tomorrow. You get to watch your opponents. You get to formulate your strategies. That's a big leg up. But today, things get serious. 16 of the best chess players in the entire world will join that very stage to compete against each other for life-changing money. It's time to head to the stage to get it started.
Total blunder on the board.
Not that smart,
White
but let's
has
say
the weight
bishop
to win.
takes pieces and then
Long
checkmate.
castles check. The long castles check. Insanity on the board.
Artemiev now, his heart rate is at 100 beats per minute.
Oh no, the pain in the face of Yesipenko. Is this the end? Did Parham get the victory?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time for chess here at the Esports World Cup. I am Hollywood Rob TV, joined here with my brother Damascus, and this is going to be one for the history books.
Absolutely, we've had the play-ins yesterday, but now it's time for day one of the main bracket. 16 players from all around the world, the best of the best, facing each other, fighting each other for a huge share of that huge stack of money, Rob.
That stack of money that he's talking about is, ladies and gentlemen, $1.5 million on the line right now. Could you imagine that level of pressure? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to imagine it. We are about to see everything unfold right here before our eyes. That said, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it is about that time to bring out our players. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for chess at EWC. Are you ready?
I like that day one is looking good, Rob, and I know players are ready behind, right?
It's about that time. Let's bring out the best players on planet Earth.
Qualified through the play-ins. Way!
Qualifying from DreamHack Atlanta, representing Virtus Pro, Andrei Yesipenko.
And for his first EWC won India Rising, Benjamin Bok.
In his first EWC appearance, representing Fnatic, Alexi Serrana.
He was 4th last year and he's looking to make an even more print in history. Arjun Erigaisi.
And one of the faces of the new generation on Team Na'Vi, Noterbek Abdusatara.
Lots of eyes on him this weekend. Please welcome Hans Niemann.
One of the best in the world in representing Seoul Esports. Put your hands together for Pranesh.
Representing Team Stallions, the youngest player with 16 years old, Sina Movahed.
And from Aurora Gaming, put your hands together for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Representing Seoul Esports, one of the strongest when it comes to rapid chess, Nihal Sared.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Weibo Gaming, Jan Krzysztof Duda.
19 years of age and qualified for the Speed Chess Championship. AGAL's very own Denis Lazavek.
Representing Team Falcons, the legend himself, Hikaru Nakamura.
He was 2nd last year. Team Falcons, Ali Reza Firouja.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest players of all time. He became a grandmaster at only 13 years of age and went on to dominate the game across Classic, Rapid, and Blitz. This man has reached the highest rating ever recorded in the history of chess. Everyone here has their dreams. Everyone has their goals. But the road to victory always leads through one man. Last year, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, he got it done. Put your hands together for our returning champion, Magnus Carlsen!
And as our 16 players gather on the stage, here they are, 16 of the very best around the globe fighting for that trophy. Will Magnus Carlsen become a back-to-back champion, or can anyone snatch that trophy from his hands? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off day one at Esports World Cup 2026. It is chess time, and it is time to kick off our very first match. Let's go for Esports World Cup!
What an incredible opening ceremony that has been. Chess deserves the main stage, and chess is on the main stage here at the Esports World Cup in Paris for 5 days. Chess is taking over here For all the marbles, the stakes are as high as $1.5 million and very valuable club championship points. We're gonna start the day with some spectacular matches. We are now down to the top 16 players in the world in speed chess, divided into 2 groups. We will be witnessing some incredible action for very high stakes. And today, what's at stake in the group stages? Are you going to go into the upper bracket and have the easier path? Or are you going to end up in the lower bracket like Andrei Yesipenko did yesterday, and then you have to fight through multiple back-to-back matches in order to survive? Elimination is on the line. Keys will get crushed. But today, for the first match, let's introduce our heroes of the day, our heroes of the first clash. And that is Jan Krzysztof Duda, representing Weibo Gaming, facing Benjamin Bach from MGD1. Zach, I'm gonna look at you first, and Kostya, then over to you. We have been here for the play-ins. We have seen what it takes to get through this double elimination system. Now the players, the top 16 that qualified throughout the year, they are here. Magnus is back, Hikaru is here, Alireza is here, everyone wants that trophy. But some of these underdogs or lesser known names to some of the viewers maybe, or to some of the fans, they're gonna gain so many fans because they are here for a reason. They qualified throughout some of the most difficult paths. Jan Krzysztof Duda, let's talk about him first. He made it through the chess.com Open. Can you tell the viewers about what is that like to make it here through one of the most difficult and biggest online open tournaments?
Yeah, one of the toughest tournaments online in the entire world, and the winner qualified to come to the EWC. Insane. The fact that Jan Krzysztof Duda went all the way in the chess.com Open, all the way to make it here, it really says a lot about his character and his resilience coming into a field like this.
It says so much, and at that tournament he faced Magnus Carlsen himself multiple times, so that's great preparation for Jan Krzysztof Duda. He knows what it's like to be sitting in front of Magnus in an esports environment, very much so. And Kostya, his opponent Benjamin Bach, he won a qualification spot in India against some of the top Indian players in the world, including Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit Gujarati. Now, what is that like? And the fact that he did it on the home turf of some of the strongest Indian players in the world.
Yeah, credit to Benjamin Bach. I mean, he's not the most well-known player, he's not the highest rated. He wouldn't be someone you might expect to qualify, but he actually traveled to India, to Mumbai, played on their home turf, and then beats Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit Gujarati on his way to qualifying. Arjun is, of course, in this tournament. Vidit didn't make it, but these are some of India's top stars. Benjamin is known in the Title Tuesday circuit. His rating is well over 3,000 blitz. He's beaten all of the players in this field at various points in his career. So I'm sure that he can beat anyone on any given day. Definitely one of the dark horses in the event.
Most certainly. I agree with you that he's one of the dark horses. And in this matchup too, I think he is the underdog. Jan Krzysztof Duda, he has been in the world's elite. He has been playing the top chess events in the world. While for Benjamin, he is on the Olympic team of his home country, the Netherlands. But I don't think he has had as many chances to face the likes of the top like Magnus Carlsen. But here at the Esports World Cup, anyone can do it. Not easy to pass. We're going to talk through that again a bit more in detail, that it takes the whole year to make it to the Esports World Cup. There have been several qualification tournaments, and we have been talking about the Chess.com Open, India Rising. Yesterday was the play-in for the other qualification events. So many paths, and all of them are really difficult. But when you get through, you are rewarded very highly. $1.5 million at stake, Zach. And the more you make it, the further you advance, the higher the chunk of that pie. What do you think that's like for the players here?
Yeah, minimum $40,000 for any player. Even if you lose everything today, $40K for you. It's great money, life-changing money if you get far enough. I'm really excited to see how that plays in. Also, many players today are playing for top teams in this club competition, and this is going to really add some pressure for some athletes, and for some athletes, not much pressure at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays in. The money, the club competition, we're going to see all of it soon.
So much on the line indeed. The Club Championship points. AGL leading at the moment ahead of Team Falcons, and Denis Lazovic, he beat Team Falcons' Hikaru Nakamura in the speed chess finals to make it here, to qualify to Paris. And at the moment, it's his team that's sitting on the top of the Club Championship ranking. This is week 6, only 2 weeks to go. We are in the final stretch, and it's incredible how much that will matter for the teams. The chess taking main stage, and 1,000 points if you win it. Last year, that's what Magnus did for Team Liquid. 1,000 points ahead of Ali Reza's 750 for Team Falcons. Team Falcons again is back. Both Ali Reza and Hikaru are competing. The curious thing is, you cannot just double down on points. They are doubling down on their chances. But whoever finishes higher, that's the point that you're awarded for your esports team. So will it be Ali Reza or will it be Hikaru? I'm gonna take guesses here before we get started with our match. Ali Reza or Hikaru will be finishing higher, and will they win the tournament?
I'm gonna go first. I'll say Ali Reza. Ali Reza, young player, very, very quick on the mouse. He has been rising ever since I've heard about him. Ali Reza is just like such a monster when it comes to this time format. He's a big competitor in these formats, and he has shown some success as well. But if we're comparing him to Hikaru Nakamura, I don't know. What do you think, Kostya?
I mean, I think you can go either way. Farouz is obviously one of just the most incredible talents in our lifetime, but I'll take Hikaru Nakamura. I think he is the greatest online chess player in history. I think he's actually played more chess online than Magnus himself. When they go head to head, you know, it's often very, very even, very tight until the end. And I think this event is incredibly important for Hikaru. I think this is what he's always dreamed chess should be. So I think he's really going to step it up and do his best.
I agree with both of you there, and I would not be able to pick between Ali Reza and Hikaru, so I'm always throwing it to you guys. You do the difficult task of having to pick, of having to predict, and I'm just asking the questions because there will be so many questions throughout the day. This is day 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the Esports World Cup, and our players are arriving for the first matches. You can hear it already. The crowds are applauding our fighters for this really crucial matchup that we already announced. It's going to be between Jan Krzysztof Duda for Weibo Gaming, and his opponent is Benjamin Bok for MGD1. This match is a best of 2, and so is all the matches that we are covering. Best of 2, 1 game with each color. If it's a tie after the 2 games, we're gonna see an Armageddon that is absolute cinema. We witnessed it yesterday multiple times. I'm predicting a lot of Armageddons for today too, but Armageddon is the decisive tiebreaker. And what's on the line in this match is whether you end up in the upper bracket or in the lower bracket, because this is a double elimination format. You don't get second chances in the lower bracket. Andrei Yesipenko yesterday proved us that it's okay to be in the lower bracket. But that meant he lost the first match against Wei Yi, and then he had to win 4 matches on demand against the best players in the world. Winning on demand, 1 game is already hard enough. To do it multiple times, Zach? The way Andrei did it?
Absolute cinema theatrics yesterday as Andrei Yesipenko was just winning match after match after losing his first match. It was completely crazy. Can he continue his Cinderella run? He's playing Magnus Carlsen today. That is the toughest match possible. What do you think, Kostya? Does he have a chance?
I think we should nickname Andrei Yesipenko the Avenger, because he not only lost his first match, he also lost the first game of his elimination match, meaning that his back was on the line the rest of the day for hours and hours. And then the players that he beat yesterday, Parham Maksudu, Alexander Grischuk, Kwang Liam, they could have been in this event themselves. So he's definitely one to watch. We are now on the stage as the game between Duda and Bok has just started. Duda playing the first game with the white pieces, and Bok plays the famous Berlin defense. Zach, what do you make of his strategy?
This is one of the most famous classical openings in the entire game of chess. The queens are swept off the board as soon as move 8.
Yeah, they have the so-called famous Berlin endgame, which basically since the year 2000 has been one of the most popular openings at elite levels. It has a very drawish reputation. Black sets up what is known as the Berlin Wall, where you get this in-game structure. It's very hard to crack, the double bishop pair for Black. On the other hand, though, White has a lot of advantages themselves. They have more space with their king pawn there on e5. Their king is able to castle, whereas Black will not be castling this entire game. And so it ends up being a very strategic battle. We often do see many decisive results despite the drawish nature of this opening.
Very strategic game. We're going to have a nice struggle as well. Black has the two bishops called the bishop pair, and White only has one bishop. But as you mentioned, the king cannot move in a castling motion, which means that that king is stranded in the center for as long as B. So this is going to be an interesting struggle here.
Yeah, Duda, a lot of experience here. I think from both sides of this position, Bach likely has played this endgame many times himself as well. And here we see knight to g6 from Bach. The tricky thing about Black is that he really has to figure out his development in these next couple of moves. His rooks are disconnected, whereas White is very close to completing his development. But long-term, strategically, with that bishop pair, especially that light-squared bishop for Black, is such a powerhouse piece that Black has a lot of upside when it comes to the long endgame.
Let's hope Black can use those two bishops, as White has a lot of space right out of the opening with that strong pawn on e5, if you can see, just tunneling down the Black position. Also, I feel like White is more coordinated coming into this middle game.
Absolutely. White just has kind of easier development. Now he's going to figure out what to do with that dark squared bishop. Maybe he'll fianchetto it. Maybe he'll develop it to a square like d2 or e3. And eventually, what White tries to do is trade down in this position. He wants to trade pieces and actually use his advantage in pawn structure. As the viewers can see, on the queen side, Black has these double pawns, which makes it very difficult in the long run to create a passed pawn. You have 4 pawns versus 3, but because 2 of your pawns are doubled, effectively, they only feel like 3 pawns in a lot of situations. Whereas White's pawn structure on the king side, he's got a very healthy 4 versus 3 majority. And so if we get down to some kind of simple king and pawn endgame, knight endgame, a lot of times White's strategic edge really makes itself felt.
Trades favor the White pieces here, of course, because of that pawn structure. And Black wants to retain those pieces on the board if they can manage to keep those 2 bishops for as long as possible until the position opens up. These 2 bishops can become absolute monsters.
Yeah, solid start for both players. Zach, what do you make of their body language? Are you feeling any nerves here from either one of them?
So far, I'm not looking at body language, but more heart rate. Look at Bach's heart rate, 76 beats per minute. We didn't even see anything under 80 yesterday for the whole day.
Does he know he's playing for $1.5 million right now?
I think someone should tell him.
Duda, though, he clearly senses the moment his heart rate is over 100 beats per minute, but he looks cool as a cucumber right there.
Yeah, Bach just dialed in. Look at that stance. I just love the stoic stance. Oh, then he did a grimace. But the overall stoic stance is really interesting.
Yeah, he's leaned in. For me, this is the classic, esports pose. You're leaned in, you're focused on the screen, you're ready to react in a moment's notice. Where Duda, it looks like he's a bit more relaxed. He's leaning back, although the heart rates tell a very, very different story.
Yeah, yesterday Yesipenko was leaning back, and who was leaning forward? Alex Grishuk, I remember. So, every player has their different stance at the computer.
Yeah, we should say, chess usually played over the board, or let's say at home where we don't get to see them. So it's very unique to be able to see these players playing live in front of each other, but still with the keyboard, with the screen and the mouse. And as we saw yesterday, a lot of games come down to that time scramble. We are playing 10-minute with 0-second increment, meaning there's no added time. And a lot of these games do end up becoming flag fest as players viciously and shamelessly, in some cases, hunt for that flag.
Yeah, if you go down to 0 seconds, you lose the game automatically in chess. It's a very, very cool rule that we have in this esports world of chess.
Clock is a weapon. Now, one thing that's interesting about these players, I'm going to make a prediction about this match. Both of these guys are famous for getting low on time, but then playing incredibly precise on seconds. Duda loves to get down on time. Bach also loves to get really down on time, but then they often rely on that increment, that 1 or 2 second increment to keep them alive. They make a number of accurate moves. Problem here is that they have no increment. So if one of these players gets too low, gets into their classic time trouble, they're not going to have a way to collect time or stay in the game. So I think time management is actually going to be incredibly important in this match. But if either player goes down to under a minute, that doesn't mean that they're just going to start blundering. In fact, they might start playing some of their best chess yet.
They might. And as we get into this, what would you say? This is a queenless middle game?
Absolutely, Zach. Great phrase. Queenless middle game. Because there's so many pieces on the board. It's not like the kings can just come out like they can on a lot of endgames and start contributing. No, both kings have to be tucked away and careful, because if they get into the crossfire of the enemy pieces, it's going to be a big problem.
We have a lot of pawn moves in the last 5-10 moves. Very interesting how it's a race for squares. All of these pawn moves, it's to grasp a square on the board.
And there's G4 due to just advancing the king side. This is White's main strategic plan. We might see him move this knight away from F3 in order to launch that F pawn forward, and then even advance it to F4, F5, and really try to make the most of his space.
Yeah, White making their pawn majority felt in this queenless middle game here, as these pawns are piling up against those black pieces, which are going to have to react eventually if those pawns move up the board. And there we go, a preparatory move, knight h2.
Knight h2, opening the route for that f pawn.
That pawn is going to propulse to f4 there. It's the only pawn left that hasn't moved in this entire position for the white pieces, and it's gonna make the most impact.
Yeah, honestly, loving Duda's position right now. I feel like he's playing well. All of his moves have been making sense strategically. He's getting his play going, but of course, Bach's position is still very, very solid. But now he has a difficult problem. Like, how does he deal with this threat of f4, f5? You give White 2 moves, he's forking 2 of your pieces, and it's game over. You can resign.
Yeah, that fork is a big threat, even 2 moves away, because those black pieces are going to have to scramble and find new squares if this pawn becomes dangerous enough.
Very interesting. So now Bach, he's taking some time here. He's trying to figure out how to deal with this advance. And yeah, I'm not seeing so many obvious moves here, but one of these pieces, either the bishop or the knight, the only 2 pieces that are developed right now for black, is going to have to step back at some point and get out of the way. And there we go. We see the knight moving back, transferring over to the queen side. That makes a lot of sense to me.
And look at that space-taking pawn f4 move that we've called since the last few seconds, and now the knight jumps in. Wow, what a square for that knight, dominating the black pieces there. Beautiful piece.
G6, allowing the knight into his territory. Bit of a concession from Bach, but clearly he has a plan for what he's doing. That's the thing about this Berlin endgame. It looks extremely passive for the black pieces, but on the other hand, it's not that easy for White to break through. If you advance too quickly, black's pieces will come alive, and your king can still come under fire on the king side.
And now this bishop is asking this knight a question. Will you scram, or will you let me take you?
Yeah, bishop g7. Duda says, go ahead. If you capture, then my pawn gets to advance. I get the e5 square for my pieces. Don't think we'll see the capture here. Be very surprised. Indeed, black just tries to kind of play around the knight. Like, yeah, your knight is all up in my grill. It's controlling a lot of squares. It's very annoying, but I can play around it. I can put my rook on d8, which is not hanging to the knight. Knights don't move like that. Now White goes rook to d1, challenging the d file. And I think we're going to see a classic standoff here. Neither side is going to want to take and give up the d file to their opponent.
Remains interesting what's next for the white pieces from this position. How do you progress here as White?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think now, okay, interesting.
You have a trade.
I just said we're not going to...
Commentators
just say we're not going to want to see that. So Bach clearly has something in mind here, because he gives up the d file. That definitely feels like a concession. But on the other hand, White's rook has no entry squares. If you try to lift the rook into the opponent's camp, right now it's just going to get captured. So he's seeing that, he's playing around the knight on f6. He's playing around the rook on d1. It's a very cagey kind of passive approach. But on the other hand, it's still not that obvious how White breaks through there. If you advance too quickly, black's light-scored bishop will open up and start to do damage against your king.
Yeah, this knight has infiltrated the black pieces' position, but it's not enough. It's just not a mobile piece enough that it can dominate the black piece's rank once it's infiltrated through. However, the rook is that kind of dominant piece that when it infiltrates, it can be an absolute monster.
Duda, so far the favorite coming into this match, looking very, very good for him. His position's only slightly better, but he's up 2 minutes on the clock, which without increment, I think is a huge handicap. And
The captures happen.
The capture. And I don't think this is a move that Black wanted to make, but he simply saw no other option. You got to make moves in chess. You can't just keep thinking and eventually you'll run out of time.
Oh, and now White has a decisive advantage after this trade.
That's surprising because White isn't up material yet, but now it seems like the computer is just giving him a huge edge. Clearly, it's seeing some kind of breakthrough on the king side. Maybe it's time to push the h-pawn forward and try to create a pass pawn against Black's g6 and h6 weaknesses here. That said, we do have opposite color bishops on the board, so one slip for White, and I think this could easily fizzle out into just an immediate draw. But with those knights still on the board, I think Duda has some great winning chances in this first game.
The computer is taking into account that the white pawns are 4-3 on this king side with that king, and on the queen side, the 4 black pawns are completely obstructed. How do you progress as Black on that queen side to create counterplay?
Yeah, so I think that's the key thing here, Zach. Black cannot make a pass pawn, even though they both have double pawns, but White actually can break through. So the plan is you push your H pawn first, then you push your F pawn. Black takes. You're not going to take back. You're just going to keep pushing your G and H pawns. All you need to win the game here is one pass pawn. One pass pawn will win a piece. Extra piece you can win in the resulting endgame. So very, very difficult moment here for Bach. As Duda now, he's using his extra time to figure out exactly how to break through.
White is looking for a breakthrough with this potential pass pawn here, but also this trade on f6 square created this really nice potential outpost for our white knight to jump to e5 in the center of the board and attack some weak squares.
And he leads with the king. This is very interesting. I wonder, what is he playing at? What is he looking for? Clearly, he wants some kind of breakthrough using the pawns and then the king to advance. So very interesting play here from Jan Shistov.
Yeah, we're about to see some interesting maneuvering, definitely very, very high level stuff. The king moving up on h4. I'm very curious to see what's the path for this king, because right now it cannot move more forward.
Absolute endgame masterclass from Duda so far. He's gone into the Berlin endgame, a famously drawish position, and he hasn't really done anything special, but that's because he's just made it look easy. That's how good he is. And now he does have a decisive advantage if he can find the right breakthrough. And he has plenty of time to do so. So now maybe the knight can jump in, knight to e5. Maybe he's going to look for that pawn break with f5.
And the knight jumps in. What a move. Centralizing the knight, hitting a couple weaknesses.
And notice he's also stopping Black's king from entering the king side as well.
What a nice idea. The king is a weapon in the endgame. It's actually a strong piece, whereas in earlier phases of the game, the king is a weakness because it can get checkmated. But here, there's not enough pieces to checkmate the king, so it's an absolute weapon. And to prevent that black king from coming into the battle is such an interesting strategic idea.
Yeah, it's a huge edge here for White. The king is a very valuable piece, as you just explained. Because, yeah, you have 2 pieces left, but then you also have the king. So the king is essentially a third piece. It's your third man. And right now, White is playing 3 versus 2 on the king side. Obviously, has an extra pawn there as well. And this is a big thing in chess. You always want to play on the side of the board where you have the advantage. Notice, since playing a4 and c4 on the queen side, White has not touched that side of the board. He hasn't even looked at that side of the board. If you look at Duda's eyes right now, he is only looking at the king side. He is not paying attention there. Okay, knight to b7. Bach tries to reposition the knight to the d6 square, hoping to fight against White's counterplay. But he's down to 2 minutes, and this is going to be a very difficult defense for him.
He's down to 2 minutes. We have seen yesterday players go down to 2 minutes, and from there, the clock ticks.
And look at his heart rate, Zach. It's still at a 74 beats per minute.
Yeah, is it working?
I mean, no, it's working. It's adjusting, yeah. I mean, I think I figured out, I've played Bach many times. We both play in St. Louis, and I faced him, and he loves to get really low on time, but then blitz out best move after best move on the increment. And now I can see how he does this because he doesn't get nervous. His heart rate doesn't go up, so he's able to stay focused. And he's able to just find the best moves, staying calm under pressure.
There you go. Maybe staying calm will not be enough here, as Jan Krzysztof Duda can find, if he manages to find the best continuation here, it's winning by force.
Yeah, and there we go. Duda has just leaned in, and he's closing his eyes.
He's closing his eyes.
He's calculating blindfold.
A little bit A little bit of Queen's Gambit there, looking at the ceiling and calculating blindfold.
Yeah, of course, all these guys can play blindfold chess incredibly
He
well.
finds F5. This pawn sacrifice paves the way for the king and also gets the bishop off the defense of that pawn on F7, which the knight then captures.
They found the breakthrough. Now this F6 pawn for you is just an incredibly strong pass pawn. The H pawn is also hanging. White is about to have 2 pass pawns versus 0. It's completely decisive advantage here.
It was all about closing the eyes there. He knew that he had a winning idea, and he was just making sure in his head.
Now, how's Black even going to try to save this? I mean, if he could trade knights somehow, he might still be losing at this point. But that's basically his only chance. But I don't see it. Knight is going to take this pawn on H6, after bishop to E6, and then it's just 2 pawns up for White on the king side.
Basically 2 pawns up. Even though Black has 1 extra pawn on the queen side, it's not enough. It feels truly like we have 2 pawns up.
Knight to D6. Now White just needs to get the knight and king out of the way. And okay, the F pawn is under control, but the H pawn can still pave its way through.
No, I love this for the white pieces. This king is going to march in, put some influence on the board, create the way for these pawns to push towards the victory. And it's not looking good for Benjamin Bach, who is down on position and on time. He has his back truly against the wall.
Honestly, ridiculous how well Duda has played this first game. Basically a textbook game. I think he would be proud of this game in classical chess, let alone that he just played this incredibly precise game in rapid chess. Duda right now sitting at 97.4 accuracy. These are candidates numbers that he's showing with his level of play.
This is absolute class consistency by the Polish Grandmaster, who is now trying to trade off his bishop for the knight maybe in order to make it easier for these pawns to push down the board.
Yeah, at this point, it's completely winning for White. Duda knows it, Bach knows it, but with both players under 2 minutes, we've seen so many games that we thought were over all of a sudden turn around in the last moment. Bach is incredibly fast, so he gets any resource, even a whiff of a chance, he will spot it with seconds left on his clock and make Duda pay. So Duda has to stay accurate here until the very end. King to G5, leaving the H pawn behind. He's saying, if you take that pawn, then my F pawn is going to sneak through. You're not going to be able to stop it. And wow, nicely calculated by Duda. I think everything is working for him. And Bach here frustrated. He can even trade knights now with knight F7 check, but it's no longer going to be holding because White just has too many pass pawns to work with.
A strategic sacrifice by Jancic of Duda in order to displace this bishop. Benjamin Bach says to him, I want none of this. I'm not taking your pawn. We check first. And
wow, now the engine was suggesting just sack the knight on F6, take on H3, but that's not an endgame you're ever holding, so Bach is not interested in that one. He goes for knight D2, a bit of last-ditch counterplay against the queen side, but it's simply too slow.
I love this last pawn move by Jancic of Duda. He is scapegoating this king into trying to defend against this pass pawn in order to get those pawns on the queen side, and now all the pawns on the queen side look like they're falling, and this bishop is doing a rampage.
Look at that. This is classic principle of 2 weaknesses here. White uses the pawn on the king side to force all of Black's pieces over there, and now he's going to win the game on the queen side, where he wasn't playing at all, except now his king is there, his bishop is there, and Black still has to deal with this h-pawn. This h-pawn is so crucial for White. Black has to make sure that pawn is covered. In the meantime, Duda now is only looking at the queen side. He's going to win both of these pawns, promote one of them. It's going to be game over.
Yeah, this is a strategic masterclass overall by Jancic of Duda. I am seriously impressed with this performance so far.
Yeah, Bach is just trying anything he can here to try and create counterplay with his knight, but that's the problem with knights. They're short-range pieces. You can either fight on the king side or you can fight on the queen side, the right side of the board, left side of the board, but you can't do both. And now White is just simply 2 pawns up with the bishop versus the knight. Yeah, I mean, at this point, either one of us can win this endgame, Zach. That's how bad it is.
Yes, this is desperation Bach with 8 seconds on the clock, but it doesn't even matter because the position is completely over. Jancic of Duda is going to win this knight by force, and we have resignation on the board.
There's the resignation, and Duda takes the first game. Clinical example from the Polish superstar as he takes a 1-0 lead in the match. But Benjamin gets White in the second game. He'll now have control over the action, and you can absolutely strike back.
Yes, and reminder, both competitors do not get eliminated this round, so you can lose, and you have a second chance going into the losers bracket.
Of course, yeah, it's not an elimination match, but both players really want to start their tournaments off right here. A win does make their path to the finals easier. And yeah, we can see both players there kind of playing through the game, checking to see what chances they might have missed, especially Bach there. He really wants to know where he went wrong, because you never know, if this goes to Armageddon, you might repeat the opening in that third game. And so you really want to know exactly where you went wrong in case you have to repeat the opening and play that position again.
Yeah, there you go. Jancic of Duda picks up a very important win with the white pieces, but now has the black pieces, and a draw or a win suffices for victory.
Yeah, excellent position for him. Bach now in a must-win situation here in this match, and we'll see how he covers it. We talked about this yesterday, but sometimes it's nice to be in a must-win situation because you know exactly what you need to do. You can't play for a draw, you got to play for a win. Whereas on the other hand, we've seen multiple players struggle in the situation that Duda is in right now, where a draw clinches you the match, but if he gets a nice position out of the opening, he might get a little confused. Does he play for advantage or does he play for equality? And oftentimes this leads to players messing things up and actually getting in trouble as they chase that draw a little too desperately.
Yeah, sometimes if you play a little bit too tame in that return match after a win, you can get punished if your opponent plays aggressive enough and finds the winning ideas. So we'll see what happens here. We are getting ready for the second game of a 2-game match.
I think
the energy is palpable in this building right
soon.
now.
Yeah, the audience is ready. I got Team Weibo there supporting Duda MGD1 for Benjamin Bach as the players get ready to start their second game.
And might I say, for Weibo, this is very important. They're classed number 13 right now in the ranks. A win here would be very important for this club. And here we have a little close-up shot on Bach. Maybe some technical issue going on there, or there's a discussion. Whereas Jancic of Duda is completely locked in. Look at this.
Yeah, he's locked in. He's focused. He's getting ready for the next game. All of the chess moves, all of the openings swirling around in his head. Oh, look at this. He's playing through the game. He seems kind of pleased with himself. He's like, yeah, this was a nice game I just played. This I found some good moves here.
And to his merit, it was an excellent game. But we are about to start game 2 of 2, unless Benjamin Bach wins this. So, quick reminder, Jancic of Duda has the black pieces, whereas Benjamin Bach has white. And we're off.
And Benjamin starts with the English opening, 1c4. Duda responds with the very solid Queen's Gambit declined setup. Bach, a big-time Catalan player. He loves these positions. He knows them very, very well. Basically, he can beat any player in the world if he gets a good position out of the opening. Even if not, he's dangerous enough where he can always find some kind of trick or counterplay to win. He did have to qualify through India. There's India Rising event where he just beat a number of world-class players to get here. Any one of those players would fit in this field today.
Both of these players qualified via an open tournament, which is very interesting. One of the hardest ways to get here, and both qualified in that same qualification cycle type. So it's very interesting to see this.
Yeah, we see a closed Catalan approach from Duda, basically just keeping his pawn on d5 locked down. He could have taken white's pawn on c4. He can still take that c-pawn, but he's indicating that he doesn't want to enter this kind of complex battle. Rather, he's trying to play this as solid as possible. Given the match strategy, I think this is absolutely a correct approach. And yeah, he knows these positions well. So it'll be up to Bach to try and figure out how exactly he can get a little pressure against his esteemed opponent.
Yeah, Black playing that classic setup, right? That we're all taught to play against setups like this. And he's just playing solid. He's developing his pieces. And Bach goes for this knight d2 idea, moving a piece for the second time in the opening. One would say that blocks the queen, that blocks the bishop. What's the idea behind this knight move, Costa?
Yeah, it's not a beginner's move, but it's a very well-known move for top players, especially grandmasters and people that know these positions. And the idea, as we've seen Bach demonstrated, is to break with the center to advance his e-pawn. Now both knights are supporting this one, so Black can trade off one of the knights for white, but he can't trade them both off. So if we get all these captures in the center, the knights are able to recapture. And yeah, this knight on d2, very, very critical to white's central strategy here.
Yeah, space is very important in chess. We saw space be an important factor in that first game. And again, this is a very relevant topic here. White takes a lot of space with this last pawn move.
Yeah. Now Duda has to figure out how to deal with this one. And, you know, I honestly don't love this opening for Duda. It feels like he might have mixed something up, because the computer's already giving White a pretty serious advantage, and that's not supposed to happen this early in the Catalan. Also, he's spending time, and it looks like he maybe mixed up the move order here, perhaps trying to play overly solid.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin Bach has this amazing center. He doesn't even have to do anything here. He can just continue to solidify his center, bring his pieces in, and what does Yanchishev Duda do? He takes here.
Captures on e4. We do see these trades. Now the knight takes on e4, and at this point, it's all about the c5 break. Black really needs to open up that bishop on b7. This is that kind of the cardinal rule for these positions. If Black can open up that queenside bishop by advancing a c-pawn without losing material, without losing the bishop pair, without getting his pawn structure damaged, basically without some kind of insane drawback, then he can equalize. But if not, while the bishop stays locked on b7, White has a key strategic advantage. So right now, this game is going really well for Bach, given that he needs to win.
Yes, Bach needs to win this with the white pieces, and he has a dream start.
Absolutely. So far, playing with 100% accuracy is Bach, which basically means he's just played all the best moves. He just dropped down to 99.5. I think that's still
what a disgrace.
Very. How could he? How could he? Clearly the start of some troubles. Now he brings his knight back, avoiding the trade from the knight on f6. And the engine doesn't love this move, but for now, White is keeping that c-pawn and that bishop on b7 pinned down. So while White can keep that bishop locked in, he is always going to be comfortably better here. But the question is if Black can somehow break out, defend the bishop, and then get the c break.
Yeah, the engine didn't like that last move from the white pieces, halves the advantage for White because it's a little bit of a passive move. Generally in chess, you want to go forward and not backwards. So backwards moves are seen as a little bit slower. And just in this case, we can see that this gives Black the chance to bring some pieces into play.
Yeah, Duda playing this very solidly so far. This last move, h6, shows he's not worried about the bishop on b7. That guy will get out. For now, just controlling some squares on the king side, keeping him very solid and letting Benjamin come to him, right? Show him how he's going to try and win this game. Queen to d3. Benjamin just develops the queen, connects the rooks, queen to d7. Now, Zach, check this out. The bishop on b7 is protected. So Black is looking for that c5 break. And this is where White needs to be ready to advance d5. So if he can meet that c-pawn push by advancing his d-pawn, he can keep some edge on the board. Hence, we see the move rook to d1, supporting the d-pawn so that he can advance d5. And that's not something Black really wants to allow. So I'm not sure if we're going to see c5 here or not. It's definitely a very difficult move to play.
This c5 move is a make or break for the position sometimes for the black pieces. If you fail to play c5, you will get hit with c5 yourself and your bishop will be eternally bad.
Absolutely. So right now, Duda has to decide, does he want to play c5 or not? Now, the engine actually says c5 is totally playable here, but from human point of view, you do allow d5. And then how do you respond there? White kind of clamps down. So yeah, he builds up himself. Rook a d8. His other rook can come to the e file. I would expect now maybe rook f e1 from White, just getting that last piece into the game and continuing the strategic battle. Oh, instead he drops back queen e2. Very interesting, lining up his rook against Black's queen. So now on c5, he can take it with a discovered attack. You see all of these moves from both players. It's all about this c5 break. These guys know that this is what it's about. White does not want to allow it. Black wants to achieve it. That's what chess is. Understanding what your opponent's plans are, whether you can stop them or whether you need to just go for your own play.
Deep strategic plans from both sides here as you see the queen leaning back, the black rook coming into play. Although the black rook is seeing absolutely no time of day, why is this move played?
This is what we call the mysterious rook move, right? That rook basically controls no more squares on e8 than it did on f8 where it just came from. But it is lined up against the queen. And the idea is that if the e file ever opens up, well, then that rook will start talking to the queen on e2. And it's going to have a lot to say.
Yeah, this lineup that we see, both rooks on both queens opposite each other's, this is called an X-ray in chess where you don't attack the queen right now. But maybe in 5-10 moves, it's a different story.
Yeah. So now maybe White plays the mirror move. Rook fe1 slides his rook over. Maybe Black will get his queen off of the d file, so it's not facing White's rook. There see
you go.
That last piece. Wow, I'm calling everything. And we got maybe add a couple of more headphones on the player. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, both players here playing very good, solid, strategic chess.
Yeah, this last queen move I love. Queen c8 backing out of that X-ray because the white rook is hitting that queen by X-ray. You don't want that.
And now black is ready to play c5. Maybe we'll see queen to f3 now. Just amplifying that pin on the long diagonal. Again, just preventing the opponent from breaking free. And it's not clear how white is actually going to proceed here. But for the moment, if you can just prevent your opponent from getting out, there's a very frustrating position to play from the black side. You have to kind of stay passive, stay solid. You can't really push your pawns without making weaknesses. You don't have a lot of great piece maneuvers. It's a very much a maneuvering game at this point. But I don't think Duda minds that at all. He's quite a strategic player. He feels very, very comfortable in these situations.
Bishop to e5, axing the bishop on this knight towards this king too. The bishop is really nicely placed, very centralized piece now.
Once again, Bach is the first player under 5 minutes. It's still plenty of time, but he is lower than his opponent. And again, without increment, this time management is so important here. It just feels like Duda has been a little bit of the faster player so far in this match.
Yeah, it really didn't matter last match, but if that would have been an equal position with 8 seconds left, Benjamin Bach would have had serious issue managing that clock. And we're seeing that again, near 2-minute difference now between both players. He's going to have to play faster.
Yeah, because he's going to have to play faster, and he's going to have to win on the board because he's not flagging Duda from here. Now, knight to d7, putting the question to white's bishop. It doesn't look like white has a better move than pulling his bishop back, which Bach does. Knight to f6. They've repeated once. We are not going to see another repetition here.
What happens after 3 repetitions, Kostya?
If the position is repeated 3 times and the game is just declared a draw, that the players can't just repeat back and forth, back and forth. And there we see Bach. He doesn't repeat again. He knows he has to go all out for the win. And h4.
Finally, the c5 move is played and both bishops are traded off the board.
There we
Black
go.
manages to equalize.
Black has gone in the c5 break. This has been his main strategic plan all along. And now white really needs to push d5 here if he wants to get anything going. But d5 is a tough move to play. That was a bit of a pawn sacrifice. You'd have to figure out how to justify it. Instead, he takes on c5. But now I think black has just solved all of his problems. He can take with the pawn. I'd probably take with the bishop, as does Duda. Maybe bishop to e5 now to challenge the knight. But, well, black has a lot of ways to deal with it. He can pull his bishop back and go knight to d7. It's not the most dangerous threat in the world for him.
All of a sudden, for the first time in the game, I will throw a personal opinion in the mix. I like the black pieces.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
This queen sliding along this long diagonal, this bishop sliding along this weak pawn and pinning to the king. I like the black pieces activity. So for the first time in the game, it looks like it has opened up for the black pieces.
Absolutely. No, it feels like black's position is very harmonious here, very dynamic, and Bach just wasn't able to figure out how to make the most out of his pressure out of the opening. But still a lot of game to be played here. Duda has to continue to play precisely. So far, he's managed to do that. His average accuracy over the last 2 games, I think, is 97.7%. So he's playing amazing chess so far, but he will get tired. The game will start getting down to those last seconds. And yeah, mistakes will start to happen.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. He's taking a long turn. He's maybe doubting himself as to how he has to answer this question of bishop to e5 attacking his knight. How does he deal with this knight attacking this position? Does he move? Does he overprotect? Does he ignore it?
I don't know. He's really taking his time here, but it feels like he's got multiple reasonable moves here. Again, maybe the most solid move is just pulling the bishop back, bishop to e7, saying you can take my knight, but then of course I'm not going to double my pawns. I'm just going to recapture the bishop. There he goes. Finally, he plays it. And we really got to get these headsets checked. I mean, the players are following all of our moves. That's to their detriment,
Maybe
by the way.
you got to get checked. It seems like they're listening to you.
I guarantee you my moves are not going to be great all day. There we see b3. Just calmly improving his position on the queen side. Black plays a6, doing the same, covering this b5 square from white's knight. And that's kind of the match strategy here for Duda. He really doesn't have anything to prove. If this was a must-win situation, we might see him playing more aggressively, taking more risk. But for the moment, he doesn't have to show anything.
I like Duda's strategy right now. He's playing a quick move 6 seconds from his last move of thinking he wants to preserve that time advantage, that clock, because he knows that in 10, 15 moves, that will be vital for the game situation. If he has to find a drawing resource, if he has to defend a tough position, he needs that time on the clock to think.
Very important, yeah, to stay ahead on the clock here for Duda. Meanwhile, Bach is under 3 minutes. His heart rate, though, still at a cool 75 beats per minute.
That might have broken a record so far in the EWC. I have never seen 73 beats per minute.
Yeah, incredibly low.
That's me when I'm sleeping.
Yeah. I know, right? He's calmer than me when I'm sleeping. How's that possible? He's playing for $1.5 million stack.
Incredible. Maybe this is the time management we wanted all along.
Yeah, that seems to be the secret. I mean, if you can keep your cool under pressure, you can make a lot of good moves, stay focused, and yeah, the nerves don't get to you as much. But Benjamin Bach, once again, he's going to have to win this on the board. I don't see him flagging Duda from this position. Duda is just way too fast, way too sharp. So he's going to have to start posing some problems here. But objectively, his position doesn't really call for any advantage. Like, what advantage can we really speak of here for White?
Not that many advantageous perks of this position for the white pieces. Maybe you could say spatial advantage, but it doesn't mean much because you can't make much out of that space.
Yeah. There's bishop to b4, pinning the bishop on c3. That's quite interesting, actually.
Yeah,
Dude is allowing the trade on f6. If I was Bach, I would just take this right away. I mean, open up the king. Objectively, still fine for black, but at least you have something to work with. A weak king is not easy to defend on low time. I'm actually very surprised by this move by Duda. I don't feel like he had to do this. And yeah, if I'm Bach here, I'm just snapping on f6.
Maybe this is the hesitation that Duda has been thinking about for the last 2.5 minutes on his turn. He's had two out of his 3 last turns have been very slow turns, 1 minute plus each. And maybe this is the idea he was hesitating on, to just let go of that knight on f6. And Bach does not take the bait, goes queen e5, which is a slight mistake. And suddenly black is advantageous.
I don't like that move. He didn't like it either. I just saw his head shaking, a bit of a scowl. I think he had to take on f6. There was a threat of rook takes bishop for black, followed by bishop takes knight. So he does defend against this threat. He also pins the knight down to g7. Now black cannot move that knight whatsoever. He'll get mated in one. But yeah, somehow this coordination of the queen on e5 and
the queen sweeps in and infiltrates the white position.
Such a nice move. Queen f3, actually reinstating the threat of rook takes bishop, followed by bishop takes knight. This removing the defender tactic that we all know too well. And how does white defend this? All of his pieces are hanging here.
White is facing a lot of tactical threats in this position. It is really not obvious how to defend this position.
Now he needs to survive this and then try to win the game, Zach, to stay alive in this match and force Armageddon.
What does white even play here? Rook e3, best move, attacking the queen. And the queen sacrifices itself. We have a queen sacrifice on the board.
Knight takes d1, bishop to d6.
The queen is trapped.
Oh, the queen is trapped.
What an idea.
Oh, what
Duda
a
spots
find.
this immediately.
What an insane find from Duda. Now white's forced to give back the queen for a minor piece, meaning black will be up. Rook versus piece. Insane.
Bach is not happy with his position. Look at him dialing in.
Wow, what a shot.
He's not content. He missed that trick. It is clear.
Unbelievable.
And
wow.
What does the white queen do? It is completely trapped in the center of the board.
Completely trapped in the center of the board. We don't see that every day.
And it sacrifices itself back against the knight.
Gives back the queen, goes for the endgame, but now white is down material. That said, he does have some passed pawns on the queen side. So in fact, if he's able to get these pawns going, you know, this could still turn around if Duda makes a mistake. The problem, Zach, is that Duda has not made a single mistake in today's match. I mean, he's playing chess at an extremely high level thus far and is showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, this bishop now swoops in, attacking the black rook. The black rook must move, and white might be formulating a little bit of counterplay. I wouldn't write off Benjamin Bach so quick, so
Absolutely
far.
not. No, it's far from over here. Rook to b8 is possible. Rook to c8 as well to try and cover the c file. But yeah, if these pawns get rolling, white has 3 versus 1. We talked about pawn majorities. It's 3 versus 1 on the queen side. That means he can get himself 2 passed pawns. That means that he can get himself 2 new queens if black doesn't defend properly.
Yes, I'm sure fans of Weibo Gaming and Polish fans are very excited about this match situation for Jan Krzysztof Duda, as black now regains the lead on the computer, but then misses and falls back. It's still advantage black, but it's lesser than the idea that was spotted by the engine.
He's better on the board, he's better on the clock, and he's leading the match. All signs pointing Duda right now.
F5, the best idea, taking a fervent lead in this position.
Wow, forcing that knight back. He has knight to c5, but then the rook will get in with check, and there's bishop to d4, just attacking all of white's pieces. So he goes back, knight to c3 now.
And now black wants trade, so you want to swoop in with this bishop on d4 and
D4.
force the trade of the bishops to keep quality pieces on the board.
Very classy move there. Trading off for white's bishop, leaving white with this knight that just can't find a good square. Black's rooks are incredibly active. Rook on d4 hanging. We have seen mouse slip, Zach, so Duda needs to be very precise here to finish off this game.
He plays a beautiful move,
rook
forcing
e4.
the rook trades, and then it's knight against rook. The more trades you have when you're winning and up material, the better your chances at converting that position, and that's exactly what Duda has done in the last 5 moves.
Love that approach. Whenever you're playing 2 rooks against rook and piece, you always want to trade off a pair of rooks, that you're just left with one dominant rook against this poor knight on e2. But look, white's bringing in the king. The king is an active piece, but so is black. Black's saying, no, you're not getting your king in before I am. I'm also bringing in my king. And yeah, these pawns for white are still stuck. They haven't been able to push forward. And yeah, now black is getting the king in. He's ahead on the clock. This game is all Duda right now.
I'll do the a5, beautiful move, fixing the pawn structure, and now white truly has no counterplay. Bach should just offer a draw because this is completely over. We might see our first 2-0 match that we've covered so far in the EWC.
Yeah, at this point it's resignable for white. Rook takes a4. White's not even having a pawn to compensate. Rook a2. I think he's gonna call it. I think that's it. Yeah,
and this
there's
is
the resignation.
2-0 victory, a clear win for Jan Krzysztof Duda, who advances to the winner's bracket.
Just brilliant performance from Duda here. I mean, 2-0, dominating both games.
Clean
never
games.
worse.
We've really seen some clean play, all around consistency and class from Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Oh, how about that queen sack, Zach? You remember that one? Oh my god. I'm gonna show that to my kids.
You're gonna show it to your kids?
I'm gonna show that to my children. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful queen sack. And there's Duda there. He's ready to move on to the next match as he advances to the next stage. Bach, of course, dropping down to the lower bracket where he'll be facing elimination.
Wow, what an incredible start of the day that has been for us here at the Esports World Cup in chess. And also the other match, by the way, there's 2 stages for chess. That's how big our event is. The other match also has gone down to 2-0, winning Nodirbek Abdusattorov on the other stage over in the Group B. But we are covering now this section here, and we are just like thrilled by the fact that the queen sacrifice, Jan Krzysztof Duda winning for Weibo Gaming. This is just the beginning of the day. How would you sum up, Zach, these 2 games and the performance of Duda?
Duda has played some absolute world-class chess. The first game gave black no chances. It was equal from the beginning, and then just white slowly steamrolled his opponent. And then his second game, Duda was super solid with the black pieces, even conceded a small advantage to the white pieces in Benjamin Bach, but then found a way to equalize and then found a way to win this game.
Easily some of the best chess we've seen thus far. Basically, both games would be amazing games in classical chess. Duda did it with 10 minutes on the clock, showing incredible form thus far. But you'll have a very tough opponent in Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the next stage of the bracket. Bach, of course, he's not out. He has a second chance. And we saw what Andrei Sipenko did with the lower bracket yesterday, so maybe Bach can go on a similar tear himself.
And that's how he qualified to this event. So he's very familiar to the must-win situation. He's very familiar what it feels like when your back is against the wall and you need to win on demand in Armageddon. He has done it multiple times at India Rising. That's how he qualified to the Esports World Cup here in Paris. So he might be going to do that again. But for now, good news for Jan Krzysztof Duda. His next opponent, not an easy one, but they are both in the upper bracket. It's going to be Jan Krzysztof Duda against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the upper bracket. And as you both highlighted, for Benjamin Bach, there's a second chance in the lower bracket. He'll be facing Pranesh. The noises, the crowds, the cheering, it's only gonna get higher, louder, even more buzzing, the environment. I'm just so incredibly pumped by the fact that this is only day 2 of a 5 day event here at the Esports World Cup, the main event in chess. $1.5 million is at stake, ladies and gentlemen. So the stakes, the pressure could not be higher, and all the players also playing for their esports teams. Club championship points are on the line, very valuable points. Let's take a look at what we have here today. This is the group stages, and we have just covered the first game. Actually, wait a second, I forgot. My head, with all of the buzzing, it's also buzzing, but we gotta go over to the stage first to Jan to talk to the winner of this crucial match, Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, Jan Krzysztof, congratulations. First match, you made it look easy. What happened?
Thank you. You know, it's never easy. I think I had just better time management and overall had simple play in both of the games. Like, okay, I like actually playing brilliant game, you know, like in short time controls, because of course Black is fine everywhere, but it's at least, you know, I have an easy goal to push pawns on the king side, and I mean, you know, from my experience, I know it's like easier to play with white. And with black, okay, I didn't quite equalize. I mean, I knew that this b6 move is holding, but I couldn't quite remember what to do after knight d2, and just decided to be solid. I mean, worse, but solid. And also, from my experience, I know it's not that easy, actually, to play. I mean, it's better for white for sure, but it's also not that, you know, you are winning positionally or something, yeah, like you are never going to get the c5 and knight on d6, so... Yeah, and luckily, you know, I spotted this queen takes d1, bishop d6, but luckily realized it's not over yet, so that was also an important step.
You've mentioned in the past you don't enjoy playing slow chess that much. How do you feel about these 10-minute games? Is that to your liking?
Yeah, it's an adrenaline rush for sure. I mean, I'm more used to playing with increment, obviously, but I don't mind playing, you know. I mean, as long as I, you know, don't lose in 5 moves.
Your next opponent will be Nordibek Abdusatorov. You faced him last year and you had this very unfortunate mouse slip. Have you done anything to work on your mouse skills?
You know, in a sense, you know, the bar is very low at the moment, so it can't really, you know, go worse, I guess. So, I mean, of course, Nordibek is a very difficult opponent, and it's gonna be a tough match, but again, there is a fair chance it will be better than last year.
Thank you so much, Jan Krzysztof. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jan. Congratulations to Jan Krzysztof Duda for Weibo Gaming, who makes it to the upper bracket to face Navi's Nordibek Abdusatorov in his next matchup. It's a rematch in a way, and we hope it will go better with those famous mouse skills. What we're going to be witnessing today, again, is an incredible day of chess. This is the group stages. The stakes could not be higher. $1.5 million is on the line. Club championship points are on the line. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, you will want to be here. Do not go anywhere, because the runner-up of last year's Esports World Cup will be with us. Alireza Firuza, representing Team Falcons, will be facing Wei Yi, who is representing Team Nemesis. This is the club championship fight, and the Falcons will want to defend their title. See you on the other side of this short break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. This is chess at the Esports World Cup at the highest level, fastest speed for $1.5 million at stake and club championship points on the line. Our next matchup is a blockbuster. Team Falcons are seeking to defend their title, but at the moment they are not in the lead. One of their highest hopes in chess is that last year's runner-up, Elisa Firouzja, will perform really well this year again and maybe even get the 1,000 points for Team Falcons. His opponent is none other than Grandmaster Wei Yi, representing Team Nemesis. This is a match as a best of two, one game with each color. The time control is 10 minutes, no increment. The winner will move on to the winner's bracket and the loser will be going down to the lower bracket and might face elimination in their second chance. We have here last year's runner-up, the man who nearly defeated Magnus Carlsen. Only 23 years old, Elisa Firouzja, representing the Falcons. And 27-year-old Wei is also approaching his seed. Kostya, Jan, this matchup, it's not the first time they see each other. Last year, in fact, they were in the same group at the Esports World Cup. And because Elisa won that match, Wei had to go down to the lower bracket. And eventually, his runner-up position made him qualify directly to this year, Elisa Firouzja's case that is, while for Wei, his path was a lot longer and harder to make it back here this year. Jan, what are your thoughts on his qualification and how that match went last year?
I think this is the highest level matchup we've seen on this stage yet. Two absolute world-class players. Elisa very much in the top 3 in the world in this format. And Wei Yi just completely dominated the qualification day, the play-in yesterday. So these are two heavyweights of our game and they're getting started. So let's jump right into it.
Let's jump right in. Kostya, Jan, take it over from here. Best of two. Whoever wins will make it to the winner's bracket. The loser goes to the lower bracket. All the marbles, lots at stake for Club Championship points and the overall glory here at Chess. And we are in the opening phase already.
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, the game is underway here. Firouzja playing with the white pieces in the first round as he plays the famous London system. Jan, your predictions for this match. Who's the winner?
I'm confused because something weird just happened. I think Wei Yi mixed up his moves as early as move 5, which you see rarely at this level. Some subtleties. Normally white starts with a knight out, not with a pawn to c3. And now bishop out, you can just take that pawn on c5. And it's not so easy for black to recapture it because it can be defended by the other pawn. Pawn to b4. So I think Wei Yi already made a mistake, which makes my prediction Alireza is the favorite now.
Yeah, good call. I'm with you. And Firouzja, Wei Yi already spent a minute there on his clock. I think he's realized that he's messed this up. Yeah, you're not supposed to be a pawn down in this way. As now white is just having an extra pawn, and black doesn't really have any great compensation to show for it. So this match, it just started, and Firouzja already has the lead. I would think that he's got to be the favorite going in. He's just such a wizard in online chess. He's one of the only few players that can defeat Magnus Carlsen in this format. And yeah, he's off to a very nice start against Wei Yi.
Yeah, this is shocking. You don't see this at this level. A significant advantage after so few moves. Alireza played this, what we call the London system, which is typically a system you teach beginners because it's easy. You put the pawn in the middle, you bring the bishop out, you put your pawns, and then you do nothing. But to emerge with a big advantage from that opening, it's pretty much unheard of. So Wei Yi maybe still suffering from yesterday's matches, not fully awake yet.
Yeah, I mean, he had an incredible day yesterday. He won all his matches, barely lost. I don't know if he even lost a game there, but yeah, we can see his heart rate is already at 130 beats per minute. I think he's realized just how badly he's messed up this first game. Maybe a bit of nerves going into today's match, but yeah, he's already got his work cut out for him in this first game as Firouzja just off to a very nice lead.
Yeah, this happens very rarely. Alireza confused him a little bit by making a move on move 5, pawn to c3 that normally they don't play at Super Grandmaster level. Normally you bring the knight out and then you can bring the bishop out. So he just mix up his move order, but it really should not happen. Now he's trying to get some counterplay for that missing pawn, but white just has an extra pawn and a better position. So Alireza now he can even take that black knight, pawn recaptures, and then jump with his knight to the center, hit that pawn again, and the bishop. It just looks terrible for Wei Yi. Yeah, and this happened.
Yeah, just a beautiful position for Firouzja. I feel like he's probably had this before in online chess. And yeah, so far just off to a fantastic start for him. And oh, that's the tough part about chess. Like Wei Yi knows he's messed up. He knows he's already much worse, close to losing basically, but he can't resign here. He still has to fight on and just try to pose some problems and make it difficult for Firouzja to convert this.
I don't know if he'll manage. If we look at the heart rates, Alireza is 74, which we've only seen from Benjamin Box so far, but looks very relaxed. Feels right at home in this format. Made it to the finals last year. And let's not forget, Alireza not long ago was pretty much the up-and-comer in chess. Magnus Carlsen said, you know what, I don't want to defend my classical world title unless I get to play against Alireza. That could be interesting. And now he has these even younger people breathing down his neck, entering the top 10, the Sindarovs, up to Satorovs, Chimeras of the world. So at 23, he's no longer a kid, and I feel he wants to show he's still very much on top of our game.
Yeah, it was so incredible when Magnus basically named Firouzja as his successor. Firouzja does hold the record being the youngest player in history to reach that coveted 2,800 mark. So definitely just one of the most incredible talents that we've seen in chess in the last 30 years. And yeah, so far his campaign to win the EWC is great. As Anna mentioned last time, he did finish runner-up to none other than Magnus Carlsen. He was very close in that match as well. So yeah, Firouzja got to be happy. Along with his team, Team Falcons must be rooting for him quite a bit here.
Absolutely. Falcons have both Alireza and Nakamura, who finished second and third last year, but only one of them can score. So they will have their hopes on Alireza starting strong here. And it looks like he is. We don't talk that much about the position because it's very, very sad for black. He's just missing a full pawn, which at this level is pretty much decisive. Like you said, not decisive enough to resign, but you don't save this very often. I would give Alireza 80% to win this.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see how much fighting spirit Wei he has if he can somehow manage to make a mess of it. But he's also down on the clock. So the thing is, like, even if he somehow gets back into the game, he's still going to have to face that clock in the long run. So Jan, after 94 here, how does White react to this? Do we defend the pawn? Do we trade knights? What's the plan?
I think you can just take, but I like bringing the bishop to the center, covering that pawn, and then put the bishop on d4 in the middle of the board, covering everything. But Alireza decides to keep it simple. He just takes, which also looks sensible.
But maybe now we'll see this bishop maneuver. This does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Black got to undouble his pawns, so at least he's a pawn down, but he no longer has these double pawns he has to deal with. But I still really, really like White's position. He also has all this potential on the queen side to push his pawns there, and the bishop maneuver is still very much in the cards.
Yeah, it feels like an easy plan for White. You put your bishop in the center of the board on d4, you connect the rooks, bring both rooks over to the queen side on the left side of the board, and then you just start advancing this massive pawn majority. We saw that in the first match between Duda and Bach, where he basically won with the king side pawn majority. Now Firouzja's got a queen side pawn majority here, and yeah, feels like White has just a very straightforward plan here just to keep improving.
Alireza Firouzja, his brother, also a strong chess player, sometimes covers his matches online and gets very upset if things go wrong for Alireza. Mo Reza can be happy here because Alireza in complete control, just trying to work out the most precise way here.
Yeah, as they've just equalized on the clock. So Firouzja using that extra time he got in the opening to make sure that he continues this in the most precise way. I think he's a true chess player. I've seen him flag so many people. He really is one of the nastiest in time scrambles, right? Very good with those pre-moves. But this position, I think he just wants to win on the board. I don't think he wants it to come down to some kind of time scramble.
No, because he's so fast, he can afford the luxury to think for a minute or two. He's not worried about getting down to a minute because he can make 100 moves easily with 1 minute on the clock.
Absolutely. But now, yeah, he spent a lot of time after this knight capture and a bit of a head shake there.
Something's irritating him. I don't know what, but maybe he's annoyed that he took the knight instead of bringing that bishop directly, which looked even cleaner. But he still has a good position. He can do whatever. He can push his pawns. He can bring the bishop to the middle. But something's bothering him.
Yeah, I guess, you know, the chess players, they always want to play perfectly. Perhaps he captured with some plan in mind and then he changed his mind. And yeah, a little upset there, but computer still loves his position. I think a4, perfectly reasonable move there that he finally plays.
It's a big skill in chess to forget the last move you made, because very often you're upset, you miss some detail, and you spot it immediately after. That can sometimes take you off your game. Alireza, he can tilt, but normally not when he has a good position. If he loses a game, he can tilt in the tournament, but he's also very capable of dominating if things go well. He's one of the few who can just win many games in a row against world-class players.
Absolutely. I feel like his teammate for Team Falcons, Hikaru Nakamura, he's kind of well known to be upset even in a completely winning position. Right. He'll shake his head if he feels like he missed something or he didn't play in the most precise way. But yeah, here Firouzja has got to be incredibly happy with his chances.
Yeah. With Alireza, it's more internal. You won't see him getting visibly upset while Nakamura gets visibly upset but then keeps playing well. Well, Alireza, he keeps his composure, but it can affect his level if he's missing something.
Exactly.
So far here, he's very much in the driver's seat.
And there we finally see this bishop maneuver you mentioned just a few minutes ago, transferring that bishop to the center where it's just incredibly solid, locking it all down. And yeah, eventually I think Black will kind of have to challenge this bishop because otherwise just such a strong piece. It's holding the queen side, it's hitting the king side, and these pawns are going to start advancing soon.
Yeah, and it's hard to challenge. It's backed up by both these white pawns, and if White is given time, he will just put his bishop there, bring the queen out, bring the other rook over to the queen side, and then work on that pawn break, pawn to b5, and these pawns will just do damage. I don't see how Black survives this still.
Yeah, just a massive edge here for Firouzja. So Wei's going to have to dig deep here, just come up with some kind of defensive setup. There's no counterplay on the board that I can find for Black. So I think it's really just a matter of maintaining and then just trying not to make it easy for White. Yeah, just don't blunder something simple. And, you know, you might get lucky. You never know. Anyone at this level with this time can still blunder, mouse slip. Things can happen.
Yeah, Wei is at a strange point in his career. He's 27 years old, which is still young enough in chess terms, but he's no longer a prodigy, because I think he was the youngest to break 2700 at age 14 or something crazy. So he's been a prodigy of the game. But now he's an established world-class player, but he just played this candidates tournament where he could qualify for the World Championship match. He didn't really get close. So I'm wondering if that's a little bit in his bones, like, where's this going? Do I have a shot at being world champion? Or where's my career going? but he's still, of course, one of the best in the world. So I'm curious how he's going to fare here. Yesterday, he did dominate.
Yeah, he really is an interesting player. We mentioned, Magnus named Ferrugia as his successor, but when Wei Yi had his run in his teens, 14, 15, 16, breaking all of Magnus's records, the whole world thought that he was going to be the next Carlsen and become world champion. I mean, he still reached incredibly high level, but yeah, not quite up to the expectations people had for him.
The thing that also, I don't know if it held him back, but his countryman Ding Liren emerged as the Chinese top player and also became the world champion. So maybe as Ding, who's also his friend, was holding this world champion title, it sort of stopped Wei Yi in his own path to that title. He even wrote a very touching poem for his friend Ding Liren before the world championship match. I can't quite recite it, but he's a lyricist as well as a top chess player.
Yeah, you don't see that too often, chess players writing poems, especially for one another.
I don't know if AI was involved, but it did look very, very genuine. As for the position, it's so bad. He's trying to fight against this pawn break. That's why he put his queen there, so both the bishop and the queen have an eye on the c5 pawn.
Right.
But white can just improve endlessly, can make it loaf, then he can bring his queen over to the other side of the board, because all black's pieces are stuck just defending against this one pawn break.
Yeah,
maybe
maybe
means there's holes somewhere else.
Maybe white can do the same, just slide his queen over one square, cover that c pawn in advance,
Also
and then
possible, yeah.
try to advance b5. I guess black then
You go rook
steps
c8,
over
try
with
to
his
stop
queen.
it, but it's just very, very sad. Alireza has all the time in the world, not on the clock, but on the chessboard, because there's nothing that black can really do.
Right,
Challenge is
just
set up.
build up endlessly. And there's queen d1. There's that maneuver over to the king side.
Yeah.
Principle of two weaknesses here. Now black has all of his resources defending against the queen side pawns. White switches over to the king side. A lot of those light squares look quite vulnerable. And yeah, so far Verrugia playing just a very, very accurate first game.
It's just so bad. It might look like what's happening is only one pawn, but all the black pieces have to remain passive, always covering that pawn break on the queen side. And now he's trying to cover the king side as well. But he will be overextended, and there comes queen to e2, once again hinting at that pawn break. Once that pawn crosses the Rubicon, it's very much over.
Now I guess we've got to see rook d to c8 sliding over to try and stop this this push. I'm not sure I see another move.
I don't know. Is b5 already possible here? We should mention you can also just take another pawn, take on a5, and then put it on a6, because where you left that one on, please.
Take a pawn, you get this open b file, and then there's this b6 square in black's territory that white can start using.
You take, you go a6, rook to b6, a5, then put the other rook there, and something's going to give.
Yeah. No, starting to look very, very close here for Verrugia. He does take. Does take. I mean, it's a bit ugly, but it's two extra pawns, and either one of these can win the game for white. So,
doesn't look quite pretty to me. Just how do you convert here where he's trying to attack them both? Pawn to a6, then he will take the other pawn, but it feels like there's something decisive looming.
Now, we mentioned this yesterday. You can't win a game at this level without at some point calculating one line accurately.
That's why I never win.
But Verrugia, he's so capable. His calculation is so good that for sure, I think he's going to be able to manage here. But
I think he's locked in. I think he'll wrap it up here. But we have to think. You advance this a pawn one square, then black will take the c pawn with the bishop. Then there has to be something decisive. Maybe it's rook to b7. Sorry, this is too long a line. But trying to distract that queen, the rook takes, the a pawn takes, and then the queen can't take because you take the bishop. So the other rook has to go, and it feels like white should win, taking and supporting. But sorry, I'm getting ahead of ourselves here.
That's very close. And Verrugia, of course, he's looking down all these lines.
Switching sides, also good.
Played queen g4. Yeah, a bit of frustration there on his head as Verrugia is now a minute down on the clock. So he is kind of running up against time pressure here, and he is going to have to find a way to convert soon. Perhaps it wasn't as easy as he might have thought it would be, and it's causing a little bit of frustration for him.
Yeah, maybe he was calculating that line I was trying to express, and it cost him a minute, and he decided against it because it wasn't so easy. But he's still totally winning. Queen to f5. He can take a pawn on h7, exposing that king, or he can just bring his rooks, rook to b6, rook b1. Should collapse, but it can be annoying if you can't wrap it up. And 145, it's not that much time.
Yeah, he's clearly getting annoyed here. He doesn't take the bait with the pawn on h7. I think he could, but I think he just didn't want to allow any kind of counterplay for black. Instead, he lifts his rook up to this beautiful outpost on b6. Love this move. Now he can double with his rooks on the b file. Eventually, maybe the 7th rank will be very useful for white.
Yeah, black has to take that pawn on a5. You gotta do something. And then let's see if Alireza can find a clean way to end it. It's
maybe queen can infiltrate, queen to d7.
Queen can infiltrate, and Alireza's shaking his head again. It looks like he's losing when he's completely winning the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, still very much in control. The engine still loves this position. The eval bar is almost all the way to black's corner of the board, which is a very good sign for him. But yeah, he's about to cross under 1 minute soon, and still a lot of pieces on the board.
What's also funny is it looks like Alireza is dying in 1,000 deaths, but his heart rate says like 71, 72. I'm starting to question the accuracy there. While Wei Yi looks completely stoic, but his heart rate is at 130.
Incredibly opposed. Maybe
we need to switch.
Maybe they're
around.
flipped.
I'm not buying this.
Yeah, it really feels like they've got the opposite heart rates going. But
yeah, that could very much be.
You never know who's really frustrated and dying on the inside. So there's rook to b1. He's doubled up on the b file, and now if black takes, he can take with his pawn and create an incredibly passed pawn. You can also just recapture with the rook, but you know, white never made left. I feel like he really should have opened up a square for his king when he still had everything under control, because now it's going to be an important tempo that he needs on this move at some
he had
point.
all the time in the world to play h3. Good chess advice. Normally, when you have time, just make a luft, then you don't have to worry about it later.
Absolutely. There's the trade, and does take with the pawn. White's still completely winning here. Maybe he advances the pawn even further as he tries to get a new queen and win the game.
But he has 50 seconds. He's fast, but if he forgets about the clock...
Yeah, there's no increment here. And we've seen some shameless flagging in these matches so far. Rightly so. They're playing for a lot of money.
Etiquette has changed. Nowadays, you flag. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. And pawn to b7. Computer does not endorse. What's wrong with it? Queen can attack the pawn, and then... I don't like that he doesn't have a luft. It makes you feel slightly... Queen to c7. Alireza looks so upset all the time.
Queen c7 play. Yeah, he's got to find something precise here.
Yeah. The pawn, he can't hold on to it. It's down to 32 seconds. Looks like he might be bungling this.
No, this game really feels like it's turning around. I mean, 30 seconds for Firouzja. 2 minutes for Wei Yi.
Heart rate even going up to almost 100. On to c4. He should still be better, but he's still missing that luft for his king, so he has to waste one more move after rook takes b7 to actually give his king some room.
Yeah, can't black just take this pawn? And
does. This is almost equal now. He's really messed this up.
No, with
down to 20 seconds.
With the time usage, I think it's gone completely wrong for Firouzja. I mean, how has he spoiled this?
I don't know what happened. He got in his head when he couldn't calculate a clear win, and then he spent a lot of time and made some questionable moves. Now, he might just lose on time. 21 seconds is not normally enough, no matter how fast you are.
Yeah, and objectively, Wei Yi's position is now just like close to absolutely fine. He does have to find this d4 break right now in order to really make a mess of things, but...
Maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe he just has to make moves. Like 21 seconds is not like there's this position where you can pre-move, because you have to anticipate what's going to happen. And see, d4 he did spot, and he made this pre-move.
Yeah, now Firouzja just has to play instantly, but his position is no longer better. Wei Yi is just a huge favorite in this game.
What a turnaround.
Absolutely unreal.
You can also just tease an endgame now. Queen f3 or queen to g5. You don't have enough time to make it through the endgame. Wei Yi also taking his time, which is weird. I mean, just make moves quickly and you're home.
Yeah, just don't blunder. But he knows how dangerous Firouzja is. He knows if he blunders something, he will get punished here. So
how fast Ali is.
Yeah. Should you hear me? Queen f7
up on the clock. You really have to move.
Okay, there we see Wei Yi speeding up.
Now he's in pre-move mode.
Yeah, now his position's again winning because of this past a-pawn, and it feels like he's going so much faster. Wei Yi's about to catch up and then fall under.
And now his moves are easy again. Now you push the pawn, you get the king out of the way, you run.
Yeah,
there's
check.
no perpetual. Alireza seen everything.
Queen f1. Yeah, a6 pre-moved. A7 can be very, very quickly played as well. Now, Firouzja's up on the clock. How did this happen? He was down a full minute.
Down, 21 seconds against a minute something. Now he's just winning on time. Never doubt Alireza.
Wow. Wow, well, we learned our lesson there. Oh. And the crowd cheers. Firouzja knows that was not clean at all.
What
and he's
a
gonna
comeback, though.
He's gonna see just how winning he was throughout this game.
But wait, he did this himself. He had more than a minute. The position, everything was on the board, everything was fine, and he just caught up on the clock and allowed it to be easy for him.
Honestly, a bit too much respect for the game, trying to find the accurate moves, and yeah, he should have just flagged the guy. I mean, Firouzja had 15 seconds with all the pieces on the board. Then he gets to an end game where all of his moves are easy. He can start pre-moving, and yeah, really misplayed by Wei Yi there in that time scroll. And he had such a huge advantage.
Yeah, both sides not on their typical level. Wei Yi messing up the opening, fighting and losing battle for almost all the game, and then Alireza spending way too much time, allowing his opponent very much back in the game, using these famous pre-move skills to still pull it out of the gutter.
Yeah, well, anyway, Firouzja gets the job done. Very unhappy with his performance, as we can see, but now he will have a full point lead. All he needs is a draw in the next game. Basically the same thing we saw in the first match between Duda and Bach. The high-rated player winning the first game with white, now having to hold with black. And yeah, it's all going to be on Wei Yi to see if he can bounce and strike back.
My theory is Alireza isn't sure if he wants to win this match or not, because he knows if he wins, Zach will interview him, and they have some history. So maybe thinking, you know what, I'll lose this match, avoid Zach, I'll win some matches later when Zach is not around, and maybe thinking that's the easier path.
Yeah, the memes are flying. You can see he's really struggling with this dilemma. Yeah, we'll see how the second game goes for him. We should get started momentarily. I think Wei Yi having some technical questions about his setup there. Perhaps pre-moves weren't turned on. Maybe that's why.
Oh, he looked very, very slow. I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, sometimes you gotta check the settings before. If you don't have auto queen or pre-move on, you're at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, it can cost you the full game. And there we go, the second game starting here. Wei Yi with the white pieces in an absolute must-win situation. Otherwise, he goes down to the lower bracket. Firouzja advances to the upper brackets.
Yeah, as always at this level, losing the first game is tough because black can be so solid, especially the world-class players. They can all play e4, e5, play the Berlin defense, be solid in the Italian. So to create something is very, very difficult.
And we see this early bishop out to g5. Definitely feels like one of the sharper ways to play the Italian game.
Yeah. You add that pin to the equation, and black always has to decide, do I go pawn to g5, do I weaken my king but break the pin? Or do I try to avoid it? But then the pin is annoying. Well, if you go g5, the game becomes very sharp, which you want in a must-win situation with white.
Yeah, I mean, definitely stylistically a decent choice from Wei Yi, but looks like Firouzja is playing quickly. Seems like he knows these positions really well. I feel like he plays them with both colors. Wei Yi probably does too. Italian games just at the elite levels now.
No,
you know this very well.
Theory. And yeah, bishop to e6 is interesting. He's saying, I only need a draw. I don't want to play g5. I don't want to weaken my king side. I want to exchange bishops, and I want to put the queen on the square where the bishop is now, and break the pin without weakening my king side. This is the solid way to play. Gives white a slight advantage. But you can see Alireza picking his opening moves depending on the match situation. Pretty sure if it was equal, he would have played more sharply.
Right, and so we'll see how this approach pays off. You know, yesterday we saw Parham Maksudlu in a similar situation where he had a great position with black, but all he needed was a draw. He ends up starting to play very passively, playing for that draw, and then losing this game to Esipenko. Hopefully Firouzja doesn't fall under that same trap and just keeps playing his usual chess.
Yeah, no, he's certainly choosing the solid way here. Slightly worse for black. This is all quote-unquote theory. You take on f6, you push your pawn to b5, and white is supposed to have a small edge, but black's moves are sort of easy to make, and the drawing margin is bigger. So I think so far he knows what he's doing. He knows all these options, because all these guys are specialists. But we're just getting started. Wei Yi taking a moment.
Yeah, now I think black, of course, still has to figure out what to do with the king, but eventually probably he'll...
Castle kingside.
Kingside, yeah. Yeah, it's got to be, especially now that white's just so far advanced on the queen side. Knight is transferring over to the king side as well. Knight to g6, likely black's next move here. And,
no, the battle is often on the queen side. Note that black did not take this pawn, but left it there not to open the a-file. And what white often tries to do is to provoke black to actually take it, to get some more play. Sometimes they even put the rook to b1, threaten to advance further, induce that capture, so to have one open file to work with. So far, both sides' complete development.
I'm still shocked by the developments of that last game. Firouzja was just in control over the board, in control of the clock, and then all of a sudden it's equal and he's down 20 seconds against a minute and a half and still wins it. I mean,
maybe he relaxed too much with his winning advantage, and then he woke up when he saw he had 20 seconds and he switched to Bullet Alireza, who is pretty nasty, arguably the best 1 minute player in the world.
Oh, Bullet Alireza is, incredibly dangerous. And look at Jan. His heart rate is now under 70 beats per minute. I mean, he's really,
how low can he go?
Cool
My resting heart rate is like 110.
Yeah, I mean, how do these guys do it? Well, I guess we see how they just stay very calm under pressure.
Didn't look like he stayed that calm. His heart is telling one story. His moves and clock management are telling another.
Yeah.
As for the position, it's all still very much established tracks. Black is a little passive typically here. Now you can take the pawn on b5 because the rook left that open file. But it looks like Alireza is not too keen on releasing that tension.
Yeah, I would expect knight to g6 here. The knight on e7 can't really stay there forever.
Once the knight goes, then white takes the other knight with the bishop, the queen takes, and you have this pawn break, pawn to b6, which is sort of on the agenda now. Alireza is trying to figure out how big a threat that is, because it's a bit unpleasant typically.
Yeah, this b6 move is quite annoying. And how does black deal with it? I guess you got to take on b5, right? But then white takes with the pawn and reinstates the threat.
Yeah, with the a file open, it's a slightly different story. I'm not sure. It's so many subtleties, which frankly are quite boring, but that's where top players have to spend their time nowadays, because there's no like win out of the opening. You can't play the King's Gambit, sacrifice a bunch of pieces and checkmate. You have to study these small nuances, and takes, rook takes plate.
Pre-move there, so Wei's pre-moves are working.
Maybe it's testing. Pawn takes is no longer that tempting now that black would have gotten the a file, so he takes with the rook, and I think he still knows his position. I think that because I still know it, and Wei is a bigger specialist.
Still know it as in this exact position?
Yeah, it's,
wow.
It's still in the files, as we call it. Most top grandmasters have files with opening analysis, where I still have this in my file, so I would guess so do these guys.
Wow, incredibly deep. There's Firouzja playing rook b8 to defend the pawn on b7. And, black seems like a bit worse, but on the other hand, it's holdable, right? Very solid still.
Slightly unpleasant, not too bad, but you have to be very precise to play this way Alireza played to neutralize white's nagging pressure there against the queenside pawns. Because you don't want to advance that pawn that would lock in your bishop, so you have to cover it manually or sacrifice it. And Wei is asking again, would you please advance that pawn one square?
Yeah, blocking that bishop. Now, is rook b8, queen to b1, this is still your files?
I think I'm out of book somewhere around here. I would have to check, but there's rook b1, a takes b, rook takes b5 idea I recall, because it looks counterintuitive that you don't take with a pawn. But now black to come up with a way to cover this. You can't really drop the queen back, because then the bishop takes the knight and the queen can no longer recapture. So it looks like you have to sacrifice a pawn here. That's what he's doing. Brings the knight finally and gives up on that pawn on b7, looking for counterplay.
Okay. No, it looks very tempting. I feel like this is for sure well in Firouzja's wheelhouse. No problem sacrificing a pawn here. And does Wei have a choice? Can he drop back, or he's probably obliged to take on f6? And
I think you want to take the pawn. If you drop back, even the queen could go back and cover that pawn. And I don't think you're getting very far. So no, take it. He's in a must-win spot. At least be a pawn up.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if there's no objective advantage, just pawn up. In the long game, you can always try to make something happen.
It's hesitating because black gets counterplay. Like this remaining knight would jump into the infamous f4 square close to the enemy king. So good play by Alireza. But it looks like he was also forced to do it. There were no easy ways to play solidly.
Yeah, we remind the viewers that players, they play one move at a time, but they're seeing and anticipating several moves in advance before they make such a decision. So Wei, he's calculating right now to see just as far as he can, right? He takes the knight, he takes the pawn, black gets counterplay, and then what's the defense there?
How do you solidify? Like, do you have enough resources to safeguard your king and eat that pawn, or is it too much? And they can all do this Beth Harmon stuff. They don't even have to look at the green, so Wei Yi is calculating very, very deeply here, and so is Alireza, because they know the sequence is obvious. Take the knight, queen takes, rook takes the pawn, knight jumps into f4. The rook can't take the bishop because it's pinned, so then what do? How do you defend? Do you drop the knight back? That's what they're thinking about. He takes
on B7
without
first.
taking the bishop, and that is a mistake.
Whoa, Engine hates that move. Says knight takes h4. And then what's the follow-up there? It feels like Firouzja, he kind of jumped up a bit in his seat. I feel like he felt the eval go down, right? He has this like supernatural instinct.
Yeah. They have this very keen sense for there's a disturbance in the force, but sometimes feeling that something's wrong and then calculating the exact line are two very different things. And here, the way to do it, okay, we'll wait if he sees it, but is to take the bishop and then sacrifice your knight on e4, which is a very, very surprising move.
Yeah, not obvious at all.
The pawn can't take back because then you take with the queen, but the rook can take back. And what is the follow-up?
I think if rook takes back, maybe there's a back rank issue. Black takes on b7, swings the other rook over to b8.
Exactly, but that's hard to see. And once again, emphasizing the importance of you need to make a luft.
Yeah. Well, if Firouzja spots this, that's
this
quite
is not a standard tactic, though.
No, not at all. I mean,
so odd.
You kind of forget about 94 because that rook on e1 is defending this pawn. If it was just the pawn, it's defending both the knight and the pawn. Then, of course, you'd see that tactic very quickly. But yeah. Also, you would think if knight e4, rook e4, d5 or something should be the follow-up.
Yeah.
But yes, rook to b7. Very interesting that the bishop on a7 is hanging, but the rook is pinned down to the queen. So
yeah, so much stuff happening in this position. But will he spot it? He has a good alternative. He could go knight to g4, which is a more quote-unquote human move, hitting that pawn on f2. The bishop still can't get taken, and white has to go passive.
that seems way more likely. Just attack f2, use that very strong unopposed bishop on a7, and force white to defend on f2.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's the human way to play, because his knight takes e4 was crushing, but very, very hard to spot.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if you told Firouzja knight e4 works, he probably sees why it works in a second, right? But probably just didn't consider it in this moment.
Because top players, they also live on pattern recognition, and that's not a pattern you ever see. You take a pawn that's defended twice, so often it doesn't even make the list of moves. But if you tell them there's a tactic here, of course, they will spot. And pawn to d5, nicely played. He's trying to open the position up while white is passive with his knight on the rim. The rook had to go passive to cover that pawn. Saying, you know what? It might be a pawn down, but for now, I get to have all the fun. Looks very nice for black.
Yeah, I love this for Firouzja. And so far, okay, he won the first game. He had some hiccups, but he did win. Now the second game, basically, he's been in control. Similar to our first match with Duda and Bach, where Duda was also up 1-0 and then started to take the initiative in that second game.
So far, Alireza's been dominating, but he could still do what he did in the first game. I don't know, get in his head a little bit, forget about the clock. But the chess part before the time trouble, he's been dominating in both games so far.
Yeah, that was not a great look for him, but we'll see how his conversion kind of stacks up in this one. All he needs is a draw, of course, so he's not having to win this game. If things trade down into an equal endgame, from the match perspective, that's completely acceptable for Firouzja.
Still looking at the board. He's not looking around if Zach is waiting to interview him. If he draws this, then the match is over. Alireza continues in the upper bracket, kicking Wei Yi down.
And yeah, then Wei Yi will get his first taste of the lower bracket. He qualified through the play-ins yesterday where he basically dominated the field, but this is another level of chess that he's facing here in Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, this is one of the big favorites. I don't know, what's your ranking? Like, I'm guessing Magnus is first, but then who you got as other favorites?
Pre-show, I did say that maybe Naka is a touch favorite over Firouzja, just from point of view that I think Naka wants this incredibly badly. I'm sure Firouzja does as well. I think it's really hard to say. I think he and Naka are basically kind of equal runner-up favorites to Magnus. So hard to choose.
Elkins having the 2 and 3 on our list. But I believe in Alireza. He's hungry for this one. He canceled the Grand Chess Tour, another prestigious chess tournament happening right now, saying, no, this is the city where I live, Paris, France. I need to be in the EWC.
Yeah, he gave up a very, very important event, not just one event, but multiple events in the Grand Chess Tour, you know, where there's also a lot of money at stake on the line here, but clearly felt that this event was more important for him. to try and win. But then after Magnus, Firouzja, and Hikaru, and that fourth favorite, I think, is a really interesting question. You know, who else will sneak into that semifinal?
Hard to say. I always like Nordibek Abdusatorov's chances. He looks determined, looked strong in his first match. But yeah, of course, everybody's world class here. We also have some young guns that we will see soon, whom I can't really evaluate that well, like the Lazovics, Sina Movahead, what level they're on. But yeah, very hard to say. What we can say is that Alireza is doing fine here. He has many good options. He can play queen to c6 or a6, target that rook, and target some white pawns. Shouldn't be any trouble. He's shaking his head again. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Yeah, and again, this could be a repeat of the last game where he has a nice position, but he starts spending time looking for some forced concrete win, not finding it, getting frustrated, and then going down on the clock. I think this is not the most practical approach. Feels like Black has a number of decent moves here. You know, maybe just like bishop to b6, you know, force the trade of rooks. He can bring his knight back to f6. Feels like a lot of good options.
He's too confident now after he won that last one on 20 seconds. He's thinking, you know what, I can take 2 minutes, calculate. Can always flag the guy, but that's not how it works.
I do like queen c6, hitting the rook, hitting white c-pawn as well. Seems like Black is keeping his edge, and yeah, well, he needs to find a way to win this game. But right now, I feel like it might only be on the clock. But as we've seen, that's way easier said than done against Firouzja.
But let's see. So you have to take the rook now. Black recaptures with his rook, attacking the queen. And the queen goes to the c2 square where it covers all the pawns. And I don't see anything direct for Black. At least white is still a pawn up. So maybe there's some hope, even though it looks ugly.
Yeah. What to do here for Wei? I think he's got a trade. I mean, the rook is
Also,
hanging on b7.
What's he thinking about?
Yeah.
You have to take on b8. Oh, no, he goes back. Whoa.
Okay. I mean, makes sense. He covers the pawn. He says, if you trade, my queen comes in. But Black can trade and bring his other rook in, right? Doesn't make huge difference. You're still going to have to...
So what I'm wondering about is there knight takes f2? And he doesn't do it. Now he switched to playing quickly. But maybe there was some tactics. Anyway, rook b8 is natural. Takes the open file.
Queen takes d5 here. Seems to be forced. Otherwise, you're just very passive.
What's going on? So you take the pawn, the queens get traded, and the rook comes in? Or what's his idea? Because he's giving up another pawn.
Yeah, clearly Firouzja has calculated something here. He played this move pretty fast. And maybe queen takes d5. Maybe he just grabs one of his pawns on c3 or a4.
Why is that so good? Giving up that central pawn looks like a key pawn, but he blitzed it out.
Yeah, according to the computer, he's lost his advantage, but it's still equal, which is all Firouzja really needs to advance in this match. So yeah, maybe just taking a practical approach, maybe learning from the lessons of last game, just not spending time looking for the knockout, but rather keeping his edge. And yeah, for now, it seems like he's still in control.
Taken. I still don't see it. Like, you can exchange queens, and it looks very active, but if you exchange queens, bring the rook in, white can go knight to e4, knight to f3 back, cover everything. No, he takes the pawn, you're right. Why is he so happy here? I don't understand.
Well, it feels like bishop on a7 is still strong. Maybe the rook can come down to the second rank here. Notice he also made Luft for his king, so he doesn't have to worry about that, whereas white still needs to play this h3 move at some point.
Yeah. Well, he's a pawn down, and the momentum looks like it's gone a bit. I don't know. Feel Wei Yi's still in this.
Yeah, pawn up, 30 seconds up on the clock. And Firouzja, of course, no idea what the eval is. Starting to get a little nervous there.
Like he's panicking a little bit. Heart rate above 80.
Yeah, that's marathon levels for Firouzja. I mean, okay, now he's about to be a minute down on the clock.
Probably calculating some insanely complicated stuff. I don't know, knight takes f2 or... and he brings the rook in. It's a mistake.
It's a huge mistake.
Someone spends a lot of time.
Is there queen a8 check?
Queen a8 check. You have to drop the bishop back, but then all your pieces get.
Oh, he missed it. Oh, he totally missed it.
Missed that move. Yeah.
Now white's totally in control. Wei Yi has a chance to strike back and win this game. Can he get it done? H3. There's that Luft, forcing the knight back. What can he do with that piece? Knight f6. Knight to c4. Now the e pawn is hanging.
That's
it's completely turned around for white.
Yeah, and you could see the momentum shifting. Once again, Alireza was sort of outplaying him, but then he couldn't calculate one clean way to wrap it up, be it a draw or a win. And often then, yeah, if you reject the most obvious line, you try to be sort of creative, you miss stuff. Now he's just lost.
Yeah, if Wei can convert this one, he will be taking the game to Armageddon, but he still has to out-blitz the speed demon Faruja. Just played c5, opening up that bishop. No threat to the knight, though. That bishop is pinned to Black's king, but... okay, now it's tough for White, because now his position is good. Now he has to start spending some time, figure out what's the most precise way.
He's played blitz games before. He's winning here. I really don't think he will give any chance. Also, what can Black do? If the king moves, we take this pawn on f7. If not, we push the a-pawn. Eraser's letting his time run out.
98.
Made some very ugly move. No, he's busted.
Oh, heading to c7. He's just trying to make a mess of it. But again, 20 seconds for Faruja. Gets a minute for Wei Yi.
a6 or queen d5, anything. A queen d5 hits the pawn on f7. Looks completely over.
Yeah, a6 now. No, this one is all Wei Yi all the way.
So we're headed for Armageddon.
Armageddon, yeah. If he can convert, there's another pawn that drops. Rook to a1, just praying for some back rank chances.
It's trickery.
Maybe g3, exactly.
Make
yeah.
some extra luft for the king. Yeah.
Another left Faruja just blitzing it out, but he really just doesn't have time. Wei Yi just needs to keep this edge. And there's the resignation. Faruja gives up as Wei Yi.
10 seconds on the clock, lost position.
Wow, takes it to Armageddon, and gotta say, that feels like that was all Faruja in that game as well, right? It's like he just kind
he's been controlling the match, but twice he had the chance to more or less wrap it up and failed. Now he will look through it, he will see the computer giving all these good lines for him. He'll be upset, but it's time to do the bidding.
Yeah, it's time for bidding. So folks, the way this works is their players are gonna bid for who is willing to play with less time on the clock and take the black pieces in exchange for the coveted draw odds, meaning that if the game is drawn, which is a very common result in chess, that means that black win the game. We see Wei Yi is not totally prepared for this moment. He's thinking about what he wants to bid there. The other player will have the full 10 minutes and the white pieces, but will face a must-win situation. Jan, what do you think? Is anyone going to bid low here?
I think 7.5 minutes is more or less fair. Then yeah, it could depend on how the match dynamics are, or if someone just wants white and not having to think about it, they will bid high. But I think the break-even points should be somewhere on 7.5 minutes, and I would expect the bids in that region.
Yeah, we'll see. I get the sense that Faruja here rather play with the white pieces. That first game went really well for him. Of course, it was an opening mishap from Wei Yi. Of course, the next game will be much more solid from the player from Team Nemesis.
That will not happen again, and Wei Yi, well, he was a bit outclassed, but he still made it to the Armageddon, arguably with a psychological advantage because he won the second game. So he should feel pretty good about himself now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it still feels like Faruja's a favorite, but Armageddons famously can go either way. And especially if Faruja has to have white and win the game, you know, he might end up in a very solid position and just not be able to create anything.
That is what they say about Armageddons. Can go either way. Either there's Armageddon or not.
Looks like the bids are in. They've just shown both players. No reaction from either one. We're about to find out who will be having the white pieces, who will take black with draw odds.
Faruja looks confident. I think he bid low. I think he relies on his speed. He's done something weird, like 6 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, when you bid low, you can, afford, if you have confidence in your mouse skills, you can definitely afford to have that huge time disadvantage. Now he's playing through the game, see all the options we miss. Do you think that's a good idea during the match to play through the game? Doesn't that tilt you a little bit to see all the misses?
Maybe, but chess players are also so curious, like what was happening and what did I miss? Like, it's very hard to resist that urge. And here we are. Let's have a look.
Yeah, right now both clocks are
10?
Cool.
Maybe they both said 10. They both
said 10 minutes. That would be a huge advantage for black then if it was equal time. But it looks like Wei Yi has been given the white pieces. So Faruja won the bid. We'll see how much time he starts with on the clock. And
here we have 649. That's what he believes in his mouse skills. He will go low.
Yeah, that's the lowest bid we've seen. Yesterday, we didn't see a single bid under 7 minutes. But here, Faruja really believes that he can catch up. And yeah, what we saw in the first two matches that he definitely is the faster player of the two.
Yeah. the faster player, but he has a tendency to get down to 20 seconds, and then you have to be really fast. This is all theory. They're comparing some very direct line. In the Italian, queen to c2 is meant to be small surprise, which, once again, is one of those. It will be somewhere in your files. This is not unheard of, but it's meant to maybe make Alireza second guess his repertoire. He takes on c3, pawn takes. Big decision if you want to take on f3 here, give white double pawns, or not, because these double pawns could also be strong. Advancing to f4 and f5, so it's very double-edged.
Yeah, I've always found this structure very difficult for black, because the bishop on b6, knight on c6, they both feel very restricted by white structure. At some point, I feel like black has to play f6 in order to free that position. Yeah, there we go. Firouzja does it right away. Trades on c6. Very, I would say, positional approach from Wei Yi, and feels like not a bad choice for this Armageddon game. Do you have any kind of strategy for the opening? Are you trying to play something slower that makes the game longer, or what do you think?
Necessarily, I think with white, if you can surprise your opponent even slightly, because he has little time on the clock and it's very hard to react to surprises in chess, then that's already a big accomplishment. Looks like he's achieved that. Structure is very complex. Black's king is safer, but he has this bishop on b6, which is really not participating right now, and it's very hard to reactivate because it's sort of boxed in by his own pawns.
Yeah, Firouzja's definitely spent more time in this opening. Wei Yi only 30 seconds, whereas Firouzja is already a minute and a half down compared to what he started with, but still plenty of time, and a number of pieces have gotten off the board. So if black somehow finds a way to break with c5, and kind of freeze position, and
king f1 is a weird move. Putting his king in the danger zone?
Yeah. Not getting king f1. And yeah, there's the c5 break, and it feels like it's just white's king that's open here. I mean, this has gone very wrong for Wei Yi really fast.
Yeah, pawn to a4 doesn't do much. You can even move up your own pawn to a5 and stop this inquiry.
Yeah, like a5 here. I'm also wondering if black is going to maybe push c4 and then advance his other c-pawn?
Yeah, right now a5 is a threat, so yeah.
Oh, a5, yes. Yeah, he has to figure this out for the bishop. Okay, takes.
Yes, take and take. Very direct. White will take.
F8.
I'm worried about the white king standing there on f1, and Alireza is willing to open the position further. Pawn to c5 again.
Yeah, love this move. If takes, we probably see a rook to the c-file. And yeah, it's just open lines to white's king. And black's king, very, very safe, can get tucked away there in the corner of the board.
Was a strange choice putting that king there. What can white do? It looks like you have to take that pawn. Then you can pin it. You can also take the pawn in the middle of the board with the queen hitting that rook in the corner. Looks like black gets to have more fun here. Yeah, he takes, attacks the rook. Rook goes away.
B1 looking for some kind of discovered attack against the queen, but right now the only threat is to that bishop on b6. Maybe we see bishop a5 challenging the rook on e1, and yeah, this is looking great for Firouzja's chances. He only needs a draw in this game, but right now he's simply better on the board.
Even though he's 4 minutes down, it looks like he found a decent pace. He started at 6.5, and he hasn't slowed down all that much.
Yeah. As we've seen, all he needs is 20 seconds to finish out a game in a nice position. So still plenty of time for him. And yeah, it's simplified. Now d5, d4 is a potential threat here.
Look good. The king is just too open. There's also always this queen check in the corner, or queen to h5, h3, f3. I don't see how you can stabilize enough with white here to generate any winning chances. Maybe you survive, but doesn't look great.
Yeah, that is how Wei Yi won the second game, which was critical for him to force this Armageddon, because he was not better out of that opening, and then he was worse, but he managed to survive. He let Firouzja kind of hang himself by looking for some kind of tactical counterplay. I feel like Firouzja here is now going to try to approach it much more practically and just secure the draw, which is all he needs.
Yeah, in very broad strokes, and I think it's so far confirmed by this match, Alireza has a better feel for the initiative. He's incredibly good at building good positions, but Wei Yi is an incredibly fast calculator. So once it gets very concrete to like short lines to calculate, he can outclass even Alireza Question is if we will get a chance here, because Alireza only needs to draw, and he's saying, you know what? I'm not material down. How about we exchange queens? I pick up your a-pawn. We make a draw. I advance.
Yeah, forcing the queen trade there because the rook in the corner was hanging. This is not at all what White wants in an Armageddon situation. But yeah, just one or two mistakes, and now he's landed here, and it just looks like Black is the one that's in control. This a-pawn is hanging. He can get behind White's c-pawn with rook to c4. Looking great. White is really just going to have to come up with some magic, and a bit of a smirk on Wei. I've never seen him express emotion, Jan. A bit of a smirk. He doesn't really love his chances there.
He would like to get his king out of the way at least. But the problem is if you move the king, there's this pawn to d4 using the pin. So he has to bring the rook first, rook to g1. But now Firouzja can just take that pawn, be a pawn up, and needing a draw, an endgame a pawn up is a pretty good starting spot.
Yeah. Clean pawn up, and okay, White still has the c-pawn, maybe rook to c2 just to get behind, but Black is very much in control here. Could react with rook to c4, just offer a trade of rooks.
To keep that pawn locked up. Nah. Okay. I keep saying I don't see much hope for Wei Yi, and then something dramatic happens, so I should stop saying it. But I don't see much hope for Wei Yi.
Yeah, well, we got to call it like it is, and then, you know, things happen, and then we call it differently. That's how it works.
Gotta be flexible. Okay, he does what he's supposed to do, keeps making moves. Can't change the status quo.
Bishop to c7, attacking that rook and the h-pawn behind it. Guessing invites rook to h3, but yeah, I don't see another decent move here for White.
Yeah, no. Maybe you can go forward, rook to g5, and that invites pawn to d4 as well. Once again, he has to create winning chances. Like, where are the winning chances?
Yeah, not seeing it. Firouzja still with a ton of time on the clock. He can make hundreds of moves, you know, from here if he wanted to. So, yeah, but okay, he has to figure out what to play. He can take on h2. That kind of gives White some activity. Maybe d4. Yeah.
Bishop has to drop back. The computer doesn't like it because the computer wants to make a draw. He wants to take on d4, rook takes, rook e7, make a draw. But it's Armageddon, you can't make a draw.
Yeah. Just unacceptable result here for White. Needs to play for the win. A draw is basically the same as a loss. A d4, bishop f6, very solid setup here for Black. Covers his d-pawn, covers g7, so there's no accidents that can happen there. Yeah, White's c-pawn is not going anywhere for the moment.
Classy little maneuver, improving that bishop, safeguarding everything in his position. Still, nothing to worry about for Alireza. Only that c-pawn, keep an eye on. But yeah, he has both rooks to deal with it. It's not going to be a problem.
Okay, rook e6, trying to advance. There's rook c8. You can still get behind with the rook to c4, so this pawn is not advancing anytime soon.
The problem is all the good moves seem sort of fighting for survival with White, like bishop to g5, try to exchange a bishop, and then maybe you can hang in there. But that doesn't help Wei Yi either.
Yeah, it needs to keep it complicated. Maybe king e2 now, start to bring in the king, but rook to c4 is coming, yeah?
c4 is a big threat just to rounding up that c-pawn. I'm sorry, Wei Yi, I just don't see it.
Yeah, once again, this game seems to be going Firouzja's direction, but so far it's been 2 games, and he had struggles in the conversion in both.
Absolutely. What could you do? If you push that pawn further, then just the other black rook attacks it. You can defend it for a move or two, but it's not gonna go anywhere.
Bishop f4, bishop d6 is there, but then, yeah, again, the pawn is stuck. So you're holding on to the pawn, but not really making much progress.
Yeah, black has his own passer as well. Once that stops running, will distract white. D pawn.
Yeah, as soon as his bishop moves out of the way, black will start running that a pawn. And yeah, that's a lot of counterplay. Wei Yi is getting lower on the clock. Soon he's going to be within a minute of Firouzja's time. Once that happens, seems very, very tough for him.
Well, he needs a miracle. Like Alireza has 3 minutes and it has an extra pawn in the end game. Something spectacular has to happen. Well, he's shaking his head because he sees there's no normal ways to create any problems.
Oh, that means he has to find something abnormal. Bishop h6, just try something.
Even the abnormal ways don't work. I think all he can hope for is Alireza getting in his own head, maybe calculating some line for too long. But it looks like so far, Alireza spent 1.5 minutes on this game. No, sorry, that's not true. 3.5 minutes on this game. He's playing fast. He's got it under control.
Yeah. But maybe that's the ploy. Give Firouzja something tactical to calculate and hope that he just spends too much time. It's really difficult to do as a chess player.
Wei Yi catching up on the clock, about to overtake or undertake Alireza.
But yeah, shaking his head. He knows that objectively his chances are very, very slim. He can hold this position easily. He can make a draw, but that's basically the same as a loss in this match. We are in Armageddon. Yeah, he keeps shaking.
Once again.
There's bishop to g5. Okay.
Firouzja, the nemesis.
Decides that
best move, but not really playing for a win. You have to get rid of that strong bishop to expose the black king a little bit.
Exactly. I mean, I guess he's hoping for, you know, maybe he can double his rooks on the second rank, but yeah, Firouzja's just not going to allow it.
Take the bishop, put one rook on c7. You're happy to simplify. You can trade the pawns. Yeah, there he goes, covering all the soft spots in his camp.
Yeah, difficult to even come up with a way for White to win here, just short of a massive blunder.
There is no way for Wei Yi, no pun intended. Rook to c4 next, and then you just push up these pawns, the d pawn or the a pawn. You're happy to trade them for the white c pawn, because with 2 versus 2 pawns on the king side, there is zero way for White to win. Just hopeless.
Yeah, looking good for Firouzja. Rook to c4 now, probably the move. Just take the c pawn, and then you really just get rid of all your losing chances. Wei Yi holds on to the pawn, but now
along a5, a4, you can just push the a pawn up the board.
Exactly, you can hang on to it, but you can't make progress. I like rook c3, not bringing in the king.
Subtle
for White. Okay, h4, very far from making a threat is Wei Yi. Now h6 is there. You can play a5.
Just run a5, a4, a3.
Yeah, and yeah, soon White is just gonna be facing a loss.
But is Alireza doing his calculating thing again? Why Alireza? Push the pawn.
a5, yeah, h6.
One
also.
trick I can see is rook f5 threatening rook e8 checkmate, but it's a bit too on the nose. I think he's trying to prepare it, like h6, rook f5, and then rook e8, rook f8. Which of course should never work, but you have to hope for something.
At least a hint of a chance for Wei Yi. At least he has some mate threats in mind, and yeah, Firouzja getting a touch stress there. His heart rate doesn't show it, but his face.
Rook f5, there he goes. Now he wants to give a check and then bring the other rook, creating some threats, but rook to c8 covers the back rank.
Okay.
Gives up the 7th rank for now, but that's less important, because if any move rook moves there, then you take the c pawn and you're fine.
You take the c pawn, and then your rook can swing over to g5 and hold g7. I think he's noticed this line. White can double on the 7th rank, but black will defend g7, and then, yeah, you're just never winning that.
Black is now also threatening to exchange a pair of rooks, so rook to f8, given that he needs to draw, would sort of trap the white rook, forcing an exchange and ending the game directly.
Yeah, if the rooks come off, then yeah, don't see any hope here for White whatsoever.
Alireza said something. You're not allowed to speak to your opponent. Maybe that's Wei Yi's last chance.
Oh, where are the lip readers at? What did he say?
Draw?
F4. A computer hates this move, but it doesn't matter that White is losing now. He just needs to create some drama here. Maybe he's giving the question. Yeah, Firouzja keeping it practical.
That's the clinical way, exchange the rook, and you can never lose.
Exactly, and then the a pawn starts running, and yeah, White will be forced to make a draw.
Yeah, you can resign here if you're Wei Yi, because there's just no chance to win this.
Yeah, looking off to the side, classic.
He's done with it. Yeah, you can tell by the face. He knows this is over. The quiet draw offer.
And there we go. The players are repeating, and Firouzja wins the Armageddon and qualifies for the next stage of the bracket. Wei Yi goes down to the lower brackets. Wow, tense match, Jan. It feels like it should have been a lot less close than it was.
Yeah, it feels well deserved, because Alireza was sort of dominating all 3 games, but he did make it close also. Wei Yi is world class, so nothing is given everything is earned. And Alireza did not only earn the win, but also the interview with Zach, which will come up soon. Anna, how was it for you?
It's been incredible, this match, the roller coaster, our very first Armageddon of the day, and we also have the opening ceremony right next to us for Rainbow Six, so it's gonna get louder, cooler. The atmosphere is absolutely buzzing. $1.5 million is on the line, but looking good at the moment for Alireza Firouzja, who is the runner-up of last year's Esports World Cup. But when it comes to how he started, that game one where he was lower on time, and then he flexed his opponent, then game two, and then the Armageddon. Kostya, take us through those 3 games as a summary if someone is just catching up with the show. What has just happened here?
Yeah, as I said, it was a lot closer than it really should have been. Firouzja was dominating that first game. We thought he was just winning, nearly resignable position for Wei. All of a sudden, Firouzja is down 20 seconds versus a minute and a half, and he's no longer better on the board. Ends up winning that game anyway. Game 2, Firouzja is again leading with the black pieces. Once again, spends too much time looking for some tactical win. Doesn't find it. Wei ends up snagging that victory from the jaws of defeat. That takes us to Armageddon. With the Armageddon, Firouzja calmed down. He's able to play solidly. He just needed a draw. He was able to do it, and with that, he does advance.
He does advance, and he doesn't know it yet, but his opponent in the semifinals of the upper bracket in Group A is going to be the same opponent he had last year in the semifinals, Arjun Erigaisi from Genji. He won his match against Nihal Sarin 2-0. All the other matches actually today have all been 2-0, clean sweep, except for this match that we have just witnessed, the blockbuster Firouzja against Wei Yi. And the next matches in the upper bracket are already for qualification. So it's going to be a rematch between Firouzja and Arjun Erigaisi. But right now what we want to know is how Zach is doing on stage, because a lot of people in the chessboard are calling Zach the doppelganger of Alireza Firouzja. So over to you, Zach and Alireza. Talk to yourself, please.
Thank you, Anna. Congratulations, Alireza, on your win with that match. Tell me about that first game. It was crazy up and down.
Yeah, I think I should have converted more smoothly the first game, and then yeah, second game also, like I had so many ways to just finish the match, but yeah, it's just the beginning, and it's a warm-up.
How do you manage to find yourself so resourceful in these critical moments in both games?
Yeah, I mean, the second game I was not so resourceful. I could have played much better, but yeah, first game was not a bad game, yeah.
And the third game, you needed a draw or a win to win the match. It went pretty smoothly for you. What were your overall thoughts on that one too?
Yeah, I mean, it was a smooth game. I think the opening went well for me, and after that it was pretty easy.
In your next matchup in the winner's bracket, you are facing Arjun Erigaisi. What do you think about that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we faced, I think, semi-final last year, so we are meeting early here. It will be exciting.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Zach. This is the first time that Zach has ever met and talked to Alireza in person. So huge moment for our reporter on the ground. And congratulations to Alireza Firouzja advancing to the semifinals of the upper bracket. As he said, he knows his opponent very well from last year's semifinals, and they are meeting again in the group stage. The qualification to the playoffs is on the line, and Arjun Erigaisi will want revenge, because last year, because of Alireza, he could not fight for the top prizes. It was Firouzja who won the match last year and therefore managed to go to the grand finale against Magnus Carlsen. Erigaisi seeking revenge, Firouzja seeking the trophy. We are going for a short break, but when we are back, the action continues here at the Esports World Cup, and our next matchup is featuring Denis Lazavic representing the leading esports team, AGAL. See you on the other side of this short break.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Esports World Cup, and this is Jazz at the highest stakes. Day 2 of a 5-day event featuring $1.5 million as the prize fund and very valuable Club Championship points on the line. When it comes to the esports teams here, at the moment, AGAL is leading, and their hero here at our chess event is Grandmaster Denis Lazovic. His match is just about to start, and this is going to be a clash of two of the youngest participants in the field. Denis is only 19 years old, but guess what? His opponent is Sina Move Ahead, representing Team Stallions at the age of 16. He is here on the main stage fighting for a big chunk of that $1.5 million prize fund. Zach, Jan, when it comes to this clash, they are probably the two that have faced each other very many times in terms of the chess.com event. Sina Move Ahead coming from the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard, and also Denis Lazovic, known for having played several Title Tuesdays. Basically, they are the generation that grows up playing these chess.com events 1 week after another. Jan, when it comes to that experience, asking you first, how much does that matter for this format here at the Esports World Cup? What do you think?
Well, helps with the mouse skills. Sina Move Ahead, I can't get over that name, we'll keep using it. Really had his breakout, winning the infamous Title Tuesday in an event where he defeated Denis Lazovic, who earlier, he's a bit older, so it's not a surprise, but Lazovic had his number online, was winning games against Sina Move Ahead. But they are products of the online game, not that well known at like classical over-the-board tournaments yet. But especially after the pandemic, we emerged with this new generation of kids that were just incredibly strong, incredibly fast, incredibly well prepared. And these are two of the most prominent ones.
They definitely are two of the most prominent ones. Denis Lazovic earning his ticket to the main event at the Esports World Cup by beating none other than Hikaru Nakamura at the Speeches Championship finals in London just a few months ago. And that was an in-person esports event in February in London. Zach, when it comes to that experience and that Dennis, as the underdog, proved himself against the man himself, Hikaru Nakamura, do you think that gave him that confidence boost? And also, ever since then, he's been rapping AGAL, one of the best teams, picked him up right after that.
AGAL leading the leaderboard in the club championship, but also Denis Lazovic, you have a very ripe player there who has a lot of experience despite his age in these online formats. So he is primed for a competition like this one. I'm super excited to see how that's going to face against Sina Movahead, who's also bred from this online atmosphere, this online play, and has a ton of experience too with the mouse, with these quick plays when needed. So this is going to be a very interesting format and match in which both heads collide equally.
What's Lazovic doing? He left. He's coming back. Okay, good.
He's getting
Maybe
ready
for
the
badge. I
fight.
always forget my badge and then they don't let you in here.
You get refused?
Yeah.
It happens. It happens to the best of us, Jan. Don't worry about it. But we do have our players now getting ready. 16-year-old Sina Movahead here representing Team Stallions. And the man that we have talked about defeating Hikaru Nakamura just a few months ago at the Speeches finals in London. Denis Lazovic, 19 years old, representing Team AGAL. This
Get it
is
together, Dennis. Come on.
Oh, wow. Well, I had the handshake now. I was like, wait, is he going to take his jersey? What is happening here? But Sina Movahead walks over for a handshake. Amazing.
Headphones off.
Is this some psychological warfare that we're witnessing?
Doesn't look like. Looks like he has audio problems.
I think they can hear us. And that's not good news. So they're going to make sure that they cannot hear us. We are just a few meters away from the players.
Ponte 4.
Don't
Are you trying to influence play, Jan?
Do not listen to Jan. Do not
That's
listen
a
to
severe
that.
regulations issue right there.
Of course,
looks
both.
like Dennis has everything under control now. And make no mistake, even though we talk of him as an online player, especially Denis Lazovic is very much established as one of the best rapid players in the world. He has years of experience in these Champions Chess Tour events, playing the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Ali Reza, Hikaru, and very much playing at their level. So this guy is just world class. While Sina Movahead is only 16, but he's been one of the best Title Tuesday players recently. So we'll see if he's already at that level. I'm very curious to see him in action.
The players are in the zone, and the noise cancelling headphones double audio protection to make sure that they cannot hear us. The audience can hear us. The audience can cheer and shout and scream out those moves that they want to be seen on the board. And we do have the Queen's Pawn opening, so I'm gonna hand it over to you, Zach and Jan, to take over for the action.
Thank you, Anna.
Thanks, Anna. See, they couldn't hear me. I said Pawn to E4.
Yeah, they didn't hear you. Not only that, they said, maybe they did hear you and they said, he's trolling me. Exactly.
Denis Lazovic, he's a D4 player. He's very classical dry style, very well prepared, but he likes his Catalans, you know, put a pawn on D4, fianchetto your bishop, bring your king to safety, get some small positional pressure and grind out the win. That's what he does. Starting position of the Catalan. Are you a Catalan fan? Been to Barcelona?
Of the opening or of the place?
Either.
I've been to Barcelona. I love Barcelona. I dislike, however, facing the opening. So I've played against the Catalan most of my classical chess career. And let me tell you, it's a very fierce opening. You need to find precise moves at certain points.
I wasn't aware. And they are playing a very sharp line here. Pawn to B5, pawn to A4, pawn to B4. A bit of a sideline. Sina Movahead. He's a blitz specialist. He will have a repertoire of slightly offbeat lines that he knows well. And trying, I don't know, maybe to surprise Dennis, even though Dennis, he could have anticipated this matchup. He will probably have something in store here.
Yeah, both players emerging out of this opening. Tell me, what is the concept of the Catalan opening?
The concept, that's a big question, but you safeguard your king and then you are putting positional pressure. Mainly you're trying to stop black from freeing that bishop, which we already see on E4. So Sina Movahead made some concessions with his pawn structure, advancing that pawn to develop that bishop, because the main point of the Catalan is to restrict that bishop. And at least that guy's out. but there's a lot of action. Black is sacrificing a pawn, trying to bring the pieces out. Sina Moved is blitzing, so he's clearly done his homework here and is hoping to catch Denis Lazovic. Little bit off guard.
It looks like Sina Movehead is very well prepared coming into this, playing very fast, finding some great resources. Do you think both are still in book at this moment in the game?
I'm not sure about Lazovic. He's taking time now. I have a feeling that he might be somewhat out of book. The position is safe for White. White can exchange queens and develop his bishop. He won't be worse. But to get an advantage against such computer target preparation is not easy. And there you can see knight to e5, not a move the computer likes. And Black has won the initial battle, which was the exchange of computer-assisted variations, because all top grandmasters work with chess engines that are stronger than humans to get some ideas. And of course, as everybody has the same engines, you also got to surprise the opponent. You can't just make the first move and expect them not to know it.
Exactly, and it seems here eventually Black will have this idea to trade off White's very, very iconic Catalan bishop on g2. However, it is not the move here at this point in time.
Well, you could take, but you can also avoid the exchange of queens now that White passed on it. Put the queen on c7, go for some action, but he just recaptures the pawn. Not too concerned about anything. And we're officially out of book, both players on their own. We have a roughly equal endgame. Now Lazovic does exchange queens, getting ready to finish development.
Both players playing extremely accurately so far. We've only seen one inaccuracy in this game so far, but overall play has been pretty strong.
Yeah, but then again, like 90% of their moves were played from the memory bank, and after that there was a small stumble by both, like knight t5 and knight takes c5. But of course, nothing big has happened. Typical quote-unquote Catalan endgame. There's not a lot going on, but Black has some small weaknesses in his camp, like that square on c6 where the knight could jump. So Black has to be precise to hold the balance here.
And there we go. That last rook move prevented that knight to jump into the Black territory.
Yeah,
and we might be finding some balance here for the Black pieces, unless...
Can we insist on jumping to that square? Bring the other horsey to the edge and then jump? Then you could still maybe put a little pressure.
Bring the other horsey is the way to go. You also prevent the strengthening of that pawn on b4 by putting your knight on that a5 square and bring your knight to that strong square.
Yeah, still a bit unpleasant. But Zach, before we continue with the intricacies of the Catalan endgames, you finally met your, some people say look-alike. I don't really agree. You guys look a bit different. Your, I don't know, childhood hero, Alireza Firouzja?
Not my childhood hero. I don't know where you heard that, but
okay, you're older than him.
But I am older than him, but I've heard from multiple people that I look like him. Just upon meeting certain people, they say, oh, I thought you were connected to Alireza. So there's a little story there. But yeah, I think not much of it. It's just remained a meme on my channel, and you know, nothing more. But
how was it? How was it to finally meet?
Fun meeting him. He's surprisingly tall. So
he's quite tall.
I don't know if he's taller than me or not.
I don't know what that is in your language, like 6'3".
Yeah, maybe 6'3", 6'4", like 190 in the 190s.
He's not 6'4".
Okay.
And moving on, what's going on here? Lazovic has played something, but it was not our knight jump. He put the rook on the open file, but doesn't that... I was going to say, does it allow the knight jump from black to b3, but both knights are covered, so it's not such a big deal.
These knights are jumping all over the place. The logical move rook fd1 just played seems like the most natural option, although engine was requiring more precision there. Black has the opportunity now to take grasp of this game with a forward knight jump into the white territory that would claim a small advantage.
So how do people get that good at chess at age 16? Like, I was good for my country's standards, but this guy is 16 and he's like playing against the best in the world, an established grandmaster.
These two are monsters. They have mouse skills that are unrivaled with this field. They are quick calculators, and they have a fantastic feel for intuitive moves. So all of that combines really nice in the later stages of this time format. When you see this clock going down to 3 minutes, down to 2 minutes, down to a minute, this is where these players become absolute talents, world-class talents.
How do you get so young? That's my question. Is it just playing online? Do you have to study? Like, how do they do it?
I think the key is obsession. These two are obsessed. They spend day in, day out studying,
but I've seen that movie. It's looked like Obsession is bad.
I have no comment. I haven't seen Obsession myself.
What do you do all day, Zach? I will never understand.
I don't watch movies, that's for sure.
Sounds like. All right, so finally the knight has jumped to the edge of the board, going for that c6 square, typically the soft spot in Black's camp. Sina move ahead has brought his king to e8, but he's not quite in time to cover that square, and now it looks like White, he has a little something to work with. Like either knight could jump there, you can centralize your king, start pushing the pawns on the other side of the board. Well, it's a bit unclear how Black plans to untangle. This typical nagging pressure. You solve most of your problems, you exchange queens, and you're still defending. That's why the Catalan is widely hated this opening by Black players.
Yeah, one of the keys of chess is to pose problems to your opponent, and that's what Denis Lazovic has done so well so far. The position may be equal, but it's definitely uncomfortable to play for Sina move ahead.
Not even sure if it's equal anymore. So many issues. This pawn on b4 is a target. You might take the black bishop. You can just target the knight on c5. It looks deeply unpleasant.
Deeply unpleasant as Sina move ahead moves his knight to the center.
Covers the pawn. The bishop will probably centralize. Escape from the black knight's inquiries. Yeah, there comes the bishop.
There you go.
And he drops back. Nicely done, nicely done. He covers the pawn, and he also avoids the exchange of his bishop for the knight. So he's found a way to keep it together. I still don't like his position, though.
Yeah, it seems the white pieces can just put tons of pressure on this black side, and quite easily. And from my perspective, Sina looks a little bit passive with his rooks there.
Also, if you just move the rook one square to the side, attack the knight. If the knight moves away, there's a pawn on a7 to be snagged, as far as I can see. How do you escape with black?
It's a difficult position to navigate. Serious pressure here.
Dan is in the zone, but he doesn't do it. He has not seen a move ahead. Goes f3 instead of rook dc1. Preparing to break in the center with pawn to e4. But black could stop that with pawn to f5 if he wants to. Maybe that's ugly. I don't know.
However, might I mention...
Good.
Might I mention that both opponents have record-breaking heart rates in this game. 150 BPM, pardon, is a record so far.
Used to see people like they're...
Jan, this is the equivalent of you on the treadmill.
This is, it's my resting heart rate, if we're being honest. But we've seen Alireza, a veteran at these events, at 75. Denis Lazovic has double that. His heart is doing double the work of Alireza Firouzjah's work.
Crazy. What's going on here in the position?
There was a little tactic, knight to b3, like giving up the knight, but then taking the other knight, trying to simplify. But he's still under pressure. It's this eternal Catalan story. You make a bunch of good moves, and you still suffer. It's not fun. And Sina move ahead. This is also not the type of position that these young talents normally enjoy a lot. No tactical chances. You just have to be precise to hold the balance, and even then it's unpleasant. I don't like his chances.
Sina move ahead with the black pieces that you see on screen is trying to find a way to deal with this eternal pressure of the Catalan. Trades off a pair of rooks. This grants white the advantage as this rook controls the c-file.
He brings the king, trying to cover some of these entry squares, but his knight gets kicked. Pawn to e4 is to drop back. Black is still very, very passive under a lot of pressure. You can see the computer is saying, this Lazovic kid knows what he's doing. It's equal material. Looks like nothing happening, but the computer gives white a big, big advantage.
Look at those black pieces, though. They're just not as mobile as you'd want them on the board. They're not doing their best work, and we're feeling that fully fledged in this position.
Yeah, black tries to activate the knight, but here comes the pawn, creating new troubles.
F5. I love this move. Attacking the knight and winning the c5 square. Quite an important square in order to attack these weaknesses on the queen side for the black pieces.
The knight was not in time to make it to the central square, which white covers twice. So now you have to decide, do you give up a pawn, knight d4 check, do you suffer there, do you retreat the knight and keep sitting passively? So far, Dennis is saying, you know what? You might be a 16-year-old prodigy, but I was also a 16-year-old prodigy, and then I gained 3 years of experience playing the best in the world. Maybe when you're 19, we can talk.
Exactly. It is a tale of experience here. On to a6. Seemingly a slow move. White has...
Nice move, knight to a5, stopping the black horsey from re-entering the battle, covering the c6 and b7 squares. Dennis is enjoying himself. He is also able to reroute that knight further, go to c4, threaten a little fork.
Yeah, it seems that white is gaining more and more control in this game as we are popping through.
This is just a textbook Catalan grind. Rook to c8, offering the rook exchange, but you can just take, then bring your king, put the king on c4, pick up the b-pawn, and he does it.
The king has a really nice path to victory now. c4, d5, and it looks like black will be having to defend at the best way possible, but...
It's nothing to defend. You're losing. You're just getting outplayed.
Objectively speaking, it's completely over.
Yeah, this has been a masterclass by Mr. Denis Lazovic, showing Sinam overhead. There's levels to this.
And here it's...
King will come, king c4, king d5.
The king has this straight path to victory, gaining space. The king becomes a weapon in the endgame.
Knight c5, very clinical. He's saying, you know what? I don't need these horses on the board. We can exchange those. My bishop will eventually pick up your pawns. My king is more active. Very clean style. That's what Denis Lazovic does. He doesn't overcomplicate things. He has a very, very mature chess style. Getting that advantage and then keeping things simple for himself is what made him so successful. Playing good values.
Seeing the move ahead looks stuck in this position.
And now you can just take, then bring the bishop to c5, intending to go to f8 and chip away at that pawn chain.
All the black pawns are on dark squares, which will give this white dark squared bishop a feast later on in this endgame, picking up all sorts of pawns.
He does it. It goes king to c4 first. Should also be good enough. Now the bishop can come to c5, threaten that snacking operation. You want to attack the, how do you call this? The end of the chain? The...
Yes, the bottleneck.
The root? The root of the chain?
The root. The root of the chain is the weakest part of a pawn structure.
Uh-huh.
And
bishop to d8. He's preparing if the root gets attacked to then advance it, but Denis has seen a move ahead yet again. He's going h4, saying if you go g6, I will take and go h5, create a passer. If you don't do anything, I will go h5, bishop f8, and queen my h-pawn. Now, this is just hopeless for black without getting any counterplay. Very sad game for black, but every chess player has experienced this against the Catalans. Sometimes you just lose without anything happening.
It seems so. I mean, when has Sina Movahead ever had a chance at the advantage even? He's shaking his head. He's not happy with how this game has gone so far. He's really depressed now.
The white king takes up more territory. This is a high art in chess to control the opponent, not allow any counterplay without any fireworks or big combinations. Just, you know, accumulating small advantages. Improving your position, see b3, good technique, puts another pawn on a light square, making sure no counterplay ever for black with his own pawn to b3, attacking that b2 pawn. He's just trying to pick his moment when he wants to break through. Can go h5, then bishop to f8, and wrap it up.
It's just a matter of time.
Black can never exchange bishops either, because if you exchange bishops, then the white king invades on the other side and eats the remaining pawns.
Yes, the white king is on what we call a key square to this black pawn on a5, which means it is easy for it to take this pawn if we get to a king endgame. So there's really no way out for Sina Movahead I don't even see an option. He's down on the clock, down on the position, back against the wall. What to do?
Now, he could resign here. He has to win the next one. This one, Lazovic is making sure he's not allowing any chances, but he goes pawn to h5, preparing this bishop move finally. And there is nothing that could save black here.
Cool, calm, and collected by Denis Lazovic. Small pawn
down
move.
to 131 for him. That's like 60.
Yes.
He knows he's winning. He knows not much can go wrong from here. So he's relaxing just a little bit. And Sinam overhead is not happy. Pawn will drop. Now you can just bring your bishop back and prepare the breakthrough.
And we have resignation on the board. Denis Lazovic wins the first game of the two-game match. You can see him still locked in. There's nothing to celebrate. He needs a draw or a win in the next game to move on.
Clinical, dominating without any fireworks, just a display of class here.
And how about that Sina move ahead, making a face there? He's definitely aggravated about his play for the first game.
AL will be very happy there, guy. Just crushing. This is a guy that could very much score important points in this competition. He's not a big underdog, even against the very, very big names.
This is a very big first point for Denis Lazovic and AGAL, who are currently leading the leaderboard in the club championship.
Yeah, Falcons had their man winning as well, so both dominating teams off to good start here. And Sinam overhead, he's only 16. He looks upset now. I'm not sure he's been in such spots with all this money and attention on the line. Has 10 seconds to rest, and now he needs to win on demand. It's gotta be rough.
He's showing a lot of emotion compared to the other players in this field so far.
Did you ever need a win on demand?
I have never needed a win on demand in my career.
Wow.
How about yourself?
Rarely. I mean, sometimes in the last round you gotta win your game to win a prize or win a tournament. I think I've only had one Armageddon in my long, prestigious career. But yeah, I've played some World Cups and knockouts where you need a win on demand. Normally, I didn't get the demanded result. It's a lot of pressure. Once you're behind in chess, normally means the opponent's quite good because he just beat you. Then having to win on demand, it's tough.
It's all about how you perform under this immense pressure. We saw some players yesterday do extremely well under this kind of pressure, like Andrei Yesipenko notably, but we saw other players suffer deeply.
It also helps to be better than your opponent in chess. And normally if you lose the first game, often you're not better than your opponent, and then you're dealing with a strong guy and you have to win. It's a rough spot.
Sina Movahed starts off with the white pieces here against Denis Lazovic, who has black.
This is the so-called Scotch Queen e2, bit of a sideline, but Dan is not surprised. He's offering to sacrifice some pawns. Pawn to d5, e takes d, bishop e7. This is a theoretical line, but Lazovic clearly showing, you know what, I only need a draw, but I know the theory. I'm willing to sacrifice 2 pawns here to get a lead in development. Interesting, interesting choice. I would have gone for something, you know, more balanced.
No, Denis Lazovic telling his opponent, look, I can put risk on the line if you need that. I'm still going to play my best chess coming into this.
I don't know. If you're thinking now, you give 2 pawns, then you start thinking. That is odd. d5 is far from forced, this line he's playing. You have many sensible moves where you don't give up material. Bishop c5, rook b8, there are many options. So Denis chooses the most forcing one. But does he know what he's doing? Heart rate, 150, but he plays the best move. Maybe he just needed a moment to recall his analysis. And Mr. Sinam overhead clearly knows this business as well. Blitzes out queen to c4. So, why did black give 2 pawns? What's the point of all this?
Yes, indeed. It seems that black sacrifices 2 pawns out of the opening, also known as a gambit. He gambited those 2 pawns in exchange for quick opening development. Tell us all about that.
Gambit is Italian for making someone fall. Like, I think it literally means put your leg there.
Really?
In chess terms is you give up pawns typically for accelerated development. By development, we mean we brought the king to safety, we got some pieces out, and the white king is stuck in the middle And the balance when these factors are worth a pawn or 2 pawns is one of the most complicated arts in chess. In the old days, they were gambiting a little more freely, but nowadays you gotta keep your pawns. Pawns matter.
Absolutely.
Knight to d5, trying to exploit that pin. And looks like that is the first move that is making Sina Movahead think, because he knew this in the first computer line was queen e7 check. So very often in these sidelines, people will know the recommendation of the computer, but if you make another move, they have to think by themselves as well.
Sina Movahead looking down on the desk as he doesn't know what to do in this position.
Get some pieces out. Bishop to e2 looks normal, bishop to d3, but black does have a lot of play. Bishop to e6 could come. There's this pin against the knight on c3. Bishop to a6 sacrificing, or pawn to a5, then bishop a6. Many ideas for Dennis to work with.
If white doesn't play precisely in this position, black could punish because the king is still out in the open. That is the white king. So precision is needed here.
I like Lazovic's attitude. I'm not sure if this is the best line, but he's saying, I know I need a draw, but I'm not gonna play anything conservative. I will stick to my stuff, and even though I wouldn't have done it, more often than not, I think you get rewarded for not thinking about the result in question, but for sticking to what you believe is best.
Yeah, I like that approach, kind of keeping it about the game and not about the match situation, just lasering through the chess and focusing on the chess.
Okay, it's time to give a check before white castles and escapes with the king. There's a check. I think the king has to sidestep now. And then...
And this is a pretty big concession. The white is foregoing castling.
Yeah, he had to.
The king has to move now.
Still 2 pawns up. And now that the knight is unpinned because the king stepped out of the way, it looks like you could take on d5, but you cannot because rook to e1 would be checkmate.
Ooh.
That means Lazovic has time for a quiet move here, like pawn to a5, prepare bishop to a6, because white is not threatening anything.
Black has to play for a lot of activity here to compensate for those 2 pawns given out in the opening.
That is true. Is he going to be able to do it?
We shall see. He's taking a longer turn than normal.
How's that heart rate doing? Back to 150-ish.
This is the largest combined heart rate we have seen so far in any matchup in the EWC. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, at my gym, this treadmill starts beeping when I cross 150. It's saying, you're an old man. You keep it below 130, sir.
And Denis Lazovic is doing exactly that, keeping it right under 150 BPM.
He's thinking pawn to a5 is a very tempting move if you spot that the white knight is still pinned. Like, you can't move it because rook e1 is checkmate. You want to activate more pieces. a5, bishop a6 looks like a very logical plan. Bishop to e6, but then maybe white can take on d5 because they would box in your own rook.
Right, I love this a5, bishop a6 seeking activity, going about this ill-placed queen, it feels like, on c4, which upon any attack needs to move immediately, and there's no security for this king, no promised security for that king on f1.
Dennis taking his time here. I'm sure there are alternatives. Rook to the side, rook to b8 is also fine. Still exploiting the pin and maybe preparing bishop to e6 by covering your bishop. But the straightforward move seems to be pawn to a5, and he's shaking his head ever so slightly.
Yes, first time we see Denis Lazovic even ever so slightly confused in this matchup so far.
I think for many people it's the first time they see Denis Lazovic at all, because he used to be an online specialist. We used to see him on camera, but recently he's started to emerge in more tournaments. He was in Hong Kong on the Hans Niemann team in this World Rapid Team Championship. Now he's here, so maybe he's said, okay, this online stuff is nice, but it's time to get out there, play with the big boys.
I would say this is true for both of these players who kind of are bred online, who have played online and really found their early success online and then started playing over-the-board tournaments in person. So it's a very fresh perspective on this new generation.
This is like the plot of Gran Turismo, another movie you haven't seen.
I have not seen that one. Tell me about it.
Kids being very good at this game, Gran Turismo. then they get invited to drive with real race car drivers.
Oh. A5 is played on the board.
See, he's good.
Brilliant move. This knight cannot be taken in the center of the board. Quick reminder, because it is checkmate in a few moves. He took a lot of time for this 3-minute turn, but
time
this
well
might pay
spent.
off.
He found the best move to keep the initiative rolling. I like this move. Once again, you cannot take the black knight in the center. If you take with the knight, rook e1, checkmate. If you take with the queen, black takes, knight takes, rook e1, checkmate again. Cannot do it. A5 also has a nice side effect. It covers the bishop on b4, which means it frees you up for moves like bishop to e6 as well. And Sina just covers that e1 square. Now he's threatening.
Takes care of that checkmate threat.
Stop
Exactly.
Bishop a6. So Dennis still has to find ways to keep it going. You could exchange knights now. Take the white knight with the black knight. White recaptures probably with the bishop, and then you bring the bishop out now that you've exchanged your knight. Looks like black has enough to keep the balance, but not more. So he sacrificed 2 pawns, and this time he gained is worth 2 pawns, but not more than 2 pawns.
And he takes, just like you said, knight takes knight, liberating this knight that was unprised and attacked.
There
Now
comes
this
the
bishop slides in.
Skewering the white queen and the bishop behind it. Sinam overhead is happy to exchange, but maybe he's also threatening checkmate. Maybe you have to exchange. Queen to d4 threatens queen takes g7, checkmate.
Yeah, you're threatening checkmate. You have to trade off one of those 2 pieces eventually that are threatening checkmate.
Bishop gets taken. I guess you take with the pawn, but then what?
So why can't I play checkmate in this position, Jan?
Because it's check.
Oh!
If your king is in check, you cannot checkmate the enemy king, because you have to capture the king first. So here, if you were to take the pawn on g7, black will already take your king, and you have to be first to take the king.
There you go. So response is forced on this black bishop here. Queen takes bishop or pawn takes bishop is within decision for Sina.
I guess you take with the pawn. I don't know why not with the queen. It feels slightly wrong. Black probably wants to keep queens on the board, exploiting that the white king is slightly exposed, and also the white king is not allowing the white rooks to connect. Because rooks, they're networkers. They're on LinkedIn all day long trying to connect with other people. They want to see each other. Then they can cover each other, and they become much more effective. While like this, they're all alone in the corner. It's like me at a party. It's not a good look.
It's not a good look, as Sina Mova had really hesitated for that takes backs, and now we see more trades on the board.
Bishop takes, interesting. He takes back with a queen immediately. He could have exchanged queens, but that would have cost him some pawns. So he's still 2 pawns up, but after queen d5, rook d8, the white king is still a bit of an issue.
These pawns will be very difficult to hold for the white pieces, and we foresee that black may be even easily able to equalize from this position.
I'm not sure I like this queen d5, because you know what move I like here for white? It's pawn to h4. Looks very dumb. But the point is, since the rook can't really connect with the other rook, at least bring it out manually. h4, rook h3, cover the pawn in the middle. Sinamoed goes for queen to c4, offering the queen exchange, but I'm wondering, am I not in time to take and then go rook d8? Now then he wants to exchange rooks, rook e1. It feels like black should be in time to exchange queens and have enough counterplay. But feelings are one thing, lines are another. Dan is thinking about it. Could exchange, he could also play a move like queen e5, trying to keep the queens on the board, or queen h5, I don't know which one.
Because this white king is vulnerable,
Yeah,
it is
keeps
in
the queens.
his intention to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, if you can't force it, you gotta keep them. Queen to d6, it's a slightly passive move though. I would have preferred, I don't know, h5 or somewhere on that 5th rank to stay a bit closer to the white king. But so far, Dennis has given us no reason to doubt him.
Sina move ahead must find a way to get his king to shelter so his rooks can connect and thus beat up material.
Go g3, king g2. Yeah,
there he goes. G3.
Good move, good move. Rook b8, trying to keep the initiative cooking.
And Cena move ahead must play this king move 2g2 to untangle here. It would be a very good idea for the white pieces to get some king safety, get those rooks out.
Does he do it now? Because then we're losing one of the pawns. Maybe still it's a priority, yeah? Like king g2, give up that pawn that is attacked. I'm not sure if he has time. Yeah, he does it.
And he sacrifices a pawn.
The rook is out, and he still has one pawn. So he managed to stabilize, cost him one pawn, but he started 2 pawns up. So white should be better now.
Denis Lazovic is looking to gain back that second pawn. He still needs to win another pawn to equalize on the board.
Yeah, but he's not even threatening to take it yet because his king would get back rank mated. You would exchange queens and then put a rook on the back rank, trapping the king. Cena move ahead, not taking any chances, covers the pawn, prepares to bring his other rook. Yeah, white is better now. He solved his problems and he kept one extra pawn.
White is better now. Yet there is this very interesting tactic that the black pieces have. Rook takes pawn check. Sacrificing the rook is
he hasn't seen. I was just thinking about rook f2, king takes, queen f6, rook f3, and then queen b2 check. Very complicated, but he hasn't done it. He's gone back with the rook. He's worse. 16-year-old with a chance to make a comeback here.
That would be incredible for him, wouldn't it? Rook before attacking this queen. Queen must find a good square for itself.
Yeah, what's his point with rook b4? The queen has to go, let's say, one step back, and then you can go queen d5 check, reclaiming this dominant position in the center. Can you go rook e1 now?
Queen goes back
queen
to
drops
c3.
back.
And now black has won a small square on d5.
Denis takes a timeout, makes a little luft. We've talked about back rank mates.
Making some air for the king in case you must move all pieces off the back rank for some fireworks.
During your chess studies, because I know you like to do 168-hour chess training sessions in a row. Do you like study different back rank mates and then now I advance this pawn, now I advance that pawn? And then do you do sets of like 10 back rank mate exercises, or how do you do it?
Yeah, sets of... You said sets of back rank mates? Of course, all the time. I love checkmating my opponents any way I can. So I practice routinely different types of checkmates. Super important.
See.
And so white covers here with rook f3. Now rook b6 attacks this pawn on c6.
Denis really wants that pawn back. Also, normally if you gambit 2 pawns and you have some initiative, you really feel calmer once you've regained these pawns. You know, I mean, like, how bad can it be? And he's taken it back, but rook to c5. Oh no, he doesn't do it. He wants the pawn.
And he takes this pawn on
but
e5.
this should be a draw. You can hang on to the pawn with rook a3, but that's very passive. I don't know. Should be a draw, but in practice, the extra pawn very often wins these things.
There's a maxim in chess that says every rook endgame up a pawn will end a draw.
I don't believe that at all. I've seen so many rook endgames. Normally, the stronger side wins, is my thesis.
So there we go.
All rook endgames are drawn, I think has misled generations of chess players into losing many rook endgames. Because even if it's true, like theoretically, to defend a rook endgame with little time off the board, so much harder than, you know, having an extra pawn messing around and maybe you win. So being the attacker is so much easier.
Yes.
I believe in Mr. Cena Movahead, even though the computer says 0-0. Denis playing well though, activates his other rook. Back and forth.
The king is centralized for the white pieces as both his rooks now are quite active here.
I like white's chances. I don't care how much the computer yells 0-0.
It's getting better and better as white takes up more and more space here. As king moves to the center, very promising.
I hope one day I can enter the textbooks with my theory. When all the textbooks are saying all rook endgames are drawn, blah, blah, blah. I want a footnote. Gustav's own theory. Stronger side wins rook endgames. Look at the evidence.
Yeah.
Here, stronger side is white because he has more pawns. Is he going to blunder to draw now, refuting all this carefully set up narrative? No, I still believe. This should be a draw. It's 3 versus 2. But there is still hope for Cena.
Reminder that Denis Lazovic only needs a draw to put Cena move ahead in the lower bracket for the rest of this competition.
Rook is head to f5. But
and suddenly it's won.
Oh,
Computer has changed its mind.
Like, is the strongest side winning the rook endgame?
And there you go. White now has a decisive advantage, says the computer. This full pawn up has brought some fruit for Cena move ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you win. But I guess we give a check. And if the king goes to e6, we give another check. There he goes king to f5. He's willing to part ways with the d4 pawn. But this still looks crushing.
Absolute class. Sacrificing a pawn to win another one. And Cena move ahead is bopping his head there. Super excited about this game.
Yeah, he's winning. He knows he's winning. See? Celebrating.
Already celebrating. Trying to force the Armageddon in this match.
Zip of water. Some real emotion here. Love to see it.
King G6.
King
G6 subtle, preparing the rook check to pick up that pawn, and he's celebrating already.
Wow. Absolute class.
Little fist pump there.
On the board.
Armageddon it is. The Gustafsson theorem. Rook endgames are won by the stronger side. All this nonsense or rook endgames are drawn. Never happens.
I'll be waiting for the book. I'll be waiting for the book.
I'm not gonna write it.
Cena move ahead wins the game.
The 16-year-old. Is this the youngest winner in EWC history? Probably.
Incredible performance.
We can ask her, but who else could it be?
And now Armageddon is forced. Woo! Look at that. Cena move ahead.
Big comeback. Anna's back. Anna. Is this the youngest player to ever win a game in the EWC? I can't think of anybody else. It's only the second year. Who else would it be? Sorry. Anna is not mic'd up yet, so Zach, you're a student of chess history. Who else would it be?
Well,
do we have a younger player?
It's the second year of chess being featured at the EWC. Was there a player that was younger than Cena move ahead last year?
I do not
I believe he's the
one.
youngest player in the field this year, so this could be the youngest win by any person at the chess in EWC history.
Last year, what kids do we have? Was like Nihal Sari, but he's like years and years old.
Absolutely. This is a historical moment for EWC and for chess. What a win. What a comeback win in this match.
Yeah. And now we take everything back and we criticize Lazovic for his risky strategy, giving these 2 pawns, playing for initiative, putting pressure on himself, which I praised as long as the computer said was equal. But now that he lost, let's harshly criticize him. Why
how
not
about that resistance?
Pieces, keep them TL balance, use his class.
How about that resistance by Cena move ahead, who was basically up 2 pawns with nothing to get with, and waits 30 moves, scrambles until finally he has a winning position.
Yeah, but I think
all hard
he did
work
very
was earned
nicely,
there.
always keeping some play in the position without going crazy. It was just a mature performance. Well, it's not a coincidence he's here. He's one of the best blitz players in the world already. And
yes, absolutely.
So happy. Also nice to see some celebration, because normally in chess people don't want to show anything until the game is officially over, but he knew he had it wrapped up.
Yeah, absolute theatrics with that celebration. And now
is making his bid, because we got the Armageddon. White gets 10 minutes, and the lower number that they're writing down on these sheets of paper now gets the black pieces, and however many minutes they offered. Who do you think is going lower?
I think Denis Lazovic is going lower and will get the white pieces, but it's merely a prediction in this game.
If you go lower, you get the black pieces.
Oh, of course. Higher and the white pieces. I think he's going for the white pieces and the must-win.
Could be. They both won their games with white, maybe. They will want white again. But I think these guys, you know, they're analytically minded. They're so good at chess at a young age. They will just say, break-even point is 7 minutes 30. I offer 7 minutes 30. You pick.
And here we have the decision coming up of the Armageddon.
Let's see. Oh, they disappeared behind the stage? How do we know? Is there someone watching? I don't want any any funny business with, bits getting...
There might be some tampering with evidence here.
Players know what the number they wrote, so they're safe. Okay.
And here we go. We are waiting for this announcement.
Is there like a team that's comparing the numbers?
I don't know. Higher or lower?
Should be straightforward. Lower bit gets black.
Looks like we have a decision here.
Denis Lazovic. 19-year-old veteran.
19-year-old veteran. Yes, quite.
See, I told you 7:30 is break-even point. They'll be around there.
Wow, look at you. Look at them.
Lazovic with the black pieces went slightly lower, went 7:19. Marcina went 7:28. Maybe expecting the 7:30 from his opponent. But Denis outfoxed him there, going an extra 9 seconds lower.
We have the same exact match situation as this last game where Sina Move Ahead has to win with the white pieces in order to this time disqualify or send Denis Lazovic to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot because he just used his best surprise weapon. Can you do it again? Probably not, because if Denis rechecked that game, he will know where the improvement is. So he has to think of a new surprise. Does he have another one?
Absolutely, as we see the starting moves in this game.
Same line. Is it going to be another Scotch? No, he switches to the Rui Lopez. He's saying, okay, no more surprise weapons. Let's play some classical chess. But of course, Denis is ready for this. Knight C3, there comes a surprise. Minor surprise, because this is more of a positional line.
So similar strategy.
Oh, there he goes. Knight to D5, offering a pawn. And this position I usually mix up, because there are two moves, D6 or castles. One is bad and one is good. But I always forget which one the good one is.
Oh.
I think you're supposed to castle. But maybe it's the other way around.
What happens on D6?
Yeah, castle is right. See, he also doesn't know.
Tricky position.
Denis is not used to all this Sina Move Ahead surprise weapons.
Look at that.
Knight D5, yeah. I think D6, C3 was risky. So you castle, then after C3 you can take the pawn. H6 is playing to make sure nothing bad happens on G5, but it's a bit slow. Now you get hit by C3, D4. You should be slightly worse.
And thus the idea of Knight D5 and C3
clearing
comes
the way
in the board.
for his pawns to occupy the center. Now you could push D4. I think you can also just play D3 now and argue that your knight is already dominant and black has lost time with pawn to H6. Let's see. If Sina is still in book here, H6 not the way. And yeah, he goes D4 very direct.
Taking the center and the space here with a time gain on this bishop.
Pawn will take. Have you seen this in your textbooks? I was told this is the perfect pawn center.
This is a beautiful
should not
pawn
give it to
structure.
white.
This pawn tandem takes up a lot of those central squares and can act brilliantly when trying to take control of the game.
And he who controls the center controls the game. The bishop has to move again. And important, the knight on D5 covers the square where the bishop could give a check. So you often you have this resource, you give the check with the bishop and then you do something quickly. But here you cannot do it. You can take the knight, yeah, that's what he does, trying to clear that checking square for the bishop. But after bishop takes D5, I think white is better. Taking with a pawn would attack two pieces, but one escapes while attacking the enemy king, so that doesn't do much.
Exactly. So you need to preserve the pawn structure here and take with the bishop while pinning the knight, though.
You could also take the bishop. Maybe he likes bishops and he's saying, you know what, give me that bishop.
Got to think about here for Sina Move Ahead.
He's thinking, but he's so confident now that he won a game, showing he belongs.
He's using his time wisely here. Precision is needed if you're going for a win and a win only.
That is when precision is needed. Don't take with a pawn. You could take with a pawn unless you see a move ahead and you see bishop b4 check and then the knight escapes.
I hope he's seeing moves ahead right now.
You think he's seen a move ahead?
And he
there
takes
he goes,
with the bishop.
Good job. Bishop drops back because now the check was pretty ineffective. Just bishop blocks it. And yeah, the game slows down a little. Whoa,
G4! This took us both aback.
What is this move? I would have castled, you know, enjoy my pawn center. He goes pawn to g4, goes for the direct kill, g4, g5. And he was shocked himself. He played g4 and he almost fell back in his chair. He couldn't believe it himself.
Absolute wild postmodern chess, may I say.
Is this a mouse slip? Like, did he want to castle and then somehow the pawn?
He's running his pawns down the board. He's saying, look, I want to checkmate you. I need to win.
I understand, but castle. Now, there is some rationale to this because black moved his h-pawn and he wants to go g4, g5, use his h-pawn as a hook to open lines against the black king, but it's still reckless.
It's a very uneasy position to defend here for the black pieces.
Yeah.
White has sharp threats, g5, g6, using that strong bishop along that diagonal to create some pain.
Dennis stays cool though, unpins, rook b8. He needs to move this rook out of the way so he can move his horsey. And now the horsey can jump to b4 or e7. Challenge his bishop.
Very precise
Lazovic
move.
is good. He's good.
Very precise moves found by Denis Lazovic. Back-to-back best moves.
Countering in the center. Because long term, if you don't checkmate, of course, this g4, g5 leaves the white king vulnerable as well. Very nice reaction by Denis Lazovic.
And this white bishop is the main operator of white's attack. If you lose this bishop, so does your attack lose some weight.
Yeah, and if you keep it, if you drop back, you lose time. Then black goes pawn to d5, opens the center. So no, I think Lazovic, and quickly too, has found a way to deal with this attack.
Seen him talking to himself there. Are you seeing this? He's not really like, he's a little bit uncomfortable, it seems. He's moving in his
so
chair.
happy after g4, but now not that thrilled anymore. He takes an h6, logical follow-up is saying, okay, take my bishop, I will take a pawn, expose your king. But it looks like black is very fine. After e takes d, if white recaptures, you can just go g6, you lost a pawn, but you keep your king more or less safe. And then you start going after the white king. You give a check. And he goes rook g1. Another piece sacrifice.
Wow. Absolute theatrics here from Sina Move Ahead, putting the pressure on his opponent.
I don't know what happens after g6. If maybe you still have to take. Yeah, I think you can just go g6 if you don't want any drama. Because if the knight moves, then rook takes g7 look very, very dangerous. But no, he's not falling for it. Pawn to g6. Now white takes the knight, but then it's black's turn. Rook e8 check, bishop b7, and I'm not sure who gets to do more attacking.
Cool, calm, and collected. Denis Lazovic just gives back the full piece, says, no, my king's safety is far too valuable.
Yeah, no funny business. Denis looks very committed. His heart rate is approaching 160.
Oof.
E takes d, but his position is good. Give a check, force white to either cover it with bishop e3, self-pinning, or move that king. Then you can bring the bishop out, you can bring the queen out to f6, f5. I like how he's handled this.
Yeah, and that white king still in the center, naked to any attack by these black pieces. We could see this rook potentially rolling down that e line and attacking the king directly.
Bishop to b7 played. He's not even in a hurry to give that check, saying, why should I help you develop your bishop? Doesn't run away. Also very logical.
And instead puts pressure on the weak white pawn structure in that middle. Those two pawns collided up against each other. What is that called?
What? Two pawns collided up against each other? Is that even English? It's, I don't know. Double pawns? No, what do you want to hear?
Double isolated pawns in the center. Some of the weakest pawns in chess.
DIPs?
DIPs. I didn't know that term.
I don't think it exists. Bishop to b7. The knight jumps to the middle of the board. Sina is not feeling like defending. He wants to keep going. He wants to sacrifice his knight, drag that king out. But he's taking great risks here.
I love it. The engine might not be in full accordance, but I love this
will
animosity.
Lazovic be. I think Lazovic is playing the cooler here. You get this very emotional attack by the 16-year-old, but just g6, king h7. Okay, do your thing. Eventually, I will cash in. Enjoy my two bishops, your exposed king.
Experience tells all in a game like this.
Yeah. But he's thinking. Experience is nice, but not having time on the clock is rough. And bishop takes d5. Computer is not impressed. Really wanted that prophylactic king move first. So what's happening now?
Denis Lazovic has less time on the clock, and might I say, Sina has objectively recovered here and has
Bishop G5, go for it.
Has some activity potential
queen.
with a move like Bishop G5.
Provoke F6, and if F6, you drag that king out with knight takes G6, and he's done it.
Attacking the queen, bringing a piece into the attack. I'm starting to like the white pieces.
So shifty. No, you've always been team white pieces, in fairness.
Historically speaking, you're saying?
No, in this game.
Okay.
Pawn to H7. Somehow this pawn annoys me. I want to give it, you know, make the black king eat it and then bring the queen. Queen G4, Queen H4, Bishop F6. Go for some checkmates. Get rid of that stupid pawn.
Yes, a famous maxim of attacking chess. Bring everyone to the party. Bring all your pieces around that opponent's king.
It only applies in chess. It's horrible advice if you host a party. You don't want everybody to come. Like these people you don't know drinking all your beverages. You don't want that. But he goes H7, trying to expose that black king, because also very often the king can actually hide behind an enemy pawn, using that pawn for shelter. Like in the movie Heat. Have you seen Heat?
In this position, however, moving your king right in front of the pawn. I haven't seen Heat. I'm sorry. I'm 0 for 3 today. If you move your king sidestep, you face a mating net with starting with bishop to F6, checking the king and forcing that checkmate in a few moves.
This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous.
Black needs to be very careful in this position.
Maybe you don't even take that pawn.
It's an only move position.
Is King G7 the only move?
It's the only move.
Because taking Queen G4 looks so scary, but King G7?
You don't want to open lines for your opponent when they're attacking, of course. So
yeah,
sidestepping that pawn, moving forward up the board, King G7 is the only one, and he plays it.
Denis is up to the task.
And it's a very sharp position. Again, only move for the white pieces here. I feel like it's only move back to back.
Wow. I don't know. What is the only move? I thought about H8, but then the rook takes... I mean, if we're desperate to get rid of that pawn. But the rook takes the open file. Queen to D2 looks normal, threatening a check on H6. Queen to G4 looks normal, but then I'm not sure if black has F6. He played Queen to G4.
And he plays it. The only move.
That was the only move?
The white pieces level-headed in this position.
The rook comes to look after that pawn. Now maybe it's time, to bring the king to relative safety. He does the long castle thingy. And that pawn gets taken with the rook, so the king has the job to fence for himself, cover these weak and dark squares all around him. Very sharp position. Looks dangerous for black still. Queen to F4, like D6, knight to G4. There's so much jumping going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of white pieces around that black king, and this rook on H7 does not look that good.
At least he's there. I'm more worried about these other guys on the queen side not helping the king at all. The rook on B8, the bishop on B6. The rook to E1, putting the rook on the open file. And Lazovic would love to exchange queens, but I do not think that Sina will do him that favor. Gotta keep these queens on the board. Queen F4. He's even offering a pawn. Maybe that's why Sina thinking about it. You can go knight takes D7, pick up that pawn, which is covered by the queen. Then after the queen exchange, you still keep some pressure. But no, he keeps the queens on the board. There he goes.
Maintaining the pressure against the black king with queen F4.
Oh, bishop A2. Cold-blooded.
And suddenly the white king looks a little weak with less defenders around it.
Saying, I need counterplay. I want your king to feel the heat as well. But what a sharp position. This is just calculation now. What do you do? Pawn to D5. Queen takes. Queen F6. Yeah, he's played D5. Very dynamic. I have to admit, I don't know Sina that well, but normally it's a fair guess that a 16-year-old strong grandmaster is good at calculating lines very, very quickly.
Sacrifices his pawn. Bishop takes back.
Knight G4. Go for it.
And now it's only move position once again for the white pieces.
Yeah, you have to go knight G4. He gave this pawn, so the bishop has to step back, and that means after knight G4, the queen cannot give a check on C4. The queen still has a check, but that one is not lethal. Queen C6 check. The white king sidesteps, and then it's white's turn to give checks.
Exactly. White now gets a little bit of control of this game as black finds himself with an only move once again in this position. What are we going through right now? Absolutely
very scary. I think you give the check because what else? But then king b1, it looks incredibly hard to defend. Queen e5 check. The bishop can give a check from either side. The knight can jump into that square on f6 next to the king.
Seems like the white pieces are just
Sina's
jumping.
doing well in queen d6. See? He's giving
We
milk.
have a blunder on the board, and now it's completely winning for the white pieces.
Wow, I feel bad. I jinxed Denis Lazovic. I said after the first game, he won. He's outclassing his young opponent, experience, blah, blah, blah. And the caster's curse is hitting him now.
This might be a
Bishop
big
e5.
upset in the tournament
What
right now.
do you do? Bishop e5, knight f6
with
check.
knight f6 coming in.
And Sina's focused. He feels something's off.
He needs to find this. He has 1 minute and 20 seconds in order to find this
is not
combination.
Tough. Bishop e5. It's not even a combination.
And he
Bishop
finds
e5.
it.
Queen gives a check. King to b1. And then white gets to eat with knight to f6, which looks absolutely crushing. So hard to defend with little time. The rook steps out of the way. But knight check is coming. Now, what is this? Rook takes g6. Can we sacrifice a rook?
Oh my goodness.
Rook g6. If takes, we have a discovered check with the knight. Knight takes d5. That
Levy,
looks
where are
completely
you?
winning. Sina, he can't believe
If he plays it, we have to say the Levy sentence. He sacrifices
g6.
the rook.
What is this? Is it a thing?
Wow.
Yes, taken.
Absolute craziness on this board, opening up this black king with
That's
this
what he
rook
prepared like
sacrifice.
100 moves ago by going g4, g5, opening lines. And he's cashing in now. He looks excited. I think he knows he's winning. But he can't celebrate yet. He's only has a minute. Rook h8 covers that square on g8.
Oh, and this is a
where check
beautiful
was coming.
checkmate in 3
But
moves.
this is
Try to
checkmate.
find it.
Whoa. I found it. Bishop
Wow.
check.
Yes.
Queen takes.
Yes.
Queen check.
Yes.
Rook takes queen.
Yes.
Rook g8. Checkmate.
Yes. Yes.
What a finish.
An
that
astounding
would be.
combination is on the board. If he finds this,
You
this
can also
would
give
be
the queen first for the
most
flex.
beautiful game.
No, but he's still winning. He's still winning.
Still winning.
Bishop g7.
He has 30 seconds to find this. Pressure is up.
Oh.
He comes back with his rook.
He had mate in
Potentially
3.
too
He
small.
did not find the mate in 3. Is he giving Denis Lazovic a second chance here? Still looks crushing. But 27 seconds versus 38. Queen g5, what do you do?
Dennis very quick at defending here.
Queen g5
And he blunders
play.
his advantage.
Not a
The
good
evaluation
move.
bar goes all the way down.
Bishop check. What is going on? I can't think that fast. If we take queen check.
If the rook takes, black wins the
Oh,
rook.
the bishop drops back. He had to take the bishop.
And black manages to defend this position.
Oh, he's messed it up and he's down to 10 seconds. He missed checkmate in 3 moves with checks.
No! It went from winning to now losing.
What a turnaround. Bishop d4. Denis has everything under control and is winning.
Denis Lazovic. Resistance above everything. Everything was earned in this game. Wow.
There was a checkmate in 3 moves.
Incredible. He saw his way through and now moves on to the winner's bracket. Crazy resistance. That mate in 3 was amazing if he were to find it, but sometimes
All he
you
had
just
to
don't
do
have it.
Was see 3 moves ahead. That
He
is
seen a
rough.
move ahead, only maybe.
Finally,
it happens.
Zach, you're joining this scene and move ahead joke. It's a little late. The match is over, but I'm glad you've
We're
you've
still going
joined
to
the
see him in
party.
the lower brackets.
What an incredible match this has been indeed. A roller coaster. It looked like Denis Lazovic had it under control, winning game 1. And then game 2, Sinamuva had his back out of nowhere. And this Armageddon that Sinamuva had, our 16-year-old hero, he had checkmate in 3. Had he seen it, it could have been the pressure, it could have been the nerves, but he did not find the winning combination. He couldn't finish that incredibly strong checkmate attack that he built up, and Denis Lazovic survives under that huge pressure coming back from the jaws of death to now move on to the next stage. He doesn't even know it yet. But his next round opponent is none other than Hikaru Nakamura representing Team Falcons, and that is a rematch, ladies and gentlemen. Denis Lazovic is here this year in Paris at the Esports World Cup because he beat Hikaru for the third place at the Speeches Finals just a few months ago in London. Hikaru will want revenge, but for now, let's talk about this match and what has just happened. Sina Move Ahead was this close to getting to that matchup against Hikaru. Zach, your thoughts first.
A match filled with twists and turns. Oh my goodness, we had a win in the first game, a win in the second game, recovering that first win, and then Sina Move Ahead with this crazy attack, but couldn't finish it off. Sizzling action.
A lot of stuff, but let's hear from the players themselves.
And I'm here with Denis Lazovic, who just won a crazy Armageddon against Sina Move Ahead. Dennis, your thoughts on this Armageddon? Did you realize you're getting mated there at the end?
Yeah, it was crazy. I was completely losing. I think after G4, yes, somehow I mixed up all my preparation. H6 was an awful move, and yes, then I was trying to survive somehow, and maybe at some moment I was fine, but yeah, then like all this H7 Queen G4 castle, it was brilliant for him, and obviously after Rook G6 I wanted to resign, but I decided to play, this sort of last move, Rook H8, and probably he for some reason he didn't find the last move.
You have a bit of experience now in this esports format. This is, of course, Sina Move Ahead's first time on the big stage. Do you feel like this helped you a little bit in the match, dealing with the pressure of the situation?
Yes, actually, after first game, I thought that it would be quite an easy match because I outplayed him completely. And the second game was kind of fine for me. At least before the game, I thought that I remember something, but probably I didn't remember anything, and he brought a very nice idea with this move King F1, because at first glance it looks ridiculous how you can play like this, but yeah, I didn't manage to find like the best way, and yeah, like all the game he was a bit better. And yeah, finally he outplayed me due to time pressure, and so it's very hard to defend such end games.
You're here, of course, representing your team, ALAG, which is doing very well in the overall standings. How important is it for you to be playing for not just yourself, but for a whole esports team?
Yes, it's important. They support me a lot, and it's very nice to play for the team who that fights for some places in, overall.
Very good. Well, Dennis, we'll let you rest up, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
All right, guys, throwing it back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Kostya, and congratulations to Denis Lazovic. He moves on to the semifinals of the upper bracket to face none other than Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura from Team Falcons. Again, this is going to be a rematch of their Speeches Finals just a few months ago in February in London. Denis Lazovic beat Hikaru. He was the underdog in that match. He beat Hikaru. He qualified to the Esports World Cup thanks to that win over Hikaru. And now Hikaru will want revenge. But we are in here for a treat. This is not even the end of our show. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, you will need to be here. I'm promising you this because our blockbuster is coming up next. If there's a story that everyone knows in the chess world and outside the chess world, it is a cheating accusation that took place a few years ago. Magnus Carlsen accused Hans Niemann. It became a huge scandal that is now a Netflix Untold series and soon a Hollywood movie as well. Hans Niemann is coming up next after our break to face Jan Nepomniachtchi. Be here right after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup. This is chess. For 5 days, we are taking over the main stages, and we are here for the final blockbuster matchup of the day. What's at stake here is who will be the opponent of defending champion Magnus Carlsen, who has just won his match against Andrei Yesipenko. The winner of our upcoming match is Magnus's next opponent. Is it going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi for Aurora Gaming, or is it going to be Hans Niemann representing godlike esports? Hans and Magnus do have a history that everyone knows in the chess world and outside the chess world. And of course, Jan is known as a friend of Magnus, but there's no friendship over the chessboard. This match is about to begin. A reminder on the format, it's a best of two. The players are playing one game with each color. In case of a tie, there's Armageddon, and we are about to see liftoff with the pawns push in front of the king. I'm handing it over to Kostya and Zach to cover the action.
Thanks, Anna, and we're off. Zach, the match of the day, Hans Niemann, Jan Nepomniachtchi. We all know about Hans's history with Magnus, but people don't know Hans and Nepo also have some beef, right? Very recent, in fact.
A very recent rivalry, too. They have played very recently a full-on match that ended 4-4, equality, 1 win each and 6 draws. So they know each other. They know each other's style. They have experience against each other in this format.
Yeah, they know each other well. A lot of bad blood. You know, they played this match. It looked like a friendly match at first. Afterwards, they're arguing about the prize fund, the promises, both players calling each other out. Then they didn't shake hands at their next event. And yeah, I don't think these guys like each other.
They don't like each other at all. And we might see that animosity play out over the board.
Yes, this first game started as a Petrov opening. Hans playing with the white pieces. Nepo playing the very solid Petrov defense. Hans having a lot of experience in this line from the white side. And of course, both these players, they had a chance to prepare for this match. They knew this matchup was coming. So we are going to see some quick moves out of the opening here.
Yeah, this Petrov white takes a lot of space on the queen side of the board with those pawn marches, and Black fights for that central square on e4 with a lot of defenders on that centralized knight.
Yeah, it's already a very complicated battle right from the get-go theoretical line. Both of these players starting out at a cool 130 heartbeats per minute. They know the importance of this match. Neither of them wants to lose, although the winner has to play a certain Magnus Carlsen in the second round. Not exactly the opponent you want to face either, but as was said in the intro, you can't get to the top without meeting Magnus at some point.
And whomever meets Magnus would have another huge storyline coming up, as Jan Nepomniachtchi has faced Magnus Carlsen in every format, especially the World Championship.
Of course, the last challenger, in fact, to Magnus's World Championship title, after which Magnus simply stopped trying to win the classical title. He had achieved enough, but now both these guys are looking to win the EWC. Before they do that, they have to get through one another. Wow, what a huge matchup. Zach, your predictions. Who's taking it?
Wow, you're putting me in a tough spot here, Kostia. I will refrain. I'll stay neutral for this one. I have no idea. This is a coin flip as far as I'm concerned. It will come down to the intricacies, the details. Who's quicker on the clock? Who's better in time pressure? This will be relevant for this match especially. How about yourself?
You know what? I think you're right. I think the better player will win, and we'll leave it at that. Okay. Now, Queen to C8 just played by Nepo. So far, so solid in this opening. Hans, I remember, did defeat a very strong Fedoseev, I think, in this line. It's been like 16, 17 moves, a big blunder. So he's got a lot of experience in this opening. But of course, Nepo knows that. And yeah, he's come well prepared here. He's traded off some bishops. Honestly, Black's position looks very comfortable here. Both sides have their knight in the center of the board. Knight to d7, immediately challenging that knight on e5 is Nepo. And yeah, he's got to feel fairly comfortable with how this game has started.
And they both complete development as we head fully fledged into this middle game. And White poses this question to this Black Knight. Please move. Where do you go?
F3, the knight drops back to G5. Now we might see a trade of these bishops here. A lot of pieces coming off in this first game, as we have a very kind of solid approach. But yeah, it feels like it's completely fine for Black. This knight can drop back to the E6 square, where it just sits very nicely, putting pressure on White's center. And as you said, White has some space on the queen side, but doesn't really make itself felt when their pieces have already left the board. It seems like Black is very comfortable here.
And how about this potential long-term target in this backward pawn on D4 that can become a big
weakness.
Attack weakness.
Feels like you were searching that.
I was searching deep.
So knight F4, preparing to trade off the knight when it heads to E6. And yeah, I'm not super impressed by this first opening by Hans. Normally with White, you're trying to put pressure on the opponent, but we've seen people win with White. We've seen people win with Black. The color doesn't really matter that much in these fast time controls. What matters is who's a little bit faster, a little bit sharper, finding the tactics when push comes to shove. Man, I'm still thinking about that last match between Lazovic and Sina move ahead. How do you miss that maiden 3?
Insanity. I mean, what a game overall that was, because it was an attacking masterpiece up until then, and then the final touch was all he needed to convert, but he couldn't find it with the seconds remaining on his clock.
H4, putting the question to the knight. Now Nepo has to decide whether he wants to allow a trade of knights or keep a few more pieces on the board with knight to H7. Both moves seem completely plausible here, and he decides to keep the knight on the board. I wonder if he's not so wanting to just trade it off in this first game and make a draw. Maybe Nepo's trying to win the match 2-0 and pose a statement.
Yeah, Nepo going for this Petrov, which has a strong reputation of being a drawish opening. Usually less ambitious players go for this Petrov because it can have these symmetrical pawn structures that come with this opening. And so maybe that was his match strategy coming into this: draw with Black, win with White, and that's how Nepo is going about this.
Yeah, it seems like he should be happy with a draw given his opening choice, but knight f8, Hans here trading off all the rooks. I think now he's going to bring his king into the center. There we go, king f2. And yeah, Hans not really showing a lot of ambition in this first white game. You know, some players, they have a strategy. They just want to take it to Armageddon, draw both games in regulation, and then take it to Armageddon and take their chances there.
And here we have what looks like just a regular endgame, run-of-the-mill.
Absolutely. Very, very solid. But queen f5, black trying to infiltrate a bit. I don't think white's going to allow that. Maybe he can block with the knight. He can also block with the queen. Both moves seem very, very solid here. Yeah, there we go. Hans continuing his very solid approach, clearly indicating he's happy with a draw in this first game. And Nepo says no thank you.
He declines the queen trade, and that might tell you he's maybe going for a more ambitious approach here?
Or at least just psychologically showing Hans that he's not afraid of a fight. He's not going to just give him an easy draw. We're going to play all these games out until the bitter end. Yes, if you play solidly, you will hold, but I'm going to force you to prove that. Nepo there with his trademark scowl. He didn't love that last move from Hans by b4, but to me it looks like things are beyond equal. The knights come off the board. I mean, I got to say, neither side here has any semblance of an advantage whatsoever.
The only advantage I can see is off the board. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi has 1 minute extra on Hans Niemann. Not that it matters that much, but this is so neck and neck that might matter in the later stages of this game.
Yeah, I mean, if the pieces stay on, if Nepo refuses to trade queens here, keeps the games going, and there we go. Hans offers a queen trade, essentially a draw offer. Neither side will be able to win in this king and pawn endgame. It's just way too equal. And now Nepo, so far, he's been kind of stepping away from the trades, but not without reason. You know, he hasn't done anything crazy. So here he avoids the trade, but he doesn't really give white any chances here just yet. It's still very much equal. So he's keeping it dynamically balanced rather than just trying to trade down and make a draw.
It's a very safe game so far for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who pretty much has the draw in the bag, and it might seek for more by declining a queen trade.
Okay, there's b5. Hans advancing on the queen side. Now, Nepo is known to be an incredibly fast player, but with that speed do come blunders. He's also very keen on taking risks, and sometimes that leads to blunders. And Hans is good enough that he can spot and punish you if you allow him a chance.
Oh, queen c2 here, and we might be seeing some interesting play. We're checking the king, and on an off king move, any king move here, maybe black seeks to win this d4 pawn.
Yeah, there's a queen d1 check in the air. So queen e2, Hans once again offers a queen trade. I think this one will again be declined given the way Nepo has been playing the board. Maybe queen back to f5. Goes queen a4.
Surveilling this e8 square and preventing Hans's queen from jumping into enemy territory. And now king e3.
King to e3. I mean, to me, it feels like white's king is a bit closer to the action. So if anyone is better here, it should be white by a very light margin. But
we might be repeating moves here.
We are getting the repetition. Yeah, black can only risk so far in terms of trying to play for a win. Nepo, of course, incredibly strong player. He knows how to stay objective. He's not just going to give Hans an advantage just because he doesn't want to draw this first game as black. I think that would be way too much.
How does black continue here if you don't want to draw and you want to be pushing for that extra point?
There we go. b6, challenging that pawn on c5. Of course, Hans can just take that one. He's still very much in control. Maybe queen to b2 now. Yep. Defending everything, hitting the pawn on b6. And Nepo, not exactly playing with fire, but he's not playing with water either. He is taking a bit of risk.
It's a tale of fire and water and maybe nothing. Maybe nothing. Maybe we have a Project Mbappe here. And the king slides that forward. This is a king attack, if anything.
Hans leading with the king, or why not? King comes to e5, queen to b3, go after the d pawn. To me, it feels like black is the one with a slightly more difficult position here. Will we see Nepo regretting this kind of nonchalant play where he just keeps all the pieces on the board?
The question is, will this aggressive king be a strong piece coming into this deep endgame? Will we see a potential king to e5 attacking this d5 pawn?
I think he wants on king e5 to give a check on the diagonal, then maybe snag the pawn on g3, but that's very double-edged. I mean, white will get a passed d pawn, black wins pawns on the queen side. Hans instead plays queen e2, keeping it much more solid, threatening queen e8 check in certain lines. So queen to c7. I think you can respond with queen to e5. Here, black definitely does not want to trade queens. Now that would just be a losing king and pawn endgame. So white's king gets much closer to the action. And what was
there was an opportunity for the black pieces to mate the white king.
Was there a chance after king to g4?
G6 was winning there.
G6 was winning.
G4, G6 is winning for the black pieces. We saw the evaluation bar give us a hint that black was winning for moments.
Wow, both players.
Oh my god, this opportunity might come again.
And Hans
oh my
playing
god,
for the draw.
Again.
And he's allowing Nepo.
And
now
the black
Nepo's
pieces are
paused.
winning.
And he might have spotted something.
Nepo has smelled a rat.
He's completely winning, Zach.
He does not believe in this position for the white pieces. He thinks he's got to win right under his nose.
Look at him. He's incredulous. He knows that something's there.
And he plays
G6.
Oh my goodness. And black suddenly is winning. Out of a completely dry game.
The gamble has paid off. As Hans realized just how much trouble he's in. The computer is saying black is completely winning.
Black is threatening mate in 2 moves.
H5
check,
queen
king
H1.
H3, queen H1 checkmate.
Holy smokes. And Hans, you know, he's also committed a bit of a crime. He's just played for a draw with the white pieces right from the get-go, trading everything off. And now he's spending time. I think Hans has also sensed that he's got some questions here. I mean, you can push H5, but then black has F5.
Oh,
and queen
this
H1.
F5 is super poisonous as well.
So how does white survive here?
Black has this double threat, H5 or F5. Both pawn moves cradle this king inside a mating net.
Okay, maybe king to H3, but then queen H1 check forces the king out. H5. Wow. Nepo with that tactical sixth sense.
I am completely surprised. He declined a draw by trading queens. He declined a second draw by repeating moves, and now he's playing for the win fully fledged.
Yeah, and how? He's winning on the board. Oh, man. And look at Nepo. Oh, he's feeling it.
And Hans Niemann is in the tank. As you say, I'm stealing this expression from you, by the way. In the tank, taking his time here, and plays F4.
F4, that's a try, but Nepo, I think he knows that he's winning here. Queen D1 check. It's forced mate.
Oh my goodness, the king moves back. Queen to H1. F5 check, he's winning the queen by force.
It's over.
Black has won the first game immediately.
Oh,
what
look
a
at
surprise.
that smile from Nepo, that cheeky smile. How did he win
Milking water
that?
from stone. We had nothing, and then we had everything.
Zach, he milked air out of stone. I mean, that was insane. That was the driest queen endgame we've ever seen.
That was more dry than dry.
And somehow Hans, what even happened there? Like, he took some squares away from his king with his queen. I think it was a psychological mistake. Just playing too much for the draw, completely losing his sense of danger. And now look at Hans. He's also incredulous. How did he blunder that?
In terms of match situation, Jan Nepomniachtchi wins the first game with the black pieces, and now has win or draw with white. Reverse Armageddon?
Completely justified to play for the win there is Jan. And we see how he just wins this first game basically from out of nowhere. And now Hans has to win the next game with black.
That's so difficult. Hans is not happy with his match situation, and we are going to game 2 of this 2-game match.
Nepo starts with E4, and of course we see the Sicilian from Hans. Yeah, he's no longer able to play for a draw here. He absolutely has to go all out for the win. So now we're going to see a very different Hans Niemann. Hans is not playing for a draw. Hans that has to play for a win at all costs. But Nepo with the white pieces, after such a game, he's got to be feeling comfortable.
Nepo is living a luxurious lifestyle right now, because if he has an advantage and it slips, he's still okay if it's equal.
Of course, yeah. He's starting with leading off on the right foot, and there we go. Hans playing very ambitiously from the opening with this early F1 push. This is exactly what he needs to do. And we have seen players come back in this format before, but wow, what a first game. I mean, that was basically a free point for Nepo. That should have been a draw. And then Hans, not his biggest friend, basically gifts him the whole game.
Incredible stuff. But I like Hans's approach now. It's really a dog-eat-dog approach. Look at this, pushing the F-pawn, a pawn that you normally don't push in the opening, which means that we're in for an aggressive struggle.
You know who used to do this way back in the day, Zach? Pushed his F-pawn really early, exactly with this formation, D6, E5, F5. The great French player, Francois Philidor, well known back in the 1700s, playing this type of setup with black. Hans paying tribute to the great fiddler, one of the greatest of all time.
One of the greatest. And some may say the greatest of all time, but that is a hot take.
That is a topic for a different day. In the meantime, Nepo here spending a bit of extra time here on the clock. Now, psychologically, it's also difficult for him. That first game, it seemed like he just wanted to keep the game going despite it being equal. Now he knows all he needs is a draw. Psychologically, it's very different versus trying to play for the win with white. And computer already says black is a little better here.
And might I say, I like the black pieces in this position. Hans can already force a queen, the queens off the board into an endgame by playing the move queen to g4, hitting the g2 pawn and the queen on e4, and he plays it.
He plays it. That's actually a bit surprising for me. I mean, it does seem like the best move. He is slightly better in this endgame with the bishop pair. On the other hand, he does need to win. And these endgames, I think, have a very wide drawing margin, right? All it takes is just one slip, and white is completely fine. Now, Nepo doesn't really have a great choice here because that g-pawn is also hanging, but I think he's thinking about his next move here. He's probably going to trade, and then he's deciding what does he want to do from there.
Yes, this is a very critical moment because Hans is basically asking Nepo, do you want to play this endgame, which is a little tougher and less easy to defend?
Yeah, Nepo, here he's thinking. His hand is off the mouse. Is he going to decline the endgame? He might think it's too unpleasant to head and then look for a way to keep the queens on the board, but then that means sacrificing the g-pawn. That's not easy either. I guess queen to d5, he can try just sidestepping. If queen takes g2, he's got rook to g1 and pawn sacrifice in order to take the initiative. Definitely suits Nepo's style. He loves sacrificing material. He loves playing the initiative.
But do you want to go for an aggressive proposition with this match situation where a draw is sufficient?
That's the classic dilemma that these players face. It's like, do you play what you think is objectively the right move, or do you play what suits you? Okay,
and he trades queens.
Trade queens, and he goes a4. Interesting choice. He comes up with a4, stopping black from advancing on the queen side. And yeah, now it's Nepo playing for the draw. Hans going all out to win. Hans could take on f3 and double white's pawns, but then he loses his bishop pair and likely his advantage.
Black has a nice bishop pair coming into this endgame and has a target on the semi-open file, this c4 pawn that he's attacking with his rook and pressuring.
Now knight to d2, defending that pawn. And question for black, how to develop. Maybe h6 now, questioning the bishop on g5, pushing it back so he can start developing his kingside. No, drops back, bishop
move.
b6.
Putting more pressure on this pawn and forcing the white pieces to defend a second time.
Simple move b3 and now d5.
Getting rid of the weakness on d6.
Yeah, is not happy to see this. Now black's bishop on d5, just an absolutely powerful piece. Definite advantage here for black. So good chances for Hans. He seems to have woken up after that first game blunder, and now he's ready to play.
And we're seeing the power of this bishop pair fully fledged here, putting some pressure on the white position, attacking this knight that's defending this white pawn that is attacked from this other bishop.
Okay, what to do now? Now he's threatening to maybe take the knight, take on b3, but then we get opposite color bishops. Not sure if Hans actually wants to take this knight on d2 to keep his winning chances to the max. So there Nepo goes rook to c1, challenging the rook. Black simply castles. Knight comes out to c4, and yeah, it's a small advantage for black, but it's definitely not enough to win without further mistakes from white. So Hans is definitely going to have to try and provoke further weaknesses from the white position.
Yeah, black also has skeletons in their closet, notably this e5 pawn, which is an isolated pawn in chess. It can be a weaker and easier target for the white pieces to attack.
A knight c4, giving black the chance to trade on c4 and weaken white's pawns, but then again, you give up that powerful bishop on d5. I don't think that's what Hans wants to do. Maybe e4, advancing the e-pawn.
Oh, and
no,
he takes?
He does trade. Very surprising decision. I feel like Nepo is also a bit surprised by this one. Now he can trade rooks. He decides not to, just takes with the pawn. But we can see Hans's approach now. Now he's transformed his advantage. He's weakened the pawn on c4. Now that's a weakness. Can double on the c file, try to win one of these pawns, but gotta feel like white's going to be able to generate enough counterplay here.
Jan Nepomniachtchi with a very difficult match situation now. He has to draw at least this game in a 2-result game for black. Black is playing for a win or a draw. Must win, of course, but it looks like very convincing start of an endgame for the black pieces so far.
Yeah, rook d1, rook c8. Now maybe a rook to d7. comes to mind, just activating that rook. White hasn't made lift yet, so his back rank is weak, but notice the bishop on g5 is covering that c1 square, so he isn't in so much danger to get mated just yet, but at some point he will have to do something about that king. There we see rook to d7.
Slides on the 7th. Rook on the 7th. Tell us what you know about that.
Rook on the 7th, never better, or something. There is a rhyme there. I don't know what it is, but the rook is very well placed, attacking everything on black's 7th rank. Now Hans has to figure out how to just keep the game going. He knows objectively it's probably very, very close to a draw here, but the draw doesn't suit him. He has to keep his chances alive. Now what to do? Is b5 a move? b5 using the pin on the c5.
Ooh,
What's
I like
happening?
that move.
What's happening after
turning
b5?
a weakness into a strength?
Yeah, White could trade once, but how is he saving this pawn? I'm not seeing it. Nepo, though, doesn't look phased at all.
Nepo's totally dialed in. Might I say, very little facial expressions. Oh, I just said facial expressions, and Nepo made a small grimace there as we dilute. And might I say that I like White's chances at equalizing and drawing this game.
No, it feels very, very close to equal. Bishop to c3, another question. How do you defend this a pawn? I mean, black wins the pawn, sits up the bishop on d4. Then, of course, he has good winning chances. So rook to b3. Bishop should probably draw back to d4. Maybe then we'll see bishop e3 from White, looking to trade off into a rook endgame that he can very likely hold.
Yes, the white pieces would love a rook endgame here, which would make the chances easier of an overall draw.
Rook to a3, passive defense, but it seems to hold for the moment. But now maybe it's time to bring the king. King f7, king e6. Attacks, and the bishops come off, and
now we dilute into a rook endgame that looks completely equal, but White's rook is passive.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you take black here. Even if objectively it's a draw, it seems like black is the one playing for the win. The rook is more active. The king is coming in faster. White's king cut off on the second rank, but White should be able to make a draw here. Now he's starting simply rook to b6, take that a-pawn. Black never wins if you lose that a-pawn. So how is Hans going to create any chances here? He really has to think here and come up with some trick. Maybe king to e6, check, king f5, try to bring the king in, but it looks very unlikely you're actually going to create some real chances there.
Yeah, really nice resource by Jan Nepomniachtchi here with rook b3.
But if you drop back with rook to c6, well, then that just lets White get the king in, and then you're just not better whatsoever.
So black is forced into a concession here at this point in the game. Question is, which concession will black choose?
That first game really coming back to bite Hans. Had he been a bit more precise, he holds that first game. He can make a draw on this one. They head to Armageddon. Anything can happen here. But, he really, really screwed the porch there in that first round. So rook a2. White gives check. Now he's going to give another check and take the pawn. And so, okay,
king
Hans
activity
going for the king.
For the pawn. Very interesting. And now White's pawn on e3 is under fire.
And how about just rook a5? Just go after this e-pawn, right?
Keeping the defense on your own pawn while hitting the enemy pawn. Very interesting
Yeah,
move.
h3 also looks objectively okay, just creating lift for the king. Then eventually White will have rook to a7. And, it's actually black that might be risking more in terms of losing the game here. But of course, from Hans's point of view, it doesn't matter at all if he loses the game or he draws it. As far as the match goes, it's the same thing for him.
And might I say, Hans Niemann's heart rate is up to 140 beats per minute. That's incredible. Slowly rising throughout this game.
Yeah, his heart is pounding. I mean, these are workout levels. These are CrossFit levels, Zach. 140 beats per minute.
And they say chess is not a sport.
Well, today, this week, it's an esport. Now, rook a5. Solid choice there. Just keeping that king from being able to activate itself against White's king. And I'm just not seeing how black really plays this for a win. Okay, Hans starts pushing pawns on the king side, posturing a little bit. h3, but okay, h5, you know what? He can push g4, and it is slightly unpleasant for White. You do have to deal with this, but yeah, king h2, king comes out to g3.
The king has no way to get into this game. It's quite frustrating for the white pieces how you're basically down a piece.
Yeah, Hans stops the king from getting out, but now king to g1, and how do you break through on the king side? I mean, it just looks like no chances for black. What are you going to do? The king moves up from e4, you lose that e-pawn. Hans gives check, goes rook to a3. But there's no threat on the pawn. If you play rook takes e3, white has a deflection tactic. Rook takes e5 check.
And then you lose.
And then you're losing because of the outside a pawn. Exactly. So there's no threat here. On the other hand, white has to make a move. White's in Zugzwang. He has no way to keep this pawn defended. If king e2, black takes with check. If he moves the rook, he loses the a pawn. If he moves the rook up the board, he loses the e pawn.
So we might be seeing a long turn here out of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who...
So Hans actually has managed to do something here. He is going to win this e-pawn. Objectively, it's still a draw, but credit to Hans for actually creating some chances from seemingly nowhere.
This is more of a slippery slope than ever before in the game.
But now Nepo has another drawing mechanism. He can run his pawn up to a7, and then you'll always be threatening to give checks and queen that pawn, which means that black's king might be stuck on the e-file. Hans gives another check, needs to find some way here to keep it interesting. Nepo still plenty of time. He can just push a6, push a7.
Formulate some counterplay in this position in order to earn that draw with the white pieces.
But is there going to be another Zugzwang here? Because white's king has no moves. The rook doesn't have a lot of moves either. Is it time to play rook e8 and go after the e-pawn? No, he does push a7. And after e3, he is going to have to play a move like g3 to break his king out. But I don't really see the drawback there.
White needs to find a resource after e3 to force a draw. It's not so obvious how to continue.
Well, e3, I think g3 might be the only move. Maybe rook to g8, but I wouldn't like that. I think g3, yeah, there we go. Was that the only move in that position? It was, oh, g3 or g4,
Wow,
yeah.
he had
basically
to find this idea.
One of the g-pawn, but now rook to a2.
Oh, and now white is losing.
Hans has a chance. King f3 check and e2.
Endgame, endgame, endgame. And here you go.
He's promoting.
White is getting punished.
It's exactly like the first game, Zach. Nepo's trying to play for a draw. Plays this quick move at the endgame. Does Hans see it?
If black finds this king f3 check move, Hans Niemann can win back this game.
How did Hans
an Armageddon
get this chance? It was absolutely equal all of a sudden. And look, he's paused. He doesn't take back right away. He senses something. Now, king f3 is a bold move because you're setting yourself up for rook f8 check.
And he finds it. He plays
it.
E2.
E2.
And now black is winning.
Black is just winning. He's threatening to promote and mate.
The black
what does white do?
Have won the pawn race.
He can give a check, but then king to g3. And then his pawn is just promoting.
Wow, what a beautiful combination.
Wait, check, king g3, rook back to e8.
And then mate.
And mate on the first rank.
Of course.
Oh, and Nepo knows now. Oh, and he knows. He's going back through the game. He's not even looking at the live position
and
anymore.
Hans is confident at the board right now. You see him stretching. He is showing great confidence and a small smile there out of Hans Niemann,
with a little
who
smile,
knows
a
he's
payback.
back in the match.
Oh, man. I have a feeling their friendship is not going to be repaired
Nepo, look
after
at
this. Yeah.
Shaking his head, doing the big eyes on us.
How
he
did he
cannot
take?
believe that he has folded.
G takes h4, play too quickly. He had to just slow down there, find the king move, king to g2. He would have been okay drawing the match. Now he gives up this a-pawn, but this e-pawn is just going to win the game for black.
I gotta say, this match is filled with twists and turns.
Rook a4 now, and it resigns. You build the bridge.
Classic Lucina position here.
Yeah. And look at Nepo. He's after winning the game. I mean, really, this match should have been 2 draws. Based on the positions we had out of the opening,
We're going to Armageddon anyways.
And we're going to Armageddon, right? But instead, we have 2 insane wins. Neither player should have lost that game. They both rushed. They both made the same kind of mistake. And now they both punished the other one. There's rook a4, setting up the bridge. If black allows rook e4, he's promoting. Otherwise, he's giving up the rook. It's all over here.
It's promotion or promotion in this game.
Yeah, I think it's just resigns.
Over.
Yeah, or maybe he just lets his time run out, you know? What's the difference? Takes on g5, it's rook e4, and neither white's pieces are stopping that pawn.
And there
it is. There's a resignation.
Forcing Armageddon.
And a fist bump by Hans
win
Niemann.
for Hans Niemann, who
he
had
strikes back with the black pieces.
2 wins for black. That has to be a first for the EWC 2026 chess.
Unbelievable scenes in this match, and these players are going to Armageddon. It's what the fans wanted to see. Armageddon, winner takes all. Both players now going through the game. They're going to see exactly what happens. And yeah, Hans got to be happy with himself to win a game after losing that first round.
Hans knows that he has the momentum and he has the psychological advantage going into this Armageddon, which is basically a golden game.
Now we were getting the bids from the players. So Zach, what do you think are the bids going to be like?
I think most players today have been striking at that mid 7 minutes time, so probably we'll be seeing something around that.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm very, very curious what these guys have come up with. It seems like Nepo, he gave his bid pretty quick. The bids are in. They just showed the players who's playing white. We're about to find out who's going to play with white in 10 minutes versus black with the bid that they put in. Who bid lower to take the black pieces along with draw odds in this Armageddon?
There we go. Tension is building up. As these two players.
And for the first time in this match, Zach, white will not be able to play for a draw.
Now think about it. It's kind of crazy. Both players had at least one very upsetting game. And so now it's about mental reset.
Right.
Are you going to be able to get yourself back into this game, reset mentally, and play as good as new?
Huge mental advantage here for Hans. After that first game, it looked like he was dead in the water, but now he immediately struck back. And look at their bids, so close to that 7.5 minute mark. Nepo bidding slightly lower, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. He will take the black pieces and draw odds. Black won both games, by the way, so far. Maybe not so bad to have the black pieces in this match. Hans will have the full 10 minutes and be in a must-win situation with the white pieces.
Good point there. Although white is usually favored in the game of chess, we have seen black take both first games. Remains to be seen if the white pieces are even a favorable option at this point.
Huge question for Nepo. He is known to tilt. Sometimes if he loses one game in a tournament, he ends up losing multiple as he kind of gets frustrated with himself. But now he's going to have to dig deep and make sure that he can hold this game if he wants to advance against Hans Niemann.
And we are approaching the final game of this match, the Armageddon. Do it all. Everything happens at this game.
What's this, our third Armageddon of the day here on this stream?
I know, it's crazy. It's a lot of Armageddon. I'm loving it. So much action.
I think the players just want to play chess. You know, if the game ends, if match ends after 2 games, there's no Armageddon. So they just wanted to play another game. You know, I'm with them. And we see a repeat of the opening from round 1. It is another Petrov. Hans showed very, very little in that first game. So it'll be up to him to try and improve on that game. Of course, he cannot play for a draw like he did in that one, but does have a big time edge, and we can see the players blitzing it out. A carbon copy of their first game. We had the exact same position here. Knight to h4 on the board.
Incredible, the resemblance and openings from game 1 and game 3 just now.
Yeah, Hans, this is what he does, though. He likes to stick to his stuff. He's well known for playing the Italian game every chance he gets. He's stuck to this line against the Petrov, so he just sticks to the same thing and plays it over and over again. Much like his idol, Bobby Fischer. Fischer was well known to stick to the same systems.
And as we see here, Hans Niemann with extreme good time management. He's only used seconds on his clock despite playing 18 moves already.
And a clear improvement over the first game. The computer's already saying white is a little bit better here. After this exact move, the knight jump to f5, the so-called knife f5. But still, very solid position for Nepo, who does have to play quickly here.
And look at this last move, bishop f4, trying to earn those dark squares in the black position. If those bishops trade off, that d6 square is glaring for that knight to jump to.
Yeah, very well played by Hans in this first game. It's a completely different Hans when he's playing for a win with white. Now knight to g6, allowing the trade of bishop, so that knight will win the d6 square. But then it'll be up to black to try and play around this knight. But computer giving white nearly a full point advantage at this point.
This is crazy domination by the white pieces from basically a normal position. Hans brings his knight to a very nice square on d6, attacks this rook, gains the initiative in this position, and now can bring more pieces in.
Seems like Nepo is just kind of still reeling from that first game. I mean, he was so close to winning the match, but now he's got to hold. And F4, not the most accurate move, but a very aggressive one and very logical one. He's starting F5, winning the game on the spot. Now Black has to find a way to defend against this threat.
Yeah, this powerful F5 pawn to F5 threat, hitting the rook, hitting the knight, a big fork threatened on the board.
What can he do? Nepo under 6 minutes, so there is no increment in this game. He is going to have to speed it up at some point if he wants to keep his chances alive.
Reclining knight move, a slight mistake by the black pieces, which Hans does not take time to hesitate on. Knight G3 was the most precise move, and now white comes into this middle game with a full point advantage.
Apparently Queen E7 black had to play. That's a tough move, allowing the fork and then finding tactics after that. So we can see a Hans move is actually very, very dangerous for his opponent. Not easy to deal with at all.
And Hans swings in his second knight in the black position. This is full-on parasite infiltration.
Now Nepo clearly unhappy with these developments. White has two powerful horses galloping over Black's position. Black's knights, meanwhile, on the back foot. Queen to G3 is in the air, just threatening mate against that king. This is very bad for Nepo.
I love the white pieces. The queen can slide on into the G3 square, threaten some mates there. It looks really nice for white. Look at those knights. These knights.
All Hans on deck for the white pieces. Those pieces are in the game. Can double on the e-file at some point. And, oh man. Since losing that first game, Hans clearly woke up, realized he needs to actually play chess, play for the win. And now he's just completely winning. Queen to G3 with a double threat against mate and the H6 pawn.
Oh my goodness, Hans might have this comeback in the bag already as he threatens checkmate in one move to end the game immediately.
This Armageddon has just been one-sided so far. He does have knight to G6 to defend against both threats, but then white can take on H6 and he's got F5.
Oh, that F-pawn now coming to light. Knight to H5 attacking the queen, defending checkmate at once, but white can keep the pressure by moving the queen forward one square and hit the knight while keeping that checkmating threat looming in the distance.
Queen up, attacking the knight. Black would have to play G6 to defend, and then that H-pawn is gone. F5 is coming, and it's completely winning for Hans, who has 3.5 extra minutes on the clock.
There you go, that knight to H5. Hans needs precision here. Reminder, he needs a win, absolutely. So when you are winning in these Armageddon situations and you have more time on the clock, you need to use that time in order to get that precision on the board.
And you know who's the least happy about this development, especially after that first game? Is Magnus Carlsen.
Man upstairs, Magnus Carlsen,
He's
who
gonna
is
have to
waiting,
face.
probably watching this match live to see who will win this match and play him tomorrow.
This is going to be very, very difficult save here for Nepo. Down 3 minutes on the clock. He's about to drop that H6 pawn. Now Hans calculating. Can he take... Wait, he takes on H6 and on F7.
Oh my god,
two pawns around the king.
Up and a weak king there for the black pieces. This is not looking good for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's just completely over. White has 2 pawns and the compensation, as Jan would say.
However, if you take that second pawn with the H knight, you lose your queen. So a small tactic.
Oh, well spotted, Zach. There's a rook takes E1 check in the position. Hold on.
Yes, precision is needed still.
Hold on. White has to be extremely precise. It's never too late to blunder. Queen on G4 is hanging. Don't take on F7. Rook takes E1. But of course, he should have a lot of moves. Okay, gives a check. Now the king's
playing with
forced to drop
precision
back.
here. Checking the king.
But after king to h8, that knight's still hanging. The queen is potentially hanging. Okay, goes king to g8, so there's no threat to the knight just yet. And queen h4, the queen sidesteps, gets out of the way. Now, Hans doing great here, but he does have to win the game in order to convert this match. And Nepo here under heavy pressure, still down a pawn, down nearly 4 minutes on the clock. If he loses this match, he'll never hear the end of it. F6, trying to defend whatever squares he can. I do like this move for his practical chances, but oh, Nepo hates himself right now. He's just muttering all kinds of obscenities, I'm sure. He's not happy with this position.
He had this match in the bag after game 1 with this very nice queen endgame maneuver. But now
And sometimes it all just comes coming back like a waterfall. You know, he had that first win, that free point. He's doing fine in the second game. He blows it, and now he's in this Armageddon. He's just thinking about, how did I lose that second game? How did I get here? Oh, chess is such a brutal game.
Hans putting pressure on this Black Knight, looking to create further indents in the Black King's defending position.
Knight G3, love this move, trading off one of Black's main defenders here. And Black's king is just so weak. That 9 on D6, so strong. Zach, why didn't Hans do this in game one and just win the match from the get-go?
He had to warm up.
That's a warm up. Unbelievable. So takes. Black just down a clean pawn. His king is weaker. F5, a huge threat in the position to just completely open up the king side. Nepo needs a miracle right now.
Yes, the queen facing this king here. The tale of this match here is about Hans Niemann's resistance after that first game and coming back in, winning that second game, and now he basically has a win this third game if he plays consistently well.
F5, another concession for Black, but he had to do it. Now H4, the H-pawn starts running up the board. Queen to G7, Nepo speeding up. Don't forget, Zach, Hans can also just win this game on the clock. He has that much of an advantage now, 4 extra minutes.
I had missed that time situation, almost 3 times more time than Jan Nepomniachtchi. Crazy.
And we have seen players survive in very little time, looking at Alireza Firouzja, but this is really bad. This is a very difficult situation. B6, looking for just some counterplay against the white position. This is basically Black's only chance to try and throw a wrench into White's plans, but H5, just keep it open. Yeah, keep ripping it apart. Now if Black takes that pawn on H5, the F pawn drops, and the king is just completely open, so Nepo ignores it, goes rook to B8, targeting that B pawn. Simple move B3, and now rook to B4. Nepo's really picked up the pace. This is exactly what he needs to do if he has any hopes of surviving this game.
Picking up the pace, activating his pieces. Might I say, it's still completely winning for the white pieces, but I like Black's situation more than 5-7 moves ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, a couple of moves ago, he was just dead.
And now it's near equal. Still advantage White, but very minimal.
Seems like White has lost a lot of the edge after these last 2 moves, Queen D2 and A5. Nepo's completely turned things around. Perhaps Hans started to relax a little bit, thinking that the game is in the bag, but it's so not. Nepo is an incredibly resourceful defender. Really, all these guys are. You really got to put them away when you have the chance.
Reminder that Nepo needs a win or a draw from this position. So he's very content if he can equalize.
5 here now. Hans has a lot of time. Trades on E6, goes to rook to E1. He's still doing incredibly well. He's up a pawn. Black's king is weaker, but Black has never had a better position. This has been trending Nepo. He's clearly back into the game. He's no longer thinking about the past. Now he's just focused on surviving this for as long as he can. A rook E8 check. Goes king to G7. I think definitely the safer square there for the king. And now can White hunt the king down? You know, I feel like psychologically this is completely turned around. Hans is the one that needs to win this game. He needs to show how he's actually going to get to this king.
And it looks like they're shuffling here greatly in Nepo's favor. If they shuffle 3 times, it's a draw automatically, and Nepo takes the match. So Hans needs to find something else to play in this position.
Hans starting to feel the pressure. His heart rate is, again, back over 140 beats per minute. Nepo not far behind. He's at 133 and counting.
And I love this long-term pressure that the black pieces have on this white king here. The queen, the knight, they're both lined up against this weakened G2 pawn. And might I say, this black rook keeping this knight defended, and everything glues together.
Now, the reason I think Hans is struggling is because black is a massive threat. Knight takes pawn on G2, followed by rook to G4, winning the queen.
Sacrificing the knight.
So second repetition. Hans cannot keep repeating here, and this is really tough. This is very tough for White to find the way. I don't see how he actually keeps the game going. Black's counterplay is quite strong. Man, how is Hans not winning this game?
White has one move, and he finds it. Pawn to A3, preserving the only move preserving the advantage for the white pieces.
Oh, that's clutch. Now knight takes G2. He has A takes B4.
This rook is hanging and is lacking squares.
Now it's Nepo's turn to find something precise. If he goes rook takes b3, well then queen takes f4. He has to do something with this knight. Knight h3 check is the only move I can see. But then king h2, everything is still hinging. So what's the follow-up there?
This is an absolute critical position for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's down to 90 seconds on the clock. It's not very comfortable of a situation to be in right now. How's he going to pull his way out of this? He needs to find this only move in this position to maintain balance. Otherwise, it's completely winning for the white pieces.
The computer is showing something insane, Zach. It's knight h3 check, king f2, knight back to f4.
Incredible.
Just leaving the rook hanging.
And the king is lured to h2 in that scenario. And what if you take the rook then?
Then if you take the rook, there's going to be a queen h6 check, followed by discovered attack against the queen on d2. Wow. Zach, this is impossible to find.
This is a resource that will take you all of your time to find, and if you don't find it, you're in trouble.
He's got no time, and he doesn't know there's a resource.
He plays queen g5, and now Hans is winning again, completely.
Rook h8 check, and knight f7. But rook h8, he'll avoid it with king to g7, but then maybe white's queen gets into the attack. Hans is now winning again. You know, I think he was always kind of winning. This computer defense was just unfindable.
So computery and so not easy in human practice. However, will Hans capitalize on this? This is his second chance of this very game to have a winning advantage. Will he find a way to convert this time?
He's got 3 minutes. His rook h8 check followed by queen b2. He can start with queen b2 as well, threatening a mating attack against the enemy king. 3 minutes here, more than enough time for Hans. And he misses it. King f1.
And now it's equal again.
Rook takes b3. Now black is fine.
What are we witnessing?
But 40 seconds for Nepo. And he gives the queen.
The king. What?
King g7.
And now white is up a queen.
Oh, he mouse slipped. He mouse slipped.
He mouse slipped. No.
He mouse slipped. He wanted rook b1 check.
And Hans is cheering in the air, and Nepo is frustrated beyond belief.
Unbelievable. What did we just see?
That is not a happy result. You can see Jan Nepomniachtchi not content with
and he's telling us that rook b1, rook to b2, I was fine. Oh, no, the mouse slip, the table slam. Unbelievable. Nepo did everything to save that game. And then his mouse failed him. Unbelievable.
It was over anyway. The queen takes the rook with check.
Oh, he put his king on the wrong square.
Yes.
Oh. Unbelievable.
Absolute theatrics today.
What did we just see?
What a match this has been. You can hear the crowds, the live audience here applauding both of these players. But goodness me, it is Hans Niemann who makes it out of this incredible fight, the back and forth between game 1 and game 2, and then deciding it in an Armageddon where the last move was this king move by Nepomniachtchi going to the wrong square. And it could have gone either way, it feels like, in the first 2 games, but at the end of the day, the player representing godlike esports, Hans Niemann, is moving on to the upper bracket to face none other than defending champion Magnus Carlsen. You heard it right. Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann, happening today here at the Esports World Cup, and the qualification to the playoffs is on the line. And as for Nepomniachtchi and Aurora Gaming, he will have a second chance in the lower bracket, but that's not where he wanted to be, Zach. It was looking good for him at the start of the match.
Yeah, milking water from stone, it seemed. From a very dry position, suddenly he wins this queen endgame out of nowhere, seemingly. But then what happened in game 2? What happened in game 3?
Well, let's talk to the man of the hour himself. We have Jan on stage with the winner of this match, this clutch match, Hans Niemann.
Hans, congratulations. Bit of a roller coaster of a match. Talk us through it.
The start was terrible. I mean, forgot my preparation, and then at some point, my king was in a mating knot. I mean, I could have never imagined that it was just mated. So it was shocking, but even in the game with black, I mean, the opening went my way, but still, it was such a dry endgame. But without increment, these endgames are especially dangerous. And then the Armageddon, I mean, I hope that I was winning throughout. I probably wasn't, but I had such a time edge, and glad that I got the job done.
Yeah, congratulations. You and Jan played a match recently. There was some debate afterwards. You guys good? Is there some bad blood? What's going on?
Well, I guess you could call this the tiebreak.
Fair enough. Next up is a certain Magnus Carlsen. How do you feel about that one?
We'll see what happens.
Thank you so much, Hans. Back to you.
Thank you, Jan, and congratulations to Hans Niemann, who will be facing the defending champion Magnus Carlsen this very same afternoon. And now, for us, there's still so much going on also in the other parts of the bracket. We will take a short break, but when we are back, our first match for the qualification spot on the line for the playoffs is starting. Is going to be a thriller, and only one player will be happy to get closer to the big chunk of the $1.5 million prize fund. See you on the other side of this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
name in the lights. Better get right, champion.
Welcome back to the broadcast, everyone. This is chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. There has just been a huge cheering and loudness of the crowd next to us. That's Rainbow Six Weibo Gaming is fighting at Rainbow Six Siege, and also here at chess, Jan-Krzysztof Duda representing Weibo Gaming, and Team Navi. They're on the right side of our camera, Nodirbek Abdusatorov. What is on the line in this match is actually huge. If you win this match, a best of 2, you are through to the playoffs, and you will get a really large chunk of that $1.5 million prize fund. The stakes could not be higher. We're gonna see the players playing 1 game each with each color, and if it's a tie after the 2 games, we will see Armageddon, which honestly today has been the most popular thing on our stream. The game is about to get started. Jan, Kostya, what are we feeling about this matchup?
We had this matchup last year between these two players, and it was decided very early by Duda mouse slipping. Instead of winning back a piece, he only advanced his pawn 1 square, lost immediately and lost the match. So he'll be looking to level that record. And with the white pieces, he's starting playing a quiet opening. Nordibek, I think one of the favorites in this event, should be a slight favorite in this matchup as well. But Duda, especially with shorter time controls, can beat anybody.
Can beat anyone indeed. And Kostya, we have seen so many Armageddons. Is this going to be another Armageddon today? We want to see more chess.
I'm going to say yes. I think the players just like playing chess, and it seems like it doesn't matter who wins the first game, who's playing better. Every match leads to Armageddon. I'm expecting another Armageddon in this matchup as well.
The opening moves are already on the board, so I'm going to give it to you guys to cover the action. This is the qualification spot on the line. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
Thank you, Anna. So let's get into the weeds. Kostya, what's happening in this game?
Looks like this was a Berlin based on the structure. We have this early exchange on C6. And yeah, very classic, very trendy structure to play at the top levels. Duda with the white pieces, Noderbeck with the black pieces here. I think it's going to be a tight one, Jan.
Yeah, it's this typical trade-off. White gives up one of his bishops, but inflicts black with doubled pawns, which is pretty much one of the biggest advantages you can get in modern chess, it looks like. This tiny, tiny edge with the double pawns versus the 2 bishops. Chess is so well analyzed. People are opting for little things. I think black should be all right here.
Yeah, there's a sense that, if you just memorize all the openings, you'll win every game. But no, it's not like that. Best you can get is just a fighting game, but you still very much have to outplay your opponent at this level. Now, Jan, any nuances here? This is an early A-pawn push, A3 from white. Is this in your files?
I do not think so. This was a bit of an offbeat line with the knight coming to C3. I haven't seen this position before, but I think it's very fine for black. You grab some space with his A5, A4. The knight is already on the right track. The remaining black knight can go to G6 or E6, controlling the F4 square and stopping breaks. I think Nordibek Abdusatorov, one of the hardest workers in chess, always extremely well prepared, won the opening battle here.
Yeah, it looks comfortable for black. I love the C push, just kind of controlling that D4 square. Then the knight can also jump to E6 and then go to D4. And just, yeah, looks like very comfortable position for black so far. But yeah, Duda, of course, he won that first match against Benjamin Bach. Now it's the second match, and winner, of course, advances to the playoff stage. So a lot on the line here in this battle.
Yeah. Abdusatorov with the black pieces in a weird spot. He's one of the world's best players in his own right. I think world number 5. But he's been the top player of his country for, even though he's only 21, it feels like for a long time, 5 years. But recently his countryman won the candidates tournament, overtaking him in the world rankings. And now I think will be board 1 for Uzbekistan at the Olympiad. How do you think it makes him feel? Is he happy for the guy? Does it annoy him that he has competition in his own house? What's going on there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I know he and Javikir Sundarov are supposedly good friends. You know, they help each other out. Probably it's a bit of both. I'm sure he's happy for his friend, but at the same time, I think he was expecting himself to be the guy at the World Championship.
He might still be. He's only 21 years old. He's an established world-class top 10 player. But this generation of these guys is so strong with Sindarov, Abdusatorov, Ali Reza, if we count him, Eric Gaisi, Vincent Keimer, Pragnananda. So many top players in their early 20s now.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's actually incredible how gifted the next generation is. And we have more players coming up. We have seen a move ahead in this tournament who really impressed. We have Faustino Oro lurking in the wings, growing with every tournament. Yeah, there's so many players coming up.
Erdomush, a lot of young talents in chess. But the present is Nordibek Abdusatorov here against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda himself, former vice world champion in Blitz, former World Cup winner. So he's an established top player, but he's struggling a bit here because Black set up this very nice construction with the knight in the middle controlling the f4 and d4 squares. The rook is being activated, the knight jumps. I like Black's position a lot.
Yeah, same. I mean, Duda is playing pretty quickly here. He just gave up his second bishop, and he has these two knights on the king side. But I love Black's rook on a6. What a nice move by Nordebek to put that rook on the 6th rank. Now he can defend the entire king side from the side. He can jump over to g6 if you want. Yeah, definitely liking Nordebek's chances here with the bishop pair. Now he's thinking about this recapture.
How do you recapture it?
I would think you just undouble the pawns, but is there an option here?
It looks like either is possible. I'm not sure. Like c takes d is the move you play on autopilot, but e takes d as played also has its pluses, and Nordebek does go e takes d, sensing there's some dynamics. Maybe the rook can come to b6, target that b2 pawn. I'm not sure. It's slightly surprising, but apparently a strong decision. The computer does like it a lot.
Yeah, very uncompromising move, kind of going against the grain. Very kind of atypical from Nordebek to capture away from the center, not double his pawns. But on the other hand, he increases the scope of the rook on e8. He increases the scope of the dark square bishop potentially as well. And yeah, computer likes Black here and the bishop pair, despite most of his pieces being on the back rank.
Yeah, he also keeps some more dynamic, even though it's a double pawn. Like now he can push this pawn from c5 to c4, because his pawn on a4, white can never go b3, completely neutralize it. So maybe he feels he needs all this tension in the position. Rook to b6 and then pawn to c4 is lurking. Looks unpleasant for Jan Krzysztof.
Yeah, Black can also throw the b pawn up, get that classic bathtub structure. b5, the 4 versus 4. Yeah, really liking it for Nordebek here.
Loving a bathtub. Duda, I was his team captain recently in Hong Kong during the World Rapid Team Championship, and he lost a game in a very similar structure. So maybe these Berlin slow structures, maybe they're not for him. I don't know.
I do remember in the first game of the day, he went for the endgame against Benjamin Bach and won a textbook endgame there.
Yeah,
so yeah, maybe he kind of should have stuck with that approach for this one as well.
This didn't start as a Berlin, so he didn't have the chance. They just got the structure. But yeah, here it looks like he's struggling. He brings the queen up, but rook to b6 would remind him there's a big weakness on b2, this pawn.
Yeah, rook b6, and then how's white defend there? I mean, maybe goes rook to b1, but yeah, that's no one's favorite move to play. And there's rook b6 asking the question, is Nordebek? And, yeah, Duda not happy. Clearly, with the development. He definitely doesn't want to go queen c1. He doesn't want to go rook to b1, but does he have a way to sack the pawn and get some checks going?
You could try queen to g3, threatening knight h6 check, winning the queen. But that would be spotted, and if the king just sidesteps, I don't think that continues.
Yeah, so queen g3 enough for one move, but then follow-up from there is no good. So Duda already in trouble in this first game as white. He leans in. Yeah, a bit of frustration we can see there on his face.
Happy. Goes queen g3, goes for this quote-unquote cheapo. But Abdusatorov is a seasoned pro. He will not fall for this threat. The g4 knight is threatening to jump to h6. Then the king would have to go to the corner, and then there's a fork on f7. But this is never happening.
Yeah, king h8 looks like the obvious move here. Is there another way? I guess maybe rook to g6 is possible, but why not go king h8 if that kind of solves all your issues?
Yeah, king h8 looks very normal.
But he's thinking here. He's
Thinking
up
about
nearly
something.
2 minutes going into this move. Now he's spending that time. Clearly feeling his position. And yeah, let's see what he comes up with. Is there anything white can try after king to h8? Again, he's going to have to deal with this b-pawn. Might just be forced to go rook to b1.
Yeah. No, king to the corner feels the kind of move you feel good playing anyway, sidestepping all kinds of knight checks and trickery. But apparently something's bothering him. I don't know what. And he goes pawn to g6. Trying to force the issue.
Allows the knight into h6.
That feels risky somehow. Probably calculated. Maybe he's trying to win a pawn directly. He didn't want to go king h8, but he wanted to punish by attacking a knight potentially and attacking the pawn. But I'm not sure the knight is even hanging. You're not threatening to take it, are you?
Yeah, you're not threatening to take on f5. That would run into mate n2 with a nice double check. On the other hand, you could just give check on h6, force black to get one of his bishops, take back. But then, yeah, you need that follow-up because Duda, of course, doesn't want to just give up the entire queenside unless he sees some kind of concrete idea there.
Yeah, no, this g6 feels like it gives white a little more to work with. Rook b1 anyway, that's sad to me. He couldn't find anything better. The knight cannot be taken because if it gets taken, it's checkmate as you mentioned. But you don't have to take it. You could take it with the bishop, you could push the pawn to h5 as he does. Clarifying.
Yeah, perhaps this is what Noterbeck intended with g6, and he kind of gets his play on the board. Now knight comes in.
Yeah, you have to take it. And
yeah, I had to take, otherwise f7 would drop. And now is king f8 or king to g7?
King g7 looks more normal, but knight is not trapped. Worst case scenario, there's queen to f4, and he goes king to f8. What is this position? The knight on h6 could be an attacking piece, but it could also be trapped behind enemy lines.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm very nervous about this knight. Basically, Duda was almost past the point of no return here. He's going to have to maybe break that knight out, either with f4, f5, or queen f4 to g4. Difficult position as Duda starts to go down on the clock, approaching that 3-minute mark.
Yeah, he also had to use one of his rooks to cover that b2 pawn, which maybe had to be done, but it's a sad job for a rook. It means the rook cannot contribute to the attack, the fight in the center. He goes f4 now, but even pawn to h4, yeah, asking that queen.
Oh, that's a strong move.
It's awkward.
If queen g5, do you trade, or what's the
I think you just take bishop e6. That endgame looks very sad.
Yeah, it looks very annoying for white. Oh, h4, very nice find from Noterbeck, and I saw a bit of a reaction from Duda. I think he underestimated this move.
Can't be thrilled. Maybe you can drop back with a queen and f5 blitzed out. He's trying to isolate that knight. He's making sure the knight cannot return, that white cannot go f5 and bring support. He's just trying to trap it.
And the eval went down with the move f5. I mean, the engine, the Noterbeck's faster than the engine here in terms of his evaluation. He played that so fast.
Blitzed it out. He saw it coming and looks strong. That knight is just very isolated there. Pawn takes, I guess. Pawn takes.
Pawn takes queen h5.
Queen f6.
Queen f6 just covers everything.
Calculate, but if the reward is a knight, it's worth it.
Yeah, but he's thinking here, I guess, because he also has king to g7 to just try and pick up the piece right away. Does take back.
Take. Queen comes, but queen f6 looks winning to me.
He's double checking. Does the opponent have any resources? He can afford to spend the time here.
He doesn't want to. Duda blitzes out rook e1 last try.
Rook to d8. Maybe
rook
bishop
d8
d7
sidestepping. Rook d8 apparently was wrong, but Noterbeck blitzed it out. He got very exciting.
Oh, he had queen g5 and he saves the knight because of the pin.
They're both blitzing out moves.
Oh, both players missed that. That was a chance for Duda to get back in the game.
Black a piece up now. That should... I was going to say should be decisive, but I can still see some play, like pawn to f5, pawn to g5. This ain't over yet.
Oh, yeah. No, I'd be scared quite a bit here as black. I mean, these pawns are quite annoying. f5, g5. I mean, still got to be very accurate here to convert this, but Noterbeck clearly leads in this position. Hold on, rook to d6.
So sure, we can see that bar creeping up. It looked like Noterbeck got so excited when he saw he could trap the knight. He couldn't control himself. He blitzed out a couple moves, not looking for better alternatives.
Yeah, but now white is better. I mean, he could take the third pawn on h4. Then he's got 3 pawns for the piece. Yeah, still an open king. Yeah, it's looking great for white all of a sudden.
No, I think the main culprit was his little move rook to d8 to the side, giving white the e-file for free. And after this, white always has counterplay and an attack.
Yeah, he really should have spent more time there. I think he would have been able to figure it out.
Sure.
And now it's maybe G4, F5.
Also rook to E7, good old 7th rank. Hinting at F5 ideas as well. Rook E5 played, preparing F5.
5, very logical. Looking to double. Also hitting that C pawn, trying to take another pawn. But rook F8, fighting for the key square F5.
Yeah, he's trying to stop that breakthrough. That's more important than the pawn. Pawn gets taken, rook F7. I wonder if white can just keep pushing G4, or is that asking too much?
Yeah, G4 looks very logical. 2 minutes for Duda, but he is one of the fastest players I've seen. I feel like he's very, very comfortable playing under a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on the increment. But here, of course, he does not have that increment to rely on.
No, but even without F-plate. Polish fighter, he's called on the internet many times in 3-minute games. He's so fast, so he's comfortable.
Rook E1. It's a logical move, even though if Compi doesn't like it. But yeah, how does black play here?
How logical it is. How many rooks do you need on that E file? Thought that rook could help with pushing through F5.
Maybe C4? No, he challenges the E file. Rook E6. That seems like a good move.
Nice move.
Trying to trade off one of white's attackers.
Up to Satorov, back in the driver's seat.
And on F5, black has a cover. It just goes rook takes F5. Trades on E6. And now black looks to be in control again. His light squared bishop very, very strong. B6, got time for this one. King F7 now? Maybe just moving the bishop. Bishop F5.
Yeah, King F7 feels like it's playing with fire. The bishop goes away. Well, that's what's great about this format. These are world-class players. And all the moves are very, very logical, but it still gives enough scope for us being smart here with the computer to see that the evaluations can turn and there is a lot of drama. While in a classical tournament game, very often the level is so high, they just neutralize each other and it's a draw. And even if not, you have to wait for the action for half an hour, while here just comes every second.
Yeah, I think this time control definitely kind of brings the best out of the players.
Rook E8.
Oh, rook E8. Training it off, and Duda kind of knows there. A bit of a head shake. He's also down 2 minutes on the clock, so even if his position was tenable, he still has to face a potential flag. And
yeah, he misses rook E8, and now it's really, really bad.
Yeah, now just trade, maybe queen E6.
Queen back to E8.
And any endgame here is just completely winning for black. That bishop, I think, is just way too strong, and he can always break through on the queen side.
Yeah, the bishop is stopping the pawns now. You can go queen E6, so no pawns ever advance. Both queen and bishop, making sure no white pawns will show up on these light squares. Then you consolidate and win. This looks over now.
Yeah, he's trying to keep it going. Gives a check, attacks the C pawn. Queen D6, defending everything. Now to a certain point, black can launch some counterplay against white's king. G6? What's this?
Desperation.
It's the trick. King takes.
Out of moves.
Maybe looking for some checks, but just can't imagine.
F5. Bishop F5 is very clean, offering the endgame, which is lost. Yeah, or bishop C6, same.
6 also good. And yeah, these pawns are going to drop.
Well, at least they are advancing a bit now, but it's not enough, is it?
G4, bishop F3, G5, king drops back.
Just king G5 or bishop F3. Yeah, that's cleaner. G5, king takes one.
Yeah, G5 you can take. Yeah,
the bishop covers.
That's it. Noterbeck wins the first game. He had a big edge. Gave some chances, but overall, I think definitely played the better game in that one. And now Duda, unfortunately, is going to have his work cut out for him. He has to win with the black pieces.
We've seen it happen.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen Hans Niemann do it.
Yeah, at this point, I can't imagine any situation where Armageddon doesn't happen in these matches. It just keeps happening. The player knows he needs to win. Now Noterbeck with white is in that weird situation where you're playing with white. Normally you play for a win, and now you just need a draw. Can't confuse you as to what you're playing for.
I believe in Noterbeck. He's very pragmatic, very practical guy. He's been around the block a few times. I don't think he will play too passively or anything. If you can play some sharp theory, that's the advantage you have. When you need a draw with white, you can play all your main lines, and normally there are like some drawish exits, because white, who starts, can simplify if he wants to. So it makes Duda play something like, I don't know, E4, G6, some modern defense where he has to take a big disadvantage in order to play for a win.
Yeah, of course, a lot of these guys, they build their black repertoires about being solid, but now he just has to go all out for the win. Jan, do you coach your players to have a must-win repertoire with black?
Not really. It's just such a low EV spot already. So if you find yourself in a must-win situation with black, you're in such deep trouble. I don't think any coaching can do that. Then again, almost everybody is used to the situation. You're black in a tournament game, your opponent is whatever, 150, 200 points lower rated, and what do? So many people have the Sicilian or something in their bag anyway. But typically, I don't think you prepare for Armageddon games or must-win games with black.
And Norbert goes for the famous Alapin C3 Sicilian, which has a very drawish reputation. I feel like Magnus uses this one a lot when he only needs to draw the white pieces. Very, very solid approach.
Yeah, Duda has to keep it going, so he's taking some risks here, inviting complications like bishop g5 might be a good move, but do you want to sacrifice a pawn now? Or does he just want to play it safe? Bishop to d2, cover that knight on c3. Yeah, queen b3, similar spirit.
Yeah, just keeping us solid. Norderbeck, again, just needs a draw, and he advances to the playoff stage. Meanwhile, Duda won't be out. He did win his first match. If he loses this one, he goes down to the lower bracket, but then he'll have to win at least another match in order to make it his way to the playoff stage.
Yeah, the format looks very complicated, but basically it's you win 2 matches, you're through, you lose 2 matches, you're out. So if you break it down to that, it's easy to keep track. So whoever wins this one wins the second and is through.
Rook to d1 and...
Yeah, White is trying to simplify by pushing his pawn forward, pawn to d5, exchanging a bunch of pieces. Duda has to stop that. And Nordeberg now is calculating. He can find a way to force it through. Bishop to c4, bishop to g5 are moves that come to mind, for example.
Yeah, maybe knight e7 here. Feels like black really needs to avoid the liquidating d5 break. Yeah, we can see it's not easy.
Time is ticking. Bishop to d7 would be normal, but that probably does allow d5. I don't know what you do. Maybe pawn to h6, stop bishop to g5 at least. Knight e7 is possible, but then knight e5, there's some other problems. Knight c4 is also looming. Yeah, it's always an uphill battle with the black pieces to keep the game going without being crushed.
Yeah, especially against a player that's not weaker than you, right? We've all faced lower rated players. We feel like, okay, if we can just get a game, we can outplay them. But Nodrek's not a lower rated player, so
no.
Due to, if he takes too much risk, he'll simply lose the game. And so, yeah, just has to kind of find that magic balance between keeping it going and not letting it fizzle out.
Yeah, he put the bishop back and a3. Smart play by Nordebek, because he knows black in order to develop would have to go bishop to d7, bishop to e8, but the second you play bishop d7, white pushes his pawn forward, because then black loses control of that central square, and everything simplifies. And without the bishop being developed, it's very hard to do anything. So, yeah, difficult spot for Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Oh, yeah, it's just classic situation here. The best move objectively is bishop d7, but that allows white to just take all the fight out of the position.
Yeah.
And I don't think Duda's just ready to give up yet. I mean, he has to keep it going.
Yeah, but how? I don't see a move. Onto b6 you can't play, because then the queen feels very bad on the a5 square, probably gets trapped. Bishop b5, knight d2, knight c4. I don't see a move.
Yeah, very frustrated here. Knight d5, maybe?
Yeah, but then you take, and if rook takes, bishop c4, and once again
d5.
The break is coming.
Yeah. No, really does. Sicilian players really have to figure out this Alep in Sicilian. I mean, very annoying.
Problem is there's nothing to figure out. Like, you can be much worse, or you can equalize. But there's no magic potion with black that gives you a fighting position full of life anywhere if your opponent is world-class and doesn't want it. Duda, yeah, that's why you're thinking so long. All the normal moves allow simplifications. All the non-normal moves, you're in really big trouble. So it's just a thankless spot.
Yeah, but he's got to find something.
Maybe bishop to d6. I know he just moved it, but to prepare knight e7. And then after d5, you can at least take the pawn. And white cannot capture twice. Because of bishop h2, but it's all pretty sad.
Yeah, bishop d6, that's such a tough move to find. It might not even cross his mind.
I don't like it either. Just what can you do?
Yeah. But yeah, 3 minutes down is Duda, but yeah, he knows. I mean, if he just allows d5, then he's never winning that position. So,
yeah,
he tries knight
goes
d5.
knight to the middle. So just to reiterate, Nordibek's up to Satorov on the right side with the white pieces. Needs a draw to advance to the next day. Jan Krzysztof Duda here trying to mix it with the black pieces. It's not out yet if he loses this match, which it looks like. But he would go to the lower bracket and need to win another match.
And here, yeah, Nordebek just trading it all off. He just trades queens. He goes 95. Now white is apparently much better in this position. Rook to c7. He can come in. And yeah, just total control here for Nordebek.
Shows how tough Duda's spot was to keep the game going. He thought for a long time, and the only thing he could see was this very sad endgame. So no, Nordebek not giving him a chance. There comes the rook. Now white can just improve. Pawn to f4, bishop to f3, bishop to b5. Everything looks very good.
Yeah, it's just so easy to play white's position here. And yeah, total masterclass by Nordebek about just how to keep control with white. I think some of the other players in this tournament should study this game because we've seen a lot of people lose with white in similar situations.
Now, rook c1, okay, he's not trying to win. Instructive move would have been bishop to a6, just fighting for that c file by saying, be my guest, you can exchange as much as you want.
Yeah. No, really terrorizing Duda here with this threat of the draw offer. f3, solid move,
It
can bring the king in.
meek, but it's still good enough.
Yeah.
King f2, king e3. The king can march to the center, help keep an eye on that central square on d4, so the black pawn never advances. Just saying, okay, do your worst, I'll stand here. Good luck improving this position.
And
Jan Krzysztof Duda about to lose to Nordebek up to Satorov again, just like last year. That is number.
At least this time it was over the board. I remember that mouse slip last year. Just so tragic. Like it was in the opening too, right? So they just didn't even get a game.
Yeah, it was literally e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, bishop c4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, pawn to d6. For those viewers that are good at blindfold chess.
Yeah.
You want to go pawn to d5. So rook c8 offers the exchange for lack of alternatives, but bishop a6 keeps the grip. If he wants to, he could also just take if he really wants to get rid of pieces.
Yeah, but I love bishop a6, just not really giving any ground. But okay, both rooks come off. Only white can be better in this two bishop endgame. His king is closer. He's got the better structure.
Yeah, no. Close to equal, but that doesn't help Jan Krzysztof Duda. Bishop to d3 next. Maybe you just keep exchanging and hope that in the end, white will be left with the weakness on e5, which in your dreams you could pick up bishop to g7, king to e6, but it's a long way.
Yeah, g4 now, bishop d3, kind of keep that black king side locked in.
Yeah, both in some order, locking out this king. Still impossible to lose, or difficult. Yeah, g4 plate.
Yeah, bishop d3 check.
I would also go b4, just stop bishop c5 for good.
I like b4.
There he goes. 5 you can take, but you can also keep the structure. That's the problem. If white refuses to do anything, he's not paying a high price for it. And exchange doesn't hurt him. So hard to envision a scenario where black wins this. Still, Duda's doing the right thing. He continues the game. And Nordebek does something crazy, he will be ready.
Yeah, still the chances aren't good for a Duda, but yeah, as long as some pieces left on the board, always ways to go wrong.
Yeah, especially if you get too tempted by exchanging pieces and he doesn't do it. Because if he had taken the bishop, then at least you can see some path for the black king to the queen side on these light squares invading the position. But now pawn to f4.
Ooh, now white is again better. This h-pawn could become a target. g5 maybe, bishop. Oh, okay, h-pawn hangs, but white can prepare it. Bishop f2.
Yeah,
bishop
put the
f5.
bishop back on f5 now. Now you grabbed some extra space. Unclear what black can do. Yeah, there it comes.
There it is. Yeah, just a very frustrating game for Duda. Basically had no chances the entire time. Just teetering between equal and worse. Oh,
Losing with white is just pricey.
Yeah, maybe Bishop E3, is that a way to blunder? Bishop G5 check?
I was wondering if that gives black any hope. He takes on E6. I don't like that, but he's seems committed to getting that draw.
Yeah, seems confident that black has no way to outplay here. But this is exactly the kind of situation, this bishop endgame where white has the classically worse bishop. This is the only possible slightest chance where black can maybe get something going, but objectively it just
I think he's arguing it's a fortress. You can only attack E5 once with your bishop, so it stays covered, and the king defends the queen side.
Right.
We just sit there on B3 and then do your worst. You can't enter anywhere.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes extra on the clock, Noterbeck is not going to be any real-time pressure here whatsoever.
No, but it feels like he probably only needs 20 seconds for this position. Put the king on B3 and then move back and forth. There he goes, B5.
B5, okay, offers the
Locking
A-pawn.
the king out, offers the A-pawn, but then he will take the H-pawn.
Take the H-pawn, then white's just winning there, yeah? So that's not really an option
Nice
for
touch.
Duda. Otherwise, A4 locks the queen side up.
Yeah, and the match, because then everything is locked up, so...
Yeah, Duda basically gives up on the queen side, but now he's not getting in anywhere. The king just won't be able to get in.
Yeah, white can pretty much move bishop d4 and move the king around in proximity of the bishop. Nothing will ever happen.
Yeah, the issue for black is if you play bishop c5, white trades and then makes a pass pawn, right? And possibly wins on the queen side if the king is too far.
Noterbeck is not even looking for breakthroughs here, maybe. If he had to win, he could think about pawn to a5, trying to win the game.
Yeah, he is winning now with a5.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to. He can just go bishop d4.
Doesn't have to, but I feel like he spotted it.
Yeah, maybe he likes to win.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Winning is another way to secure a half point.
That is true.
This is now too risky.
He's committed to doing nothing. Pawn to
Okay.
a5 still winning. Bishop takes h4 as well, but bishop d4, the move I'm expecting.
Bishop d4.
But then takes in king g6, king g5, king f4. Maybe that is the way. No, it's still yeah.
But yeah, I think white kind of keeps him out.
It's still the best position black could get. Takes in king g6, but not enough to win.
And yeah, again, Jan allows the a5 break, but Noterbeck more than happy with a draw here, as he should be, given the match situation. And
he's a sportsman. He doesn't care at all about winning the game. He's solely focused on winning the match. And Duda, I think, has seen enough as well.
well, it's clear he's got his priorities straight, because that's where players get in trouble, is when they go one step for the win, one step for the draw, and then they get confused here. Very clearly just going all out for the draw. Now check, and yeah, I think Duda's very close to giving up here, but keeps it going. Keeps making moves.
So with all this moving back and forth, at some point often it's an accidental threefold if white sticks to king d3, king e2. There's nothing black can do here.
Yeah. It's also sometimes what I see happening is, you know, white kind of falls into a false sense of security. And
Oh, now he goes a5.
There's
He got
a5.
bored.
Why now?
Better earlier when it was winning.
And now, oh, he takes, which is not right, but now white's just
Duda,
winning the
He
piece.
has to make something happen, not taking. Also didn't look very tempting. Wait for pawn to a6.
Yeah, this is going to be the end of the match. Okay, bishop
d4 and push.
d4 looks very solid. Just
b6 probably wins as well.
But bishop d4, the king
B7.
can come back, right, and stop the pawn.
Well, maybe you go b6, bishop e5, b7.
Yeah.
Pick up the bishop, and then the
Take
bishop
the
will
bishop
deal
and
with these
eventually,
passes.
yeah, white's bishop I think controls all the pawns, and yeah, it's just winning endgame for white.
Goes to the nice central square. If all the pawns are on one diagonal where they can be controlled by the bishop, bishop does pretty well normally. So even though technically it's 3 passed pawns, the bishop will sit on e5, stop them all.
Yeah, quite a beautiful endgame actually. Oh, king d4, love that.
Yeah, bishop e5 check, the king drops back, and that's it.
Yeah. That's it. Noorderbeek wins the second game. He needed a draw, but he gets the full point as he defeats Duda 2-0 and qualifies for the playoff stage in the EWC. Meanwhile, Duda drops down to the lower bracket where he will have to win his next match to make it to the playoffs himself.
Great job by Noorderbeek Abdusatorov, looking very strong, dominating a world-class opponent here. Handshake. He will be with Zach shortly, but first, Anna's back.
This has been quite a match, and I love the contrast how the Esports World Cup is bringing together 24 different games on the stage next to us. Rainbow Gaming has just won a really important match at Rainbow Six Siege, but they have just lost at Chess, and Team Navi is happy when it comes to Noorderbeek Abdusatorov making it to the playoffs. Team Navi is currently in 3rd place in the Club Championship at the Esports World Cup, chasing Team Falcons and AGAL. So looking good at the moment for Team Navi, but in terms of this match and the players, looking good for Noorderbeek Abdusatorov. Jan, how would you sum up the match and what has gone wrong for Jan-Krzysztof Duda?
Was a pretty dominant performance. What went wrong? Duda got a bad position with the white pieces from the get-go. He had some chances, but he had to take a lot of time. Was always under some pressure. Noorderbeek is so strong and so practical. If you lose a game with white against a world-class player, your odds are so low. Doesn't matter what magic you do. We've seen Hans make a miracle comeback with black, but it's not normal at this level. He didn't really have a chance.
He did not, but he will get a second chance in the lower back bracket. That is for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And in the lower bracket, though, there are no second chances. What we do know is that Noorderbeek Abdusatorov is our second qualified player to the playoffs. Let's head over to the stage to Zach and talk to the winner of this crucial match, Noorderbeek Abdusatorov.
Thank you, 3, for that marvelous introduction. Noorderbeek, you just qualified for the playoffs. How do you feel?
I feel great. It was a great performance by me, I think. This first game was a bit complicated, but I think I managed to keep up the pressure and played it well. And yeah, I played Duda last year also in Riyadh. It was a bit dramatic at the end. He misclicked in the Armageddon game. Yeah, this time it was way smoother, and yeah, I'm feeling great and looking forward.
In that first game, you had to defend quite a bit until your opponent blundered a piece. Did you see that resource Queen G5? Were you stunned when you saw Knight G4 on the board?
No, I think I had an advantage, you know, and when he played Knight Gh6 check, I thought, you know, this knight should not be escaping, as I think I played well and I managed to trap this knight with H4 F5 idea. But then, yeah, he tried to create some mess. He had some practical chances, but I think I managed to solidify my position, and yeah, I converted it very well.
In that second game, you needed only a draw in order to win the match. What was the secret to remaining under control, keeping that control with the white pieces?
Mainly I had a very good opening. I played more calm, more controllable opening with Alapin, and yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to create something with black pieces. I tried it myself with so many times, but I failed. So I think it's a good strategy for white.
Congratulations on your qualification.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Zach, and congratulations to Noorderbeek Abdusatorov and Team Navi. They are through to the playoffs, joining Alireza Firuza for Team Falcons as the 2 already qualified players for our grand finale here at Chess at the Esports World Cup. But who else will be joining? It's gonna depend on this final clash of the day. That is a clash between the top 2 clubs, ladies and gentlemen. AGAL at the moment leading at the Esports World Cup, the Club Championship. Team Falcons seeking to defend their title. And the next matchup is a clash between these two titans. It's 19-year-old Denis Lazovic for AGAL facing the speed demon Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons. Denis Lazovic made it to the Esports World Cup. He qualified by beating Hikaru just a few months ago for the third place at the Speed Chess Finals in London, a live esports event just like here. Hikaru will be seeking revenge for sure. Everything is on the line in this next match coming up next. The qualification to the playoffs, only one of them can make it through in the upper bracket, and the loser of the match will be going to the lower bracket for their second and final chance. Kostya, when you think of this matchup and how Denis qualified to our event here in Paris by beating Hikaru, one of the greatest speed chess players, if not the greatest to ever exist, what is that like?
Well, it's got to give Denis a ton of confidence going into today's matchup. The fact that he's defeated Hikaru in the SEC format, a place where Hikaru has won so many matches over the years. But on the other side, I think Hikaru is just going to want some instant revenge for losing that match. So I think it's going to be a very, very tough battle for both players.
Jan, what is your call on that match, and how excited are you about which player will qualify? Team AGAL, Team Falcons, Denis or Hikaru?
I think at this point, Lazovic is pretty much an established top player. Hikaru knows whom he's dealing with, not just because of the SEC. They're both regulars in the big online series in the finals. So I think it's just two top players for battling for direct qualification. I don't quite dare to bet on Lazovic. I still think Hikaru, with his experience, has to be a small favorite, but nothing would surprise me.
Nothing would surprise you. I think I will be surprised, though, if we get a break, because we are not going anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, This is it. We are not going anywhere because all the marbles are at stake here. $1.5 million is the prize fund at chess here at the Esports World Cup in Paris, and valuable club championship points. The Falcons already have one qualified player in the playoffs. That is the runner-up of last year, Alireza Firouzja, but they are seeking a second player to make it to the grand finale, and that is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who will want revenge against the 19-year-old boy who took him down in London at the Speed Chess Finals. Speaking of age, Denis Lazovic, 19 years old. Hikaru Nakamura, 38 years old. That's nearly twice the age, Jan. Will that matter in this match?
I'm not great at math. It's exactly twice the age, no?
I'm not good at maths at all, so thank you for confirming that.
Okay. I don't know how much it matters, of course. In chess, as you get older, you get a little slower, but Hikaru's been defying that, especially in fast time controls for a long time now. It remains elite. He has it in his bones, all these pre-moves, all these mouse skills. But as I said, I don't think he's a big favorite, and Denis Lazovic knows how good he is. The only thing that Denis doesn't have is the experience with the lights being so bright here. And we could see it a bit in the first match where it looked like he was cruising, but then he let Sina move ahead back into the match, and you don't want to give Hikaru second chances.
You certainly don't want to do that. Hikaru Nakamura has won the Speed Chess Championship multiple times. He is an online speed chess demon, and of course one of the best chess players in the world. But it is Denis Lazovic who got the qualification by beating Hikaru at the Speed Chess Finals in London, where he was a clear underdog. And that win, that match win for Denis, it meant so much to him. He was the only player at the Speed Chess Finals without a team. And now he's representing the leading esports team here, AGAL. He got immediately signed. His life changed with that moment, and it's life-changing money here as well at the Esports World Cup in Paris. $1.5 million is at stake. And if you make it to the playoffs, you're getting a really big chunk of that pie. So that is what's on the line, ladies and gentlemen, in this final qualification match of today. Is it going to be 19-year-old Denis Lazovic for Team AGAL to make it to the playoffs? Or is it going to be the 38-year-old speed demon Hikaru Nakamura representing Team Falcons to join Alireza Firouzja and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And I'm guessing Magnus Carlsen too, but we don't know yet because Magnus is right now playing against Hans Niemann. So even the defending champion Magnus Carlsen is not yet confirmed for the playoff. It's all gonna depend on his match against Hans Niemann. But what we do know is that the stage is getting ready for our final showdown. As we mentioned, this is also the battle between the top two clubs here at the Esports World Cup. It is 7 weeks here in Paris, where everything is about gaming and esports, but we are down to week 6 with only 2 weeks to go. Zach, for the clubs, for the teams, this is huge what the results will be in chess.
Falcon at the second place and AGAL at the first place. This is a match of clubs. Which club can pierce through to that playoff spot for tomorrow? This will be exciting to see.
So exciting to see. And Jan, when it comes to what we already covered, the experience, the matchup in London, we talked about the age slightly, but what I wanted to also add to that as context is that it felt like at the Speeches finals in London, it was one of those first online esports events where Hikaru showed signs of being a human. Because his online play is always just so impeccable. He's so fast, he's so good. It feels like he's untouchable. But in that match against Denis Lazovic, there were moments, several moments during that match where the nerves kicked in, where he showed that there's emotions that might make him crack under pressure. Do you think we will see that now in this matchup? And does that come with age? Or is it just simply one bad tournament for Hikaru?
I think it might just be a bad day. Of course, you're supposed to slow down, but we can't read too much into one match with a track record of 20 years of online dominance. Having said that, like I said before, Denis is not a big underdog. He's shown he belongs. He's absolutely world-class in this time format. He's very well prepared. So I don't think even if Hikaru were to lose that match, there would be some insanity happening. It's just two world-class players playing and everything can happen.
Two world-class players playing, Hikaru seeking revenge and Denis Lazovic seeking to qualify to the playoffs. And of course, same goes for Hikaru Nakamura. That would be the second player for Team Falcons to make it to the playoffs. That would double their chances to get a really valuable score for their club championship, trying to defend their title for the third time in a row. But right now, it's Denis's team, AGAL, sitting at the top of the standing. So all eyes on Denis Lazovic for Team AGAL and all eyes on Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons. It will matter so much for the club championship points, and it will matter so much for these players because the loser, again, of this match is going down to the lower bracket where you don't get second chances. So far, we already mentioned we have Alireza Firouzja for Team Falcons already through to the playoffs. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov for Team Navy. He has just qualified against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And our next qualification match, our final match of the day here, is just about to start. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the blockbuster 19-year-old Denis Lazovic for Team AGAL against Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons. The match is just about to start.
There we see Denis in deep thought.
And the game is off.
And we see a pawn on d4. That's what Denis Lazovic likes to do. We've seen him in action earlier, playing some Catalan. But against Hikaru, he has something special up his sleeve. Because one thing maybe Hikaru doesn't always excel at is like direct knowledge of sidelines. And Nakamura prepares to, just get a position of the opening. Goes pawn to e6. What is his opening, Zach? Talk us through it.
The Torre attack, named after
whom? After
Carlos Torre Repetto, the Mexican prodigy and super strong chess player. But that is not... We have basically a symmetrical game here, if not for that bishop on g5. That is the break of this position.
But that makes a big difference, no? That bishop is out and about, active, while black still has to develop the equivalent. That guy on c8 does have a less bright future. Pawn to b6, Hikaru, being solid, wants to Fianchetto that bishop, then castle, go pawn to c5. Nothing dramatic has happened. But looks like Dennis knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, so far, no trades. Both players playing solid, developing their pieces, putting their pieces in place. And seems like Denis Lazovic is very well prepared in this position.
Knight jumps to the center, seeking immediate simplifications. Interesting approach by Nakamura. I'm wondering if Denis Lazovic is going to think about keeping these bishops on the board. Bishop to f4 does strike me as an option. He could, of course, exchange bishops, take on e7, the queen will recapture, and then keep playing short castle. Maybe a slight plus because his pawn structure is better for the remaining bishops. But does he want more? This is your type of chess, right? Queen's pawn game, some quiet maneuvering.
Exactly. Absolute symmetry on the board. This is what I usually strive for. I'm kidding. I like more aggressive chess. But this is a very interesting question to the bishop on g5, which Denis Lazovic is taking some time to contemplate.
Thinking. Chisel out, and he does drop back to f4, which is a bit counterintuitive because it's your quote-unquote bad bishop. But the bad bishop is not so bad once it's outside the pawn chain. Bad bishop normally means the pawns are on the same color as that bishop, and it can be bad because the pawns are impeding it. But once the bishop already escaped, then it's fine. It has a clear line of view. The pawns can be on the dark squares. And here, white is more interested in keeping more pieces on the board. Hikaru is once again saying, please, let's exchange these bishops. Come on, Dennis.
Now, what's the difference between leaving these bishops on the board and trading them off? Is it in white's purpose to keep them on the board?
Yeah, white has a little more space, so he wants as many minor pieces as possible on the board, so black remains cramped. And every exchange helps black finding squares for his pieces. An interesting decision here by Lazovic. He's saying, okay, we can exchange, but then you do the exchanging. I will recapture. Will give me a double pawn, but more importantly, will give me a grip over that crucial e5 square in the center. So Hikaru is saying, nah, you exchange.
Hikaru with that centralized, powerful knight on that e4 square. And now we finally see a trade on e6.
Lazovic is losing patience. He could not handle that standoff any longer. He does take. Nakamura doesn't hesitate. Takes with a pawn. Accepts double pawns, but controls a bunch of center squares.
Who do you prefer looking into this middle game here?
I think it's very close to equal. I wasn't in love with bishop takes d6. I think Dennis should have doubled down, kept the tension going. Here, once Hikaru solves his opening problems, I don't think he has anything to be worried about in particular. Should be roughly equal. White is solid, black is solid. I can't pick. It's equal. What do you want me to do?
You're itching no way.
I'm itching many different spots, but not any way.
I prefer this imbalance that Hikaru Nakamura created with these doubled pawns now. He might have the type of position which grants black a long-term potential to make this plank uneven.
I don't know. Dennis is solid. He can always bail out with pawn to c4 if he feels like. Let's see if Hikaru Nakamura, the veteran Florida man Hikaru Nakamura, can mix it here. And he goes pawn to e5.
On to e5, taking more center space here. Hikaru with two center pawns, looking very nice. Optically, this is a good show for black.
I don't know. This bishop on b7 bothers me staring down the pawns, but maybe Hikaru is active enough in the center to compensate for it. I'm not sure which side I like here.
And Denis Lazovic with his typical high beats per minute that he has had all along today, really. We haven't seen him much below 120.
130 is nothing for him. If he's below 150, he's calm.
Absolutely.
I have a rule question, by the way. If both Falcons make the top spots, only one of them can earn points, right?
Exactly.
So it's important to keep two horses in the race, but only one can score.
So would you say that Hikaru has more pressure or Denis Lazovic has more pressure?
I don't think either of them is particularly concerned about that aspect. But when top players play each other, especially in such an event with the lights being bright, lots of money at stake, there's always pressure. When it comes to as more, Hikaru has been around the block a few times, while Dennis is still newer to this type of event. So heart rate-wise, feels like he feels a little more pressure, but I'm not sure it hurts him.
It may be a tale of experience.
What's going on? Dennis is sitting behind a very solid structure. Looks a bit passive, but he's arguing if Hikaru wants to expand further, he will close the position if he goes pawn to e4, and he will remain with his bad bishop. So Dennis just sitting behind this very solid position, provoking Hikaru into action, which I think is a sound approach.
Hikaru is having trouble untangling this bad bishop on b7 that has virtually no scope in this position.
Doesn't have a lot to do. The question is, and yeah, he's going for it. Does he want to grab more space?
And he does.
Even at the cost of putting more pawns on the light squares. He does. And he goes b5, trying to create another square for his knight on b6. Interesting position. White is a better bishop, but he has fewer... Yeah, he has less space. I don't know who's better. I take white because I like these long-term things, but sometimes you can underestimate, attacks, h5, g6, or just space. Not sure.
I, for one, love the black pieces here. This is definitely something I would play with black personally. It seems like Hikaru is just taking up those squares. That c4 square has a nice grip from black. That e4 square has a nice grip now. And that d3 square is taken up. White's light squared bishop scope is completely gone.
Dennis is trying to break the grip with pawn to f3, but that leaves some long-term weaknesses. If he has to do that, yeah, I might switch over.
You're switching over to my camp?
Well, no, not really, but f3 changed the situation. Now I don't like it as much anymore.
So you're uncomfortable with the weakness created on e3?
Always. g3, e3, all the weaknesses. But maybe at a point, his knight on h2 is passive, the bishop on b1 didn't have much to do. So he has to find some work for these pieces.
Not to mention Hikaru's struggling bishop still at large to find any squares from which it can be useful. And his knight is now completely stopped with
I like
this
the last move b3, not only restricting that knight, but also preparing to take the pawn in the center, and then if black recaptures with the pawn, then you can go pawn to c4, making your own little pawn chain up the board. So Dennis, well, he's always been a positional player. He's very subtle. He's not your typical 19-year-old hacker looking for tactics. He goes for a calm approach here. Even though I'm not sure I'm in love with his position, I don't think he minds a strategic battle even against Hikaru.
It seems like Hikaru has identified this moment as quite critical here. Can he manage to sidestep this little resource by the white pieces that you mentioned?
I don't know. Who won that Niemann against Magnus match, by the way? Do you know?
I don't know.
We don't know? Don't switch. This is more exciting. Just curious.
I'm saving it for tonight. Some popcorn needed in that hotel room.
Such a sicko. You haven't seen a single movie, but you'll catch up on chess broadcast with popcorn in the room.
So he takes here on f3. What do you think about this decision?
I don't know. Makes some sense. He doesn't wait for white to change the structure, unlock it, but he takes action into his own hands, Hikaru Nakamura. The man of action.
It's a very interesting struggle. Black has a lot of pawn weaknesses with all those pawn islands, but it seems like there's no real way to attack them.
No, they cover a lot of squares, so they're not all bad, especially these double pawns in the center. They can't protect each other, but they can protect lots of squares adjacent. So yeah, I kind of like this decision, forcing the issue. Now I guess bishop comes back out to target at least that pawn on b5. The queen can cover it. No, he takes. Don't like that.
Wow.
Don't like that. And Hikaru doesn't like it either.
A little head shake by Hikaru, slightly surprised at that decision.
No, that was a strange strategic. So now the queen can come out, the bishop can go back to d7, all of a sudden finds targets on the board. No, this was asking for some trouble.
And I love these dark squares that Hikaru can just hunt at right now. g3 looks like there's infiltration also possible on the a file. I'm starting to like the black pieces a lot here.
On to b4. Putting more pawns on dark squares, which in theory you shouldn't do against the light square bishop, because you don't restrict him like that. And it also gives black's knight new entry squares on c4 and a4. Feels like Dennis is drifting a tiny bit here.
Dennis wants his knight maybe to scale up to that c5 square with knight b3, knight c5.
Yeah, but will it get there? Because now Hikaru can start an attack. There's the rook already. The queen will come.
This expenditure of time now grants Hikaru some initiative against White's king.
Also, the black knight now has a c4 square, which is just as nice as the c5 square where the white knight went. Now, Hikaru Nakamura so far on track to get his revenge. What's all this revenge talk, Zach? I was told it's bad to have revenge in your heart.
Well, Vishy Anand famously said, if you need revenge for yourself, then use it over the board.
That's what he said?
Yes.
Strangely,
I'm paraphrasing, of
strange
course.
quote, yeah, I thought you might be. If you need revenge for yourself, then use it over the board?
Yes.
What does that even mean?
Well, it can help to have this psychological kind of anger within you. And if that helps your performance over the board, now why wouldn't you use that for yourself?
Okay. I only know it's a dish best served cold, which I also don't understand. Knight is on c4. I don't like White's position. Knight g4, but I mean, it can be targeted by the bishop now. Bishop d7, and we either have to give up our prettier knight or allow this bishop to enter the action, take on g4 or on h3.
Yes,
do not like it.
This black bishop, a long-time caveman, can re-enter the game, but not yet. The queen slides in.
Here comes the queen, preparing maybe h5 or f5, and then the queen can jump into that g3 square next to the king. That looks dangerous for White, because the pawn structure is also missing a pawn, a defender on the king side. So if the black f pawn ever comes, like f5, f4, it can get ugly. Lazovic, he's given black this bad bishop very cleanly and the good knight, but he paid too high a price, I think.
Exactly, and now he's facing a potentially devastating attack on this king side. What prevents Hikaru from just rushing his pawns down the board to try to checkmate this white king?
Do not know. Do you have a relationship with Hikaru? You're both famous content creators. Do you guys like get together and debate strategies, or everybody does their own thing?
Fantastic question.
Thank you, thank you.
Recently, I interviewed him at the Candidates right before he played the biggest tournament in the world at the time. And he had many interesting things to say about his career and his career in streaming. And that was a nice time. But other than that, no, I do not have
There's
much
still
of a...
time. There's still time. And Lazovic gives a pawn.
Wow.
Understanding he's in trouble. He's trying to bail out, sacrificing a pawn to get rid of that pesky horsey on c4. But Vishiana once told me, a pawn is a pawn. Take it.
Did he
Use
tell
it
you
over
that?
the board. Paraphrasing.
And now it's a classic struggle of good knight against bad bishop. What can you tell us about this?
It's also a classic struggle of pawn up versus pawn down.
Fair enough.
I think black is just better, but yeah, Dennis, he has this clean style. He's trying to simplify, even if it costs him a pawn. At least, you know, it's not getting checkmated, and maybe it was a good practical decision. But now, the extra pawn has to be more important. The knight on c5 looks nice, but often you have a knight sitting there very pretty on a nice square, but can't really join the action on the other side of the board. So it can be an illusion, this outpost far away from the action. Sometimes it doesn't help that much.
And Hikaru trying to mend this weakness of this bad bishop on c6 by just defending that square d7 and then bringing the bishop over.
Yeah, that bishop is not so bad. Can target h3.
Some dangerous threats against White's king. Do you trade out that knight and then just concede down a pawn full?
It's a bit sad. No, he goes king h1, but Hikaru can keep asking questions. Rook g3, queen h5. Yeah, there comes the queen. Doesn't look great. Maybe at some point you have to bite the bullet and take that bishop before you get checkmated. Yeah, he does it now. Gives a check.
Feels like Denis Lazovic is playing against the grain this entire game. That's the story of it. It's a struggle.
Rook to f8, though. What's the rook doing there? It's targeting a pawn, but if Hikaru spots that, and normally he spots these kind of things, goes, let's say, rook g3, covering that pawn. Oh, and he goes rook to a6, goes to the other side, goes for the open file.
Now,
trying to come sneak in. Oh, queen e1, but that allows rook a2. Can you
so allows a really critical rook infiltration on that a2 square, cutting that second rank in half, and he
there
plays
comes
it.
the rook. Now, this was, you can't allow the rook on the second.
What can you tell us about the rook on the second?
I read in my favorite chess book, My System, rook on second, good. 2 rook on 7, even better.
So there you go. Hikaru knows what to do.
Denis is shaking his head now. He's realized that intruder, that rook endgame looks horrible. His rook is so active, can target either of the white lonely pawns there. No, this just looks winning.
Looks like a decisive endgame for Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces here.
Around. Going for a quick victory with the black pieces, and as we've seen earlier, to come back with black is tough.
Yes, this would be a very important point for Hikaru and Team Falcon here.
How do you win? Maybe you can just take it slow. King g5, f5, f4. He doesn't even have to take a pawn directly. But I'm not sure. Instead of rook to c2 as he played, he could have played rook c7, attack from the other side. I think white collapses. Denis is fighting.
Now both players are hitting at each other's weaknesses.
Yeah. Normally it's good for the defender if pawns get exchanged. The problem he has here is black remains with 4 pawns on one side against 2, and the passer has... Oh, he blundered, he blundered. So now if these pawns get exchanged, then it's a draw. He has blundered.
They do! It's a draw suddenly.
Denis escapes. Wow.
Oh my goodness. What resilience by the 19-year-old.
Just as I was giving my speech, Hikaru allows the exchange of pawns. And now, even though I normally believe in the attacker in rook endgames, here there's not a lot of material left. This should be a draw.
White could even give that second pawn and it would still be a draw.
Yeah, he gives it, but rook h3, king f4. Now Denis is saving this.
Incredible resistance by Denis Lazovic.
But also look at the clock. Look at the clock. 14 seconds. Hikaru is not above winning on time in rook versus rook. If
he might try to flag Denis Lazovic last second to get a win.
These are online guys.
And now it's rook versus rook. It's a flagging fest.
It's Denis can make a lot of moves.
Can Hikaru flag Denis Lazovic in time? Denis only has 6 seconds to his name.
This
is impossible to defend. And he loses a rook. He loses the game.
The rook
Hikaru Nakamura takes this game 1 with the black pieces.
Hikaru's angry because he had a winning position. He messed up and he had to go into the dark arts of flagging to win this game. While he could have won cleanly over the board. But you know what? It's still 1 point.
That is what this time format is all about. If you can't win on the board, you need to try to win on the clock. And that's what Hikaru has done, taking a lead in this match.
Very much so. Putting Denis Lazovic in a must-win situation now with the black pieces. Not a great spot.
Hikaru's shaking his head. He's still unhappy.
He
won the game.
He's happy he won. Come on, Hikaru.
He's so unhappy.
He's very tilted by that win.
That's a phrase I never thought I'd hear.
Now, situation changes. White needs a draw.
At the very minimum to win the match.
To win the match.
And we have Caro-Kann defense.
Yeah, that's
Exchange
not a bad
variation,
choice.
Bishop d3.
Especially Denis, he doesn't have this hacker style. He's not going to play e4, g6. He wants some clean strategic position. The Caro-Kann at least gives you a bit of an imbalance in the pawn structure. This is, what do you call this? The Karlsbad structure?
Yes, the Karlsbad structure.
Oh. What's Karlsbad?
I believe it is a city in a certain... it's a city in Europe.
Correct.
And it
Which
was
country is your best guess?
Let me check my geography.
Czech, I think, is a good clue.
Czechia, so Czech Republic?
I think so.
Oh. So there you go.
On to G6. Yeah, white is a bit better, but this is a complicated strategic position. Bishop to f5 is typical. Once again, trying to get rid of the good old bad bishop, even if you have to accept double pawns. And Hikaru chooses not to double the pawns. He only needs to draw. Dennis Lazovic is going for e6, and I wonder if he will play h5, because, first of all, I like it when they build this pawn structure, because it's a Christmas tree.
Oh, it is a Christmas tree. First time I hear that, by the way.
But he hasn't done it.
So this position roughly equal, which is in Hikaru's favor so far.
Yeah, but there's always strategic tension in the pawn structure because it's imbalanced. There's always black has this minority attack. See, there's a Christmas tree.
And we have a Christmas tree on the board. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas to everyone watching.
Knight a3, knight on the rim. He's just trying to bring it to the center via b5 or c2. And I think Dennis, I don't know what this would be, but if he goes to a6, b5 as well, it's almost a double tree.
The knight completes its maneuver to c2. Now it can potentially go to e3 and eye that bishop on f5.
King f8, more advanced stuff. He doesn't have to castle. He puts his king there, so the rook can stay. Keep an eye on that h-pawn, which he advanced. He knows what he's doing here. It's clear this young man is doing a ton of homework. Because this Christmas tree structure, it's not something we've seen in chess much 10 years ago, but modern computers, they have endorsed the setup. e6, g6, h5, bishop f5. And clearly, Dennis has spent a lot of time with his computer checking these things.
Ooh, and Hikaru has a small trick up his sleeve, seemingly sacrificing a pawn, but you can't take twice on that knight.
Oh. Christmas never comes twice.
Great saying.
Queen to c7.
Both players completely locked in, barely moving.
Should mention, this is a battle between the two top teams of this competition. Dennis Lazovic was hired by the leaders, AGAL, Hikaru Nakamura, representing Powerhouse, the Falcons, together with Alireza Firouzja. Alireza and Hikaru second and third in last year's competition. Falcons, of course, won the overall thing. Alireza's already through, so Hikaru is looking to join him here in the next stage.
If Falcons get two players in the playoffs, that would be incredible for them and their team.
You don't think they will get two players in the playoffs?
I think they have good chances now that Hikaru has won game one.
It's like the number 2 and 3 favorites. They should have two.
Absolutely.
And again, Dennis is no slouch, and Hikaru retreats. Not a great sign. We have some drums. What are all these drummers doing here? Are they here for chess?
I believe they're part of the pre-show of every single game.
Even chess? Did they have drummers?
Yeah, we had drummers this morning.
Ah.
Yes, on the pre-show of Stream A.
How's your drumming?
My drumming is non-existent. Thank you for asking. How about yours?
Not a thing, not a thing. But it's never too late.
Puts us both at large there. Hikaru with this. This position is not moving crazy in terms of...
No, Hikaru's not making progress. And it's this usual, you're stuck between being solid, or do I play for a win? Do I play for a draw? Do I do nothing? And Dennis is just improving his position. But now pawn to b4. Looks like Compi does not agree with that move. Probably some tactical reason, because it looks logical. What is going on? Knight takes
Dennis
f5,
Lazovic is
he takes
pointing at that
f5.
pawn structure.
Oh, I see, but super complicated.
Tell me.
It's very
Describe it like I'm 5.
Okay, knight takes f5, e5, cb4, knight b4, bishop f5, gf5, queen d2, attacking b4 and threatening queen g5 check at the same time.
Astronomical tactic. It looks like we were just speaking Mandarin just then for English speakers, but...
Because I know you were a child prodigy, so I thought you're a gifted 5-year-old. But he hasn't seen it. c4, also good move strategically.
he takes c4. What do you make of this position right now?
I do not know.
Very
now,
difficult to
bishop
tell.
takes f5. I guess strategically you want gf, but it's weakening the king so much that, yeah, you take with the other pawn. Now it's a little more stable. I guess black is still alright. Rook to the middle. This pawn on d4 in the center is a bit weak too. King
White-
has all these pawns covering him. Looks
White
alright for Dennis.
Yes, white inherits this isolated pawn here, which can be easily attacked by the black pieces. Hikaru is shaking his
unhappy.
head. He
He's
does
unhappy.
not like his position.
No, and this is a Dennis type of position, like strategic, small tactics, but nothing crazy. Long-term advantage maybe with a weak pawn.
We must say there are a lot of theatrics going on in this building. That's
What do you
why
mind going over there? Tell the Rainbow Six people to tone it down a little bit. We have a chess tournament going on here.
Dark Zeo against Weibo Gaming over there is very, very crazy.
But the knight was exchanged. We almost missed the knight trade because of all the shooting.
And the knight advances to the center once again here. It's been a common theme throughout the two games, the black knight moving on to the central position.
Yeah, this is not over. Anything can happen here. Dennis has some activity. His knight on e4, the black knight is very nice because very hard to challenge. Even if the pawn ever attacked it, it would leave another hole in the white camp. So it's really hard to get rid of. I like black's position. Dennis Lazovic and Hikaru is also going deep into his arsenal of faces.
There you go. He's grimacing. He's slightly unhappy about his position right now.
Which chess player is the most expressive? What's your top three?
Oh, Hikaru's number one for sure. And Hans Niemann would be 3 maybe. And Magnus maybe 1.
Magnus?
Yeah.
No, Nepomniachtchi is making a lot of faces.
Oh, that's true. Nepomniachtchi today was making a lot of faces.
And we had some junior candidates. Sina Movahead, I've seen a lot of stuff from...
Oh, true.
From Sina.
Very expressive.
Yeah.
Dennis Lazovic, however, has been quite the poker face
Dennis,
person.
cool as a cucumber, even though...
Heart rate tells a different story there.
Heart rate cannot fool us.
He is playing with his heart on the line here.
No, that's a bit drastic. There's no hearts on the line.
But his heart is beating, and
that is true.
He has everything on the line.
Not the heart. Rook d8. He's better. Rooks to the middle. Hikaru's rook looks a little random there in the middle of the board. Doesn't really do anything. Just blocks the square for his own horsey.
Feels isolated from the rest of his pieces, that rook on e5.
Yeah. And rooks, you know, they like a community. They don't like being by themselves. Not loners. But black has easy ways to improve his position. Can double rooks on the open file and then have a look around. Rook c2, rook c1 are maybe in the cards. Now Hikaru's in some trouble. Not big trouble, because Hikaru, and as long as he hasn't lost, I always believe he will find ways to mix it. But in some trouble.
Some positional trouble. Definitely this knight here on f3 is completely restricted. Can't move because it needs to defend this pawn constantly on d4. And in the meanwhile, Dennis Lazovic could just progress his position.
Yeah. Is Dennis Lazovic your favorite Dennis?
Ooh, what other Dennis? I like Dennis Bergkamp, the football player.
That's an old reference. How do you even know Dennis Bergkamp?
Oh, of course, because of his famous goal in that World Cup.
Wow, that's surprising.
The commentator was yelling, Dennis Bergkamp, Dennis Bergkamp. It's very, very famous.
Dennis Rodman. Have you heard of Dennis Rodman?
Dennis Rodman. Oh, of course, the basketball player for the Miami Heat. No. The Chicago Heat. No, Chicago Bulls. I got you. There you go. I finally got there.
Dennis the Menace?
Dennis the Menace. Hikaru here looks like he's just in solid mode.
But he's not solid. He's in trouble.
Defending everything here.
Rook c4 looks surprised by rook c4. That's a logical enough move, cutting off the white queen, maybe hinting at some tactics. Maybe sometimes you can take the pawn in the middle now with the rook. Then if the knight recaptures, you take the rook and you want a pawn.
Yeah, big threat here from Denis Lazovic, who's putting pressure on Hikaru, and Hikaru keeps shaking his head. He's really unhappy about this position.
Because it's bad.
He's mad.
I don't know.
He's
He was
irritated.
mad after winning the first game already. Like, getting madder now. King G2, he's also mad about King G2, which was the best move.
He does not like what's going on in this position, even though he's the one playing for 2 results. He has the favorable match.
Tell me about Hikaru Nakamura. Of course, he's been a top player for a long time.
Long time.
But he's also become a top creator while being number 2 in the world. How does he do all that stuff?
He's a jack of many trades, it seems. He has taken up streaming, content creation. He's inspired a whole generation of chess players. Thus is his legacy. King moves up to G2.
What's the secret? Does he just have more energy? Because normally you can't be a full-time streamer and the number 2 chess player in the world.
Yeah, it's very rare that this happens.
I started streaming thinking I would become the number 2 player. I got even worse at chess.
Maybe it helps that he was already the strongest or one of the strongest players in the world at the time.
No, but he climbed after he started his career.
Right.
His streaming career. And now he's losing a pawn. Rook takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes e5, but he can recapture it on b4. It's still worse, but it's not clear cut. Main problem is his pieces feel a little loose, and his king only has 3 pawns to cover him. The pieces are far away. While Lazovic has the initiative here. Queen can enter to d1, the rook comes.
These black pieces are infiltrating the white position slowly but surely as this rook comes in, crosses that median line there.
Very much so. But please don't call me Shirley.
That will be your nickname from now on. So the queen goes to b3.
Can we win that pawn? Knight c5?
Oh, knight c5. Looking,
I don't know.
Very nice move.
Targeting the queen and the pawn.
What does white even play after knight c5?
Queen somewhere. I don't know if queen b6. Computer's not impressed. It looked so nice for black, but computer's saying it's equal. Nothing to see here.
Yes, but maybe practically this is a layer more difficult for humans to solve after this knight moves back to c5.
There comes the horsey. Queen goes out of the way, but Hikaru plays queen e3 instantly. And that is not good, apparently. Because now there's pawn to f4.
Oh, nice
hitting
idea.
The queen, and if pawn takes, then the knight drops back, and it will land on this powerful f4 square.
f4 softening.
Dennis takes
the pawn structure, but he doesn't go for it.
The slightest, like, oh, did I blunder something? He didn't blunder. His pawn to b3, double attack, but he has rook to c3, counterattacking against the white queen.
The rook to d2 now, attacking the queen. Asking a very
feeling
interesting
Hikaru
question.
will wiggle out of this. Now his pieces are sort of working.
As these pieces trade down, it is more and more in favor of Hikaru Nakamura to get a draw and
he's
win this
pawn
match.
down, but it feels like he's barely active enough to somehow escape. Yeah, queen e4, logical, going for the endgame. Pawn to b3. Rook c3. Now he can't blunder rook c3. Looks like he missed it. He's upset as usual, but he's also making the best moves. Knight g5, knight c5, and then pawn to b4, and you survive.
It seems so.
I think that's one of Hikaru's skills. It always looks like his world is collapsing, he's shaking his head, he's missed something. But normally it doesn't affect his level of play very much. Like, he keeps making good moves, even when he's visibly upset.
He's a player who looks for absolute precision, is so detail-oriented, and when things slightly don't go his way, he will make you know via his face. So that to me is the sign of a very high-quality player.
And why don't all other high-quality players do this?
Oh, well, many players at the top show great grimace and discontent at the smallest inaccuracy or miss, such as rook c3 that just happened.
So you're saying Lazovic is not a top player?
Top flight, I wouldn't say not yet, but he is a very, very promising talent, especially in this field.
So you are saying in order to improve, he has to make more grimaces.
Grimaces, the more grimaces, the better. Yes, exactly.
But he's still trying to keep the game going here. Looks like Hikaru is out of the worst, but still double attack. Pawn on e3 and b3 are both under attack. Can you keep them both?
Oh, he goes for this a6 pawn, trying to trade down.
Makes sense. What is going on now? Pawn to e4 or... no, yeah, pawn to e4 keeps the pawn, escapes the black pieces.
It's
not enough, is it?
Looks like...
No, Hikaru's got this. He has enough counterplay. And tries to stabilize.
And Hikaru has near 2 minutes on the clock.
King f6 looks normal, but then you keep giving checks, rook h7 or knight h7 or rook a6. Here, how do you make progress?
Hard to make progress for the black pieces, which means that Hikaru Nakamura inches closer and closer to the desired result of a draw.
Hikaru also has more time. He never blunders in these situations. He can just keep waiting. No, I have a feeling this is it for Denis Lazovic. Worthy showing, but Hikaru gets his revenge.
Exactly.
Denis also shaking his head, taking your advice to heart.
There you go. More moves in this position where it seems like both players are at a stalemate to progress.
Yeah, also feels like they're repeating a bunch of times here already. Threefold repetitions always lurking. Yeah, he's given up.
And we have a draw by threefold. Hikaru Nakamura advances to the playoffs tomorrow. Really good show.
Good job by him. Was it very, very tense match, and he had to go to plan B in game number 1, even though in his defense he was outplaying Denis and was much, much better. Then he flagged with his time advantage. And in the second game, there was some chances, but nothing so tangible that you could say Denis missed a big chance.
Takes revenge against Denis Lazovic for what happened earlier this year at the Speed Chess Finals, where it was the 19-year-old boy who beat Hikaru Nakamura to qualify to this very event here, the Esports World Cup in Paris. But now it is Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons who qualifies to the playoffs. And this is huge for the club championship points, huge for Team Falcons seeking to defend their title here at the Esports World Cup. But for AGAL, the leading club at the moment, Denis Lazovic will get a second chance in the lower bracket. That is the harder path. Hikaru is already through. But for Denis, tomorrow he'll be back and try to fight his way through to the playoffs. When it comes to this match, these two games, I'm gonna look at you first, Zach. How would you describe to the viewers that are just joining what we have just witnessed between Hikaru and Denis?
Yeah, it's a story of honestly just pushing. Hikaru was pushing and pushing and pushing in that game. He lost his advantage, but then he found a really good idea to not win on the board, but win on the clock. Very, very interesting tactic. It has been used not that many times to dirty flag your opponent. I think we saw that one time in the first match day, but we see it again today. And that was the decisive idea to bring this game to a must-win for Denis Lazovic, who couldn't, unfortunately, bring that win back and force Armageddon. And so Hikaru drew and won that match.
He did win the match. Jan, what about your thoughts as the Grandmaster here in the studio? What do you think went wrong for Denis and what can he improve for the lower bracket?
I don't know, like the second game to come back on demand, especially with the black pieces, is so incredibly tough. The first match, I am not sure, it felt like he was trying to play too cleanly strategically and underestimated dynamics a little bit. Then he escaped from a bad position, but didn't have enough time. I think he's a guy who just will keep improving. He's learning from every one of these matches. Like I said, he's already world class, and I wouldn't write him off. I think we have a good chance of seeing him in the finals.
He's still only 19 years old, Denis Lazavic for Team AGAL, and he will get a second chance because this is a double elimination format. But the player that's already through is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura representing Team Falcons. Let's head over to the stage to talk to Kostya and the winner of this match, Hikaru.
Thanks, Anna. Here with Hikaru Nakamura, just defeated Denis Lazavic. Hikaru, your thoughts on the overall match?
Yeah, I mean, the result I'm pretty happy with. The way that I won the first game, I'm not happy because I completely outplayed him and was winning on the board. And then at some moment, I tried to simplify, and he had a little bit more time than I thought he did. And of course, at the end, it should have been a draw, but you know, time is part of the game, unfortunately. So that was good. Second game wasn't the best, but I defended pretty well when I needed to, so it's good.
You've now qualified to the playoffs. How would you evaluate your overall play going into the next stage of the tournament?
I think I played better match by match. The first match wasn't great. This match was better, other than when I completely messed up the winning position. But I feel pretty good. So, you know, we keep moving forward, and hopefully I'll just keep getting better.
You're of course representing Team Falcons along with your teammate Alireza Firouzja. Is it helpful for you knowing that you have a second teammate in the competition that can score points for your club?
I mean, I haven't been paying close attention to Alireza's matches, but we're obviously both very good blitz players. And so I think the fact that there are two Falcons here gives us great chances. And much more importantly, Denis, I think, is representing ALAG, which is leading overall. So it's very good to at least make it more difficult for him to obtain points for them. So as far as the team goes, we're in very good shape.
Well, congratulations to you and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Kostya, and congratulations to Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Here comes the applause from the live audience here in our arena. This is Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons, qualifying as the second Falcon. As he already mentioned, too, Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura are both qualified already for the playoffs. They will have a day off tomorrow. They can just watch the games, enjoy Paris. Why for the rest of the players, including Denis Lazavic for AGAL, they're gonna need to fight tomorrow their way through the lower bracket where there are no second chances. You lose your match in the lower bracket, you are eliminated and your key will get crushed. That's where Denis will find himself tomorrow because of losing the match today against Hikaru. The other players qualified for the playoff already. We forgot to mention one name that of course is the biggest name, that there is the defending champion Magnus Carlsen for Team Liquid. He also is through. He has won his match against Hans Niemann. That was quite a match on the main stage, and Magnus will also take tomorrow a bit of a break because he is already qualified. Why for Hans Niemann, second chance in the lower bracket. And when it comes to the clubs, the teams, we thought that this is really what's today about. And our Crunchyroll story of the day is the Battle of the Titans. The fact that we have just seen AGAL against Team Falcons, Denis Lazavic for AGAL, Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons. This match was so important. Hikaru said himself in the interview that by beating Denis, it's making a lot harder for Denis to qualify to the playoffs. It's crucial for the club championship. The Falcons are seeking to defend their title here at the Esports World Cup, but right now they're sitting in second place. Team Liquid, so far, disappointing year for them. They won the 1,000 points badly, and Magnus to win again the Esports World Cup. But Nadirbek Abdusatorov, he is one of those names that might not be that familiar to everyone, but he's representing Team Navy, who are currently in third place right behind the Falcons. So we have two Falcons, one Team Navy and one Team Liquid in the playoffs already, and there will be a second chance tomorrow in the lower bracket. This is what we're gonna have, ladies and gentlemen. In Group A, it's Pranesh against Benjamin Bok. The winner will still have a chance to make it through various matches. It's not one match to qualify. The loser will be eliminated and the keys will get crushed. Alexei Sarana against Sina Move Ahead is facing the same fate. You win, you still have chances. You lose, you're out of the tournament and your key will get crushed at the end of the day. Rainbow Six Siege right next to us. The action is heating up. It's the Esports World Cup and all 25 games will matter for the overall club championship points. And what we have just witnessed today here, this was only day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, for 5 days, chess is taking over the main stages here in Paris at the Esports World Cup for the 2nd year in a row. Chess is one of the biggest deals here at the Esports World Cup. All the marbles, $1.5 million at stake when it comes to the prizes and very valuable club championship points. We're gonna be back tomorrow for what we already have mentioned, the lower bracket, second chance for the players who lost today, and in the lower bracket, oh boy, there is no further chances. Thank you so much, Zach, Jan, and Kostya, who is not here with us, but he has done a great job with the interview for covering all the action. We'll be back, the 4 of us, to cover day 3 of the Esports World Cup here in chess in Paris. And thank you so much to all of our viewers here live in Paris, on Twitch, on YouTube. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, with more action here at the Esports World Cup. See you tomorrow.
suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais thé, jamais film. Gros pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je suis pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new